These are TikTok's creepiest predators. And we are going to expose them one by one. The tip of the iceberg begins with Johnny Elbows.
One looked like a man. One looked like a woman.
Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. They won't bother you, you know what I mean? No, John, what, no, dude, no, dude.
No, not her. No, don't call me. If you call me, I'm not picking up.
What do you get when you mix desperate thirst, TikTok live streams, and a man who has more puppets than actual friends? You get Johnny Elbows. Half local myth, half internet sideshow, and fully convinced that ladies love him, despite the fact that they definitely don't. He thought spamming women with reverse psychology and GTA 5 stats would make him irresistible, but he failed.
I just need a girl around my age, filthy rich, and have a nice house and a nice cars. And I need one of the cars that look like a Duke de Hazzard's car, where I can live and...
Instead, he became TikTok's favorite clown, someone who quit in a dramatic manner only to crawl back hours later. If you have never heard of Johnny, buckle up. This roller coaster is equally hilarious, cringy, and straight up unsettling.
So that their Leatherface is in the comments.
Leatherface, get off my channel, please.
Before we get down to Johnny's background, let's first talk about one of the most embarrassing moments that first got people talking about him. This was the incident that sparked his very first controversy. It happened during a live stream with his friend Mario, better known on TikTok as Big Boy of Omaha, or Underfaker. The viewers were excited to see the two together, and in the middle of the fun, they came up with a silly request. They wanted Johnny to twerk.
Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is amazing, Johnny.
Johnny, always eager to entertain, agreed without hesitation, but things quickly went wrong. As he danced to the song, the viewers noticed something unusual on his pants. To them, it looked like Johnny had an accident right there on the stream. In his defense, Johnny tried to explain it was wet paint, but people didn't really buy it.
I never got that far.
Never, never, never. They want to know if you had a poopy accident.
No, it's just... I was sitting on a wet paint, and it smeared my pants.
Yes, see, everybody, just wet paint.
That clip may have been humiliating, but it wasn't the first time Johnny found himself in the spotlight. In fact, Johnny's moments of accidental fame stretch back to as early as 2022. Johnny Elbows, also known as Johnny Thorington, is believed to have been born in 1986, which puts him in his mid-30s. He grew up in Fremont, Nebraska, where he also went to Fremont High School. After that, it's unclear if he continued studying anywhere else. Johnny then moved to Logan, Iowa, and this is where he currently lives. Since the beginning, Johnny was never secretive about his location. In one video, he even mentioned living next to a dog grooming shop. On another live stream, he accidentally showed a pin on his phone that revealed he had been in Omaha, Nebraska. Even though Johnny didn't have a job, he kept himself busy by meeting new people and staying active in his own way.
Mostly all my friends are disappeared or moved away. Don't hit me. If I'm walking across the street to walk around town, don't. You can stop by and say hi, but if you throw something at me, that's okay.
He would often go to libraries, take long walks in the town, do viral dance moves, and play Pokemon Go. At home, he spent time gaming and watching movies. But what really stood out was his quirky side. Johnny once made a video talking about his hobbies, proudly sharing his love for toy puppets. He collected them, bought new ones often, and neatly placed them around his room, something that became both funny and unforgettable for anyone who followed him. One of Johnny's most famous puppets was Elbowina, his so-called emotional support girlfriend. She had long, yarn hair, giant floppy elbows, and a stitched frown that made her look permanently annoyed. Johnny treated Elbowina like she was real. He argued with her on live streams, cuddled her during the late-night rants, and even brought her up in his breakup videos. In one clip, he leaned in close and whispered, "Elbowina understands the bend." Fans couldn't tell if this was a coping mechanism, a parody of influencer relationships, or just Johnny slowly losing his grip. The second puppet was Gritty Greg. Mario made the first version, but Johnny later made his own copy. Greg had googly eyes, a crooked smirk, and existed mostly to roast Johnny. He mocked Johnny's dance moves, cut into his skits laced with sarcastic comments and was built entirely to poke fun at Johnny's obsession with the gritty dance. At one point, Johnny admitted, "Greg dances better than me, but he's just a sock. I'm a man with elbows." And of course, there was Johnny's other great love, GTA 5. He couldn't shut up about it. He'd ramble on about missions, characters, and his in-game adventures, convinced it would impress women. But it didn't. While it failed to win him dates, it did earn him a weird sort of attention. Women actually left comments on his videos, which for Johnny was a victory all on its own. That was the perfect opportunity for Johnny to show his lovey-dovey side to the world. When the female fans started supporting his content, he paid them back by flirting with them in the comments.
Ladies out there, you girls are nothing but a love machine. And if you girls want to see me this summer, come down to the swimming pool, and girls can do whatever you want with me.
But this is where it all gets a bit tricky. According to some, when Johnny was just 8 years old, he ran straight into the front of his uncle's truck. The accident reportedly left permanent damage to his elbows and caused other lasting injuries. To make matters more complicated, others claimed that Johnny also had the mental capacity of an 8-year-old. One wrote, "He is 8 trapped in a man's body. He was in an accident as a child." This pretty much sums up why and how the hell Johnny Elbows even looked the way he does and acts quirky. But here's the part that doesn't quite add up. If he does have the mind of a child, how come he ends up flirting with women in the comments section?
And girls, I'm doing this one more time for you. I can't do it all the times. Hang on, let me. Here's the torture for you. Twerk, booty shake, booty shake, booty shake.
And before anyone gets carried away, there's no medical proof of any of this, just a whole lot of gossip and speculation. So how did Johnny actually become a TikTok sensation? The answer is a mix of pure luck and pure chaos. Since Johnny had a habit of wandering around the town, he came across a lot of new people while doing so, and one of them was Underfaker, or Big Boy of Omaha. At first, their run-ins were just casual encounters. Mario would spot Johnny on the road, stop to chat, and move on. But Mario saw something in Johnny. Not talent, not charm, but entertainment value. After a few meetups, Mario finally pulled out his phone, hit record, and uploaded his first Johnny Elbows video to TikTok. And just like that, the internet was introduced to its newest, strangest star. In the video, Johnny was leaning into Mario's car window, chatting like it was just another random day. But then came the moment that changed everything. Johnny suddenly snatched the packet of snacks right out of Mario's hands and walked off like it was his grand prize. And that's when the now famous phrase was born, "You gotta be quicker than that, buddy." TikTok locked onto that line, and it quickly became the go-to comment on nearly every Johnny Elbows video that followed.
Living player. Right. Hey!
You gotta be quicker than that, buddy.
That silly snack-snatching moment was Johnny's grand introduction to TikTok, and it blew up. Mario's video racked up thousands of views and likes, and just like that, Johnny became his golden ticket. From then on, Mario saw Johnny less like a buddy and more like free content that printed views and coins.
I think we need to get rid of these fans, John. You don't have to do it. Uh-oh. The look of terror!
But Johnny didn't see it that way. To him, Mario was a genuine friend. That's why he happily went along with the collabs. Together they made video after video. Mario in the live chat would ask Johnny to dance, and even twerk for donations. Around that same time, Johnny got into what people now call the poopy incident, which became a huge embarrassment for him. Then in August 2022, he was filmed twerking and dancing in the middle of a public park in front of teenagers. A lot of viewers found it inappropriate, and the backlash came pouring in.
Uh-oh, he's doing this just for you guys. Hold on a minute. Yo! Get it, Johnny. Dude, how do you drop it low so good? Practice. Man, I wish...
Before Johnny ever showed up in Mario's videos, Mario's TikTok barely got any attention. But once Johnny's silly elbow dances appeared, fans went wild. Donations started rolling in, and Mario's income doubled. Soon his entire content revolved around Johnny's bizarre dance moves and goofy stunts. Mario even hyped him up whenever he did something ridiculous on camera.
Guess what, John? What? Besides all that nonsense, we got 6 million. 6 million, dude. You think we're gonna hit our goal?
Every person out there, if you show up with different color Lamborghinis and circle them around me.
Yes.
By early 2023, Johnny decided to make his own TikTok account. His very first video was just plain weird. He stared silently into the camera for what felt like forever, then leaned in and whispered, "I am here now." That alone pulled in over 150,000 views because everyone wanted to see the man who had gone viral. Most of Johnny's content was dance related, but he took it to extremes with his over-the-top elbow moves. Fans joked that it looked like a reverse gritty, almost like he was trying to moonwalk with his elbows. Besides dancing, Johnny also made funny videos for his audience. He proudly said that everybody wants to be like him. He would also flaunt his collection of glow-in-the-dark sunglasses, showing green, blue, and red colors.
I got green and blue and red sunglasses, glow-in-the-dark sunglasses. These are my awesome sunglasses. Anytime anyone wants to wear them, it can look like me or anybody else. Me?
Johnny always tried to make his videos feel lively, colorful, and full of energy. He would sing, dance, and go all out just to keep people entertained. But behind all that fun, he often showed his insecurities too. He would joke about himself, calling himself old meat, and tell women to go find a fresh pear or fresh meat instead. Those clips made it clear that Johnny was actually a very lonely guy, just pretending to be happy on camera.
Hey girls, go find yourself a new man. I'm not your guy. I never will be, and I never will.
And of course, Johnny loved drama. Whenever trolls or haters got under his skin, he would suddenly announce that he was quitting social media for good. He'd post dramatic lines like, "I'm done. I can't do this anymore." However, minutes later, he'd be back with a brand new video like nothing ever happened. Eventually, this pattern became a routine. He would often quit the platform and return with another video. His fans were already enjoying his dramatic saga and were fond of his content. Around this time, Johnny struck up an online friendship with a Russian guy named Joseph. He tried to play matchmaker for Joseph, constantly posting about him and begging women online to date the guy. Johnny even recorded messages telling women to give Joseph a call, sometimes sharing his own phone to make the setup happen.
Hey girls, this is Johnny Elbows. I need you to help me with a friend of mine. He's in Russia, and he needs a girlfriend. And anytime you girls need to go find him in Russia. He needs a girlfriend really bad. And call me back when you find him.
Johnny called Joseph his brother from Russia and made it clear he wanted the best for him. But here's the thing. While Johnny was busy matchmaking, he himself always leaned toward younger people. Despite being in his mid-30s, he often hung out in parks, dancing around teens and younger kids like it was totally normal. He would reason with the phrase, "They get me. Elbows speak their language." And that's when Johnny's friendship habits started looking even creepier. He wasn't just hanging around younger people in public parks anymore. He was dropping uncomfortable comments on his videos too. Stuff like, "How old are you?" Or even, "You remind me of Candy when she was 14. Yeah, not exactly the kind of thing you want popping up in your feed, but Johnny wasn't done. He had something more to show and share besides his gritty dance moves and talking about young people. He had love stories, or at least his version of them. He'd upload long, dramatic videos about women he'd supposedly dated, or women he was seeking out.
She said, "I'm a nurse, John, but I can help you wipe your ass. I know you can't reach it, but I'll help you. And after I get done doing that, you gotta take a shower and get clean, and we'll do stuff to you you never imagine."
To reel them in, he'd pull his classic move, claiming he didn't actually need a girlfriend. Lines like, "I'm fine the way I am, I don't need anyone right now," paired with nose scratching or suddenly leaving the screen with excuses like, "I gotta use the bathroom." It was awkward, but oddly enough, it worked. The attention started rolling in, and once Johnny got that attention, his whole account became about the women in his life, or the women he claimed were in his life. The most famous name he dropped was Cindy Lou. According to Johnny, Cindy was his girlfriend, but was she real, imaginary, or just another puppet with a tragic backstory? No one ever figured it out. Johnny only gave cryptic descriptions, saying she understood the silence between elbow creaks. And just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, Johnny claimed Cindy once gifted him a jar of pickles as a romantic gesture. But sadly, this love story came to an end quicker than anyone could imagine. In one of his classic breakup rants, Johnny poured his heart out to his fans, telling them just how crushed he was.
When I was trying to hang out with her, she didn't want to pay attention to me. She was looking at her phone. And when I saw another guy on her phone, I go, "All right, fine. See you later." And I told her, "I might not see you again because I know you're a gold digger. Good luck with your life, Cindy Lou. I have nothing to say to you at all."
But of course, that wasn't the end of his saga, because when it comes to Johnny, there's always another woman. After Cindy came Susan. According to Johnny, she was an older woman, and he proudly told his audience he was dating a cougar.
"My last girlfriend, Susan, she dumped me with some other guy. She says she hates me. She says 2 words and hang up. 2 words and hang up. 2 words and hang up. Who does that? And she's in her 60s now. I was dating a cougar for a while.
Then came Brittany. Just like the rest, Johnny was head over heels in love.
My girlfriend Brittany, she's the one for me, and I'm the one for her.
He even talked about taking her to a movie theater and specifically pointed out that Mario wasn't invited.
I'm going to take her to the Missouri Valley to go see a movie. And she also told me, you're not invited. You. Mario, you're not invited to the theater. Just me and Brittany.
But Brittany never actually showed up in a single video. Instead, Johnny announced yet another tragic twist. Brittany dumped him because she didn't like him anymore.
Brittany's not my girlfriend anymore. She got mad at me this morning. She changed my words around saying, Are you and Brooke boyfriend and girlfriend? No. And she called me back and said, I don't want to deal with that, John. I don't like you no more. Oh, fine. She played me.
But Johnny didn't stay single for long. Next came Katrina, a woman he supposedly met at a party. According to him, their romance was real, and their breakup was devastating. Once again, nobody ever saw her, but Johnny swore it happened. And just when you think he's out of names to drop, another woman appears, Brooke. She magically became Johnny's girlfriend and his favorite subject to rant about for a few videos.
Oh no, I'm not mad at you, not just yet. If you mention Brooke's name again, Brooke, if you name her name again, I don't know what I'll do.
At this point, Johnny's TikTok was less about dancing and way more like a bad soap opera. New girl every week, dramatic breakups, endless tears, and not a single actual girlfriend ever seen on camera. Honestly, it was these love and breakup rants that kept Johnny's fans hooked. Every time he brought up a new girl, cried about her for a while, and then acted heartbroken, people couldn't stop watching. The real question was, were these women even real, or just made up characters, or worse, trolls messing with him? But this is where it all got a bit scary. On one hand, Johnny's videos were harmless and entertaining, but at the same time, he had shown his terrifying side to the audience. He posted a video of himself laying out details about kidnapping a lady and placing her in an abandoned house. The video shocked the viewers, and many even got concerned if he was being real or just joking around, or might have even done it in the past.
A big, huge black guy? I told him to do me a big, big favor. And he delivered it. He's gonna kidnap you for a while. And he's gonna come pick me up, and we're gonna go in the van. He's gonna put you in the back of the van. You can't see me or him. The window's gonna be tinted like black. And he's taking me to a abandoned house. He's gonna not drag you, but walk you to the house and put you on the chair, tied up. And guess what him and I's gonna be wearing? Mask of Scream. We're gonna take turns torturing you.
People under this video shared their thoughts in the comments. I am calling the cops. Stay tuned for Johnny Elbows on the next America's Most Wanted. That's actually scary. Then came the most famous of these sagas, the Candy and Sandy drama. Many believe it started with a troll who noticed Johnny flirting with women in the comments. Out of nowhere, Johnny began talking about a woman named Candy, claiming she understood how his elbows worked. To make it even stranger, he said Candy once gifted him a jar of mayonnaise. Then came Sandy, who Johnny insisted could do the gritty dance in high heels and had better elbows than Candy. According to Johnny, Candy and Sandy once fought over him at a bowling alley, but of course, no video or proof ever surfaced.
Sandy and Candy. I don't know, I'm doing my own thing right now. You girls can do whatever you want. You girls have a nice day and don't work too hard from your job and everything. And if you girls want to get in contact with me, go ahead, I don't care. If I don't answer, I don't know what. I just don't, I'm not gonna, if I don't answer on time, that means I'm busy.
Johnny was fully convinced these two were real, attractive women who wanted him. He kept trying to get them to visit him in his hometown, but they never showed up. Instead, he made sad videos begging for Candy and Sandy's attention. No one really knew who was running those women's accounts. To make things worse, the people behind the Candy and Sandy accounts apparently convinced Johnny to share private photos with them. This not only made him look gullible, but also embarrassed him in front of his audience.
You don't have to come to Logan to see me, ladies. I'll just be fine by myself. And tell the other lady she can delete my pictures of my wiener and everything else. And delete my number, and I'll delete your number too.
On a ridiculous note in one of the videos, Johnny claimed that one of these women had a male genital. This particular moment left many viewers stunned. Some fans thought it was about a transgender woman and praised him for his open-mindedness, while others thought he was just trolling or making things up for attention.
Andy and Candy is fake? No. They're real, because they gave me their picture one time. One looked like a man. One looked like a woman. One looked like a man because she had the...
This Sandy and Candy saga went on for a while, and the fans were truly there for it. In his desperation, Johnny even went as far as doxing his own phone number online, begging them to call him. But instead of Candy or Sandy reaching out, the trolls grabbed his number and used it to mess with him even more. As time went on, Johnny's obsession only grew. He kept posting about Candy and Sandy, pretending it didn't matter if they cheated on him or flirted with other guys. But the act was see-through. It clearly mattered to him.
If you want to just keep on trekking with some other guy, go right ahead. I know you just don't love me enough. And I'll be fair. If you don't want to see me no more, don't see me no more. Don't call me no more if you don't want to.
Then came another bizarre twist. Tyrone. Out of nowhere, Johnny started mentioning this guy alongside Candy and Sandy. Fans were left scratching their heads. Was Tyrone a real person? Was he another puppet? Nobody knew, and Johnny never really explained. Most fans assumed Tyrone was just another puppet, but that didn't stop Johnny from talking about him. And from the way he talked about Tyrone, it seemed like this mysterious character was smack in the middle of the love triangle. Johnny even gave Tyrone relationship advice, telling him to be nice to Candy, as if he was really out there dating her.
And Tyrone, be good to her. Just be nice to Candy and tell her you love her every single morning, every single night. Just tell her.
Johnny was willing to let things slide with Tyrone, but when it came to Mario, it was a whole different story. According to Johnny, Mario was the real villain who broke the triangle apart. In his videos, Johnny openly blamed him for stealing his girlfriends. Fans even teased Johnny, saying Mario was the one taking Candy and Sandy out on dates and cruising around in their car.
You're such a loser, Mario. No one likes you. Why'd you take Candy's car and keys? Why'd you take her car and keys for? You and I is not friends no more.
Others told Johnny that Mario had supposedly warned the women about his mental state, maybe even telling them to stay away for their own safety. And once Johnny believed that story, it was over. He went after Mario hard, calling him out nonstop and accusing him of ruining his relationships. But the drama didn't stop there. Johnny's friendship with Mario was collapsing right in front of the audience. Every other week, he was accusing Mario of betrayal, and the cracks in their so-called brotherhood just kept getting deeper until there was barely anything left. Johnny took things way too far when it came to Mario. He threatened to call the cops on him. He even doxed his number and told him to run for your life when someone calls. As if that wasn't ridiculous enough, trolls added fuel to the fire by convincing Johnny that Mario was actually a kidnapper who needed to be locked up.
Sandy told me Candy got kidnapped. Why? The cops are gonna be coming after you then. I told them where you're at. Yep, I told them. Mario has you have Candy, and I told him.
Mario, of course, tried to defend himself. He told Johnny the accusations were fake, that he was innocent, and that people were just messing with him, but Johnny wasn't buying it. In his head, Mario was the evil mastermind behind all his failed romances, and nothing could change his mind. Yet somehow, despite all the threats and betrayals, the two still teamed up for content. They filmed together, laughed on live streams, and acted like nothing ever happened. But that peace wouldn't last. During one of their live streams in a public park, things went south. Johnny was busting out his usual goofy dance moves when a group of kids walked up. Instead of cheering him on, they started teasing and recording him, turning his performance into a mockery. Given his past trauma with being bullied by kids, Johnny snapped inside. His frustration boiled over, and that live stream turned into a train wreck.
Hold on, y'all. Uh-oh. What's I'm gonna do here? Leave him alone, dude. He doesn't have Snapchat. Come on, dude. Get real.
I don't have Snapchat. I don't even go on there.
I just want to be friends.
We are friends, but...
Alright, they're leaving y'all. Sorry, I apologize about this, everybody.
Especially that girl in the shorts. She keeps looking at me.
Leave him alone, John. Don't pay them no attention, man. If you don't give them any attention, they won't bother you. You know what I mean?
During the interaction, Johnny kicked a table in anger and shouted, but those acts didn't cause trouble. What did was a single remark about a little girl's back. That one comment ruined Johnny in ways he never expected. As soon as he said it, Mario ended the live stream knowing it would put both of them under fire. But the damage was done. Viewers had already recorded the stream and the clip spread fast online. Johnny went from being loved for his goofy dances and love stories to being one of the most hated people on TikTok. Trolls pushed the clip everywhere, and the backlash was brutal. Johnny tried to defend himself, saying he only meant to compliment the girl's pants, but no one believed him. His excuse failed, just as it had when he tried to explain away the wet shorts incident. Seeing the storm build, Mario quickly distanced himself.
No, not her butt, her shorts.
No, dude. No, man.
Shorts of hers.
No, dude.
And
No, bro. That's not. No, bro.
Mario had only seen Johnny as a way to fame and money, so he quickly abandoned him. He even made a video saying Johnny had crossed the line and that he would never film with him again. Their shaky friendship finally collapsed. Mario deleted most of their old videos and unfollowed Johnny on TikTok. That marked the official end of their bond.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Big Boy of Omaha here, aka Mario, aka the camera guy from Johnny Elbows Live. Y'all, I am so sorry for what he said today. That shit's disgusting. I do not condone it. I'm sickened. Really, been nauseous since that shit happened. Just absolutely appalled. I lost all respect for that dude. I don't give a about his condition. There's no excuse for what he said. And then his explanation, I'm like, Johnny, why did you say that? And he said, because I was being ornery. That. No.
Days later, Johnny posted a video looking embarrassed and scared about what he had said in the heat of the moment. He feared he might end up in jail like his brother Nathan, who already had a criminal record and past run-ins with the law.
And when you guys see this, I'm sorry. And Nathan, my brother Nathan, if you want, you can put me in a home. I don't mind it. I'll be away from everybody else anyways.
In the same video, Johnny said he wanted to disappear and live alone in a cabin. He promised not to visit parks, not to use TikTok, and claimed he would fix his mistake by going away. Soon after, Johnny's TikTok account went silent. Most of his videos were deleted, and almost all of his live streams were removed or set to private. Even when others tried to repost the clips, YouTube took them down for breaking community rules. But this wasn't the first time Johnny's name came up in disturbing ways. A Reddit post claimed that Johnny had assaulted the poster's younger sister when they were kids. The OP said their sister was 2 years younger, and at the time they were in 5th or 6th grade. According to the post, the sister used to feel sorry for Johnny because of his disabilities, even though the OP had already warned her to be careful. She kept meeting him and even visited his house. At first, everything seemed fine, but later things took a darker turn. One day at the pool, while Johnny, the girl, and the OP were together, Johnny her. When they reported him to the police, nothing happened. Because Johnny was disabled, the officers didn't take it seriously. When we tried to tell the other pool staff like concessions and manager on duty, we were brushed off. So eventually I called the police. I explained to them what happened, but they did nothing, saying that it didn't matter because he was disabled. In the comments, many people supported the post and said they believed it. But one account claimed the story was fake, and even suggested it was generated by artificial intelligence. Other Redditors thought that account might have been Johnny himself or someone from his family defending him. PDF files literally come in all shapes and sizes. The Reddit who made this post is fake, and this post is all wrote by AI also fake. This is the only post you have ever commented on. Anyone with the ability to listen has heard this loser talk about a child with in his voice. Johnny has stopped posting on TikTok for good, knowing people wouldn't welcome him back after what he said. Instead, he turned to YouTube, posting shorts to give updates about himself.
Hey YouTubers, Johnny Elbows here. I'm in my room, but I'm not on TikTok anymore. TikTok sucks.
Strangely, the comments under those shorts were full of support. People claimed they missed him and begged him to return to TikTok. Why, we love you, Johnny. Why don't you post anymore? We miss you. We love you, man. I missed you so much, I have cried. Johnny, you need to make more videos. But let's be real. After his disturbing remark about a little girl, even his fans wouldn't truly want him back. So, are these comments coming from real people, bots, or maybe Johnny himself running fake accounts? No one can say for sure, but one thing is certain, most people do not want him to make a comeback. Many people have also spotted Johnny out in public. Some filmed him walking the streets, while another TikToker even posted photos of him at church, standing right beside him. So it's safe to say Johnny is still around, doing fine, and actively showing up at church. And that wraps up the bizarre and unsettling story of Johnny Elbows. Kevin Leonardo.
Talk to minors all day, every single day. I recently came inside somebody's butt, and so I decided to finally get back on prep. I love to cosplay as a disgustingly obese slave when I'm feeling down, just cause like it's so comforting to stuff your face like a fat pig when you feel off.
In 2023, a YouTube video of an Asian guy showing the world his bare butt brought the world to a pause.
Hold on.
This is on YouTube?
Yeah, but it went,
obviously
it went
it's on
viral on TikTok.
For reference, this is how hairy my butt is right now.
What?
And if you stay on TikTok for long, then that Asian guy, aka Kevin Leonardo, will definitely find his way to your feed. The self-proclaimed influencer slash LGBTQ community educator slash Mr. Ragebaiter.
Just got edged for an hour straight and I loved every second of it. I absolutely love being touched in this way and my heart was beating.
This guy has crazy case where he carried out acts that could throw his ass in jail. 1. Minors in a Discord server, engaging them in talks meant for adults, all the while being aware that these are children, as you can see in this screenshot of him admitting to it himself.
I talk to minors all day, every single day, and I love it. I talk to minors on IG DMs, I talk to minors on Discord, I play League with minors all.
He took it to another sick level, role-playing as a child victim on Jeffrey Epstein's island, the billionaire who used his private island to traffic and abuse children, with some of the world's most powerful people involved. Then in a move that angered the black community, Kevin did blackface, adding the racist card to his long list of controversies. If this guy hasn't shown up on your feed, well, meet Kevin Leonardo, the internet's favorite problem. On August 24th, 2023, a Twitter user at MintyBadWord decided they'd seen enough atrocities, took to Twitter and posted screenshots exposing a very dark side not many people knew about Kevin Leonardo. In that tweet, they gave a stern warning with a bold "beware" and proceeded to let everyone know that they should be careful of the creator named Kevin Leonardo. Thing is, Kevin had created a Discord server which he named the Clueless Kevs, and had been running it for months. Now, at MintyBadWord had gone undercover in the server to fish out info on the already most hated guy on the internet at that moment. On the surface, this server had nice little rules, well, except for one. Rule 3 says porn content is not allowed in any channel on the server. Rule 4, talking about all that do not spam the channel talks. However, Rule 8 was where things looked very shady. The rule says, people younger than 13 will be banned and reported to Discord. Now first of all, why is Kevin, the sex educator, letting kids as young as 13 in his server? What could he possibly want to discuss with them? Cartoons? At MintyBadWord revealed that the Clueless Kev server had over 4,000 members, and most of these members were minors. And what's worse, these minors were actively participating in explicit channels like they were joining a book club. At MintyBadWord posted more screenshots that revealed these minors were actively having talks and sharing pornographic content on the server. And as if minors and adult channels wasn't enough of a red flag, the server had also evolved into a full-blown hookup spot. Not only were these minors having these crazy interactions with their fellow minors, but other adults in the server were right there engaging with these kids too. What's even more insane is the moderator of the adult channels being a 14-year-old with the username Meta. Now just so you can understand how crazy this is, the moderator is in charge of coordinating all these adult channels, relaying messages directly to Kevin, and basically running the whole operation. This means this child was the gatekeeper between other minors and content. I guess who made it his sole duty to appoint a 14-year-old child to run a Discord channel full of adult content? You guessed right, none other than Kevin himself. I mean, knowing all we know at this point, who's even surprised? Basically, this is a case of the inmates running the asylum, except these inmates were children and the asylum was full of not safe for work content. The conversations happening between Kevin, Meta, and other members were the kind that should have Kevin's butt thrown in jail and the keys thrown into the ocean. But somehow, Kevin's still walking free. In this exchange, Kevin initiates the conversation by stating he is aroused and asking the members if they feel the same way. Now the context suggests that Kevin had just sent an explicit video and was soliciting feedback on it. A user named Jakey then responds, confirming that he's in fact loving the video, but that of his moderator would make everyone's head spin. This kid said that video made him aroused. After Twitter user at MintyBadWord dropped the expose, bringing all the behind the scenes madness into the light, Kevin clearly didn't care. Instead of lying low, he took a screenshot of at MintyBadWord's post and sent it right back to the server with a totally unhinged caption, actually making fun of the entire situation. Despite all that drama and the public calling out, Kevin remained completely hard-headed and just kept on running the community like nothing happened. Then in February 2024, another Twitter user known as @Luxabugs jumped into the fray. This user basically snuck into the server like an FBI agent gathering intel. They then posted even more information, specifically quoting at MintyBadWord and totally doubling down on the findings. They uncovered even more creepy things that were still going down in the server. Even after it had been publicly exposed, one major finding was the completely blatant but casual racist jokes that were allowed to be tossed around freely. This was happening even though the server supposedly had a rule against that kind of content. We even see a screenshot of these members casually making fun of black people, dropping an edited meme of George Floyd with the caption, "absolutely breathtaking." And to make things even worse, pedophilic jokes were also casually dropped in the chat. About an hour after Luxybugs dropped that second heavy-hitting tweet detailing the racism and pedophilic jokes, Kevin finally lost his cool. This time, there was no joking around. He totally panicked. He immediately made a post where he lightly referred to all the drama that had been going on. Instead of addressing the actual toxicity, he just claimed he was sick of Twitter and the negativity that tweeps kept bringing down on his server. Seriously, how do you even define this as negativity when you're the one who is clearly in the wrong? Kevin, make it make sense! The panic was definitely kicking in now. Kevin and his moderator, Meta, must have had a frantic meeting and decided on an emergency cleanup. They immediately scrubbed the adult channel, you know, the one where they were free to carry out their sick related fantasies with minors. They quickly replaced it with a squeaky clean health and wellness channel. But by that point, deleting a channel was like mopping up after the Titanic sank. The cover-up was completely pointless because the whole story had already spread far and wide like wildfire, bringing massive backlash from people across the internet, from Twitter to various subreddits. Everyone was ready to tear Kevin into pieces, which honestly was well-deserved anyway. The internet had no patience for his weak excuses. Someone even went full investigative journalist and put together a Google Drive folder that circulated publicly. This folder was packed with screenshots and documents showing all the problematic behavior happening in the community. Basically a digital evidence locker, and Kevin's name was all over it. Finally, on April 3rd, 2024, Kevin dropped a tweet attempting to address the allegations, likely after his PR team, if he has one, had a collective meltdown. He went to full denial mode, claiming he had never had conversations with minors or exploited them, his excuse being that his adult channel was meant for people who are 18. At this point, no one was even taking Kevin seriously anymore. After all, his attempt to deny the allegations by claiming the channel was meant for people who are 18 was actually a veiled admission. By using the plural S when talking about his followers being minors, he was essentially admitting that lots of his followers were in fact underaged. And let's not even get started on the truly disgusting conversations Kevin was having directly with these minor followers of his. Take a clean look at the evidence, starting with this. To this, to this. All this crazy interaction with a 13-year-old child. 10 days later, on April 13th, 2024, Meta announced they were stepping down from their moderation role. In their public statement, they tried hard to make it clear that Kevin had not groomed them. They even went on to share the whole story of how they originally became a moderator. On top of all that, there's another disturbing detail that surfaced, revealing the kind of content Kevin was making before the big controversies. Kevin had previously uploaded a video, which is now deleted anyway, where he talked about having a fantasy that involved role-playing as a child victim on Jeffrey Epstein's island.
So we would roleplay as like college students, for example, or like whatever we would think about like that's like arousing in like a given month, right? And so one time I watched the Jeffrey Epstein documentary on Netflix, and I was really not inspired, but I was like, oh, like this is actually interesting that, you know, this like powerful person was bringing people like to his island and like them, and I was like, oh, like that's like low-key hot. Like it's bad. Like I wouldn't actually want that to happen to me. I wouldn't want that to happen to me, like personally. Like I care about my health and like my consent and stuff. Like
people were understandably horrified. Kevin later tried to explain that this fantasy was connected to his own trauma from being molested twice as a child in Indonesia, but that explanation didn't exactly make people feel better about it. But Kevin rarely stays focused on one type of controversy. In May 2024, he decided to add racial controversy to his already impressive resume of internet drama. He posted a video where he applied Youthphoria's new foundation shade called 600 Deep, a shade explicitly designed for black skin tones, to his own much lighter complexion. But he didn't stop there. On one half of his face, he slapped on the Youthphoria shade, and on the other half, he used Fenty Beauty's darkest shade, creating this stark contrast that immediately set off alarm bells for anyone watching. Then came the part that really made people lose it. Kevin labeled Youthphoria's darkest foundation as blackface in his video. And if you don't know the history there, blackface is when white performers used to paint their faces dark to mock black people. This practice has a deeply racist history that dehumanized black individuals and kept harmful stereotypes alive for generations. So yeah, not exactly something you want to casually throw around in a makeup review.
The darkest of blacks would get called out for cultural appropriation if they wore this Youthphoria foundation shade. This is literally like if a brand put out like a purely orange shade or like a purely yellow shade and was like, here you go, Asians.
Kevin tried to frame the whole thing as just for demonstration, positioning himself as some kind of critic exposing Youthphoria's problematic product. He even said that black people online were upset with Youthphoria for releasing such a dark shade because wearing it could lead to accusations of cultural appropriation. But here's the irony that wasn't lost on anyone. By putting on an extremely dark foundation himself and literally calling it blackface, Kevin was doing exactly what he claimed to be critiquing. The call was coming from inside the house, as they say.
That with Youthforia for releasing this super dark foundation, and I don't wear makeup, but like I'm obsessed with like online beauty scandals and like drama, so like I had to get a bottle for myself. So today, let's put this on my face and see.
The backlash hit faster than you can say delete this. Social media users came for Kevin's neck, accusing him of rage baiting. That's the fun little tactic where influencers deliberately provoke outrage to rack up engagement, usually at the expense of specific communities. People called his video tone deaf and racially insensitive. They said he was making light of the serious historical pain associated with blackface. They also said he was misusing a makeup product that was designed to serve a community the beauty industry has ignored for way too long.
The blacks of the internet are very upset with Youthforia for releasing this.
Kevin Leonardo, so you don't wear makeup, but you put on an entire black face. You didn't recognize what you were doing at the time, but then you referred to us multiple times as the blacks. And oh yes, I saw that fake apology of yours, and it's completely unaccepted.
Now, Kevin did have some defenders who argued his video was trying to expose real problems with the foundation. Black influencers like Gloria George had already criticized the product, calling it tar in a bottle because of its poor quality and how it actually harms black skin tones. So there was a legitimate conversation to be had about Youthforia's mess of a product launch. But instead of contributing to that conversation in a meaningful way, Kevin's approach had just poured gasoline on the fire and made everything worse. Kevin later deleted the video and offered an apology to the black community, but it was rejected, with the community saying that the apology was forced. And when you look at it, they could be right, because during one of Kevin's live streams, he was asked if he felt bad about the blackface video, and he said not really.
Do I feel bad about the foundation video?
Not really.
If you didn't get a chance to experience this man in his first moments on the internet, prepare to be even more traumatized. We did mention that first video that launched Kevin into virality, the bare butt YouTube video that was essentially a hate crime against everyone's collective eyeballs. Right at the start of his educator career, Kevin was feeling way too ambitious. He decided to make a tutorial video to show his community exactly how to remove butt hairs. Kevin delightfully titled it "Removing Butt Hairs Using Hair Cream, a Visual Guide." Everyone initially thought it had to be some kind of clickbait title where he was actually talking about lawn care or something, but nope. Kevin looked directly into the camera and delivered on that promise with the passion of a cooking show host, truly showing his viewers how to remove butt hair using Nair cream. For a video that honestly should have never seen the light of day, you already know what kind of reaction followed. A lot of people were genuinely traumatized by what they'd witnessed. Rightfully so. Viewers immediately started asking this very reasonable question in the comment section. Why is this allowed? More so, there were so many hate comments like this one, which says, "Send Kevin to the deepest layers of hell for all I care," and many more that truly wanted to come for Kevin's head. But the trauma didn't stop at just comments. People were so disturbed they actually started signing petitions to have the video taken down. According to them, this type of content posed a legitimate threat to children's innocence. Children needed to be protected, preferably from ever knowing that video existed in the first place. The video blew up even further and sparked an entire wave of TikTok reaction videos. Thousands of innocent souls were tricked into watching the reactions, without any warning about what fresh hell was about to assault their eyeballs.
Getting my friend's reaction of the Nair hair removal video.
This is how hairy my butt is right now.
What the?
However, not everyone was ready to crucify Kevin. A lot of people in his comments actually came out to defend Kevin, arguing that he made the video specifically for the LGBT community. And seeing as he's part of that community himself and his YouTube channel is age restricted anyway, they implied that everyone should just calm down. Before all the controversies and visual guides, Kevin Leonardo was just a kid who moved from Jakarta, Indonesia to the United States in 2007. He grew up in a middle-class household and dealt with significant trauma, including being molested twice as a child and struggling with depression and self-harm throughout high school. After graduating in 2016, he went on to study journalism at Boston University's College of Communication, earning his bachelor's degree in 2020. He started his social media journey in 2018 on Instagram, initially posting about travel, hobbies, and general life updates. Eventually, he found his niche creating content for the LGBTQ+ community, positioning himself as a educator. By 2023, he'd built a following of over 650,000 on TikTok and reportedly made 6 figures from social media. Now his following is at 1 million. Now, after the whole dragging for posting that bare butt video, Kevin clearly felt the pressure and the hate from all those comments. He mentioned that he went off the internet for a while just to let the dust settle. When he finally came back, he did what any sane person would do after traumatizing half the internet. He deleted the video and posted an explanation for why it had to go.
The reason why I deleted that video was because I had been posting like a lot of like weird videos onto YouTube in like specifically in 2024. Yes, in 2023 too, but in 2024, I felt like I think I reached like a creative block.
However, Kevin may have deleted that video, but he definitely didn't delete his life mission. He came back with more energy and got even louder.
My pubes and butt crack right now are fully giving hairy Middle Eastern man. Like, my privates literally look like Chewbacca, and I don't give a I'm not the hairless Nair guy anymore. Like, I'm leaving that in the past. I've grown out of it, literally. But you know what I do give a about? The fact that I grow the nastiest face.
We went through his catalog of videos, and let's just say Kevin prides himself as an LGBTQ educator and influencer. But he takes that educator title very seriously. Maybe a little too seriously, if we're being honest.
Just got molested. I'm still soaked and still really wet because I did come. And I did do my best to please the man in charge. He worked the hell out of me. My arms, I can barely lift them up without shaking. My legs, they're super sore and just tight. My butt is clenching as we speak just because like my glutes were just violated and overworked.
Not even being scared of what anybody would say, Kevin uploaded another video that was basically the spiritual successor to the butt hair saga. This time it was titled Shaving My Pubes Using Olav Trimmer, a visual guide. The video was a precise visual tutorial on removing hair from the lower private areas, as Kevin once again showed his viewers the full step-by-step process. At least this time he had the decency to throw some censorship on the YouTube version. But right here Kevin really showed he was a savvy businessman. He just casually mentioned that if his viewers wanted the uncensored version, the full unfiltered experience, they could simply hop over to his website and kevinleonardo.com and check it out to their heart's content. Now this is where things start feeling a little weird, because how can the end goal here just be pure education when you're asking people to move to your site to see your uncensored videos? That feels a bit, well, weird. But Kevin actually gave an explanation for why he wasn't on OnlyFans, grabbing the extra cash since he was already going naked on the internet.
Ties my channel, and when they took down 2 of my visual guides, obviously I freaked out and I deleted all of my nude videos on YouTube. I just like removed them off the platform and I put them on my site. So like if you want to see my unblurred visual guides, you have to go on my site and subscribe, and I will link that down below. I do requests now. If you like have a personalized tutorial that you want me to do that you personally want, like I'll put that at the link below too. My uncensored content is still up and alive, but when that happened to me, I did have a split-second thought, like what if I like got on OnlyFans and like put my content, my normal uncensored hair removal tutorials on OnlyFans? Like, would people like that? Would people subscribe to me?
Anyway, Kevin doesn't stop at just those 2 videos. There's a whole library of content where he demonstrates some unique teaching methods, along with a couple of weird stories he just has to tell the entire internet. This includes titles like how to safely shave your pubes, how to anal douche without an enema bulb, and even how to safely finger your butt. Yeah, it's just a lot. Speaking of those in-depth guides, we even found one where Kevin felt the need to explain how to get rid of smelly pubes, which is apparently a concern people have, and Kevin being Kevin decided the world needed his expert guidance on the matter. And
my pubes smell worse in June because that's when it gets hot in Cali, so I'm gonna give you some tips on how to keep your sack area smell less bally in the summertime. Don't wear underwear that's like too tight.
And of course, the comments section had plenty to say about it. But here's the funny part. Almost half the comments weren't even about the actual content. Instead, people were desperately begging him to add an intro to his videos. Anything at all, instead of just immediately hitting them with the information like a jump scare. And if you thought the personal grooming guides were the only weird things he was putting out there, you're in for a long thing. In a different piece of content, Kevin did what he called an obesity haul. He identified himself as a fat pig, announced his pronouns were diabetes, and said his diet was cavities.
Tonight, I identify as a fat pig. My pronouns are diabetes, and my diet is cavities. I have here in my hands obesity. This is another obesity haul. Fun fact, yesterday I went to the same exact bakery and I got 2 giant brioche buns.
It seems like the constant backlash and the wild comments have created a specific persona for him. Kevin is so used to letting people think the worst of his videos and him in general, and it truly feels like he genuinely enjoys every moment of it. This drive for dramatic reaction often shows up even in his normal, everyday updates. In one clip, for instance, he was just trying to announce that he got a fresh haircut, but the way he described it felt like he was narrating some kind of passionate encounter with a lover.
Just got edged for an hour straight, and I loved every second of it. I absolutely love being touched in this way, and my heart was beating the entire time in just anticipation and pleasure and excitement, and the climax was so absolutely terrific. I literally just burst. I could not keep it in. I could not handle it.
He made a trip to the barber sound like a scene from a romantic movie, and you could tell that he knew exactly what he was doing.
He edged my hairline so...
But when it comes to the level of unnecessary detail he provides, Kevin always managed to raise the bar. In yet another totally unbelievable video, this guy boldly explains how he gets chunks of poop off his butt after it's been covered with hair, which is information that absolutely nobody asked for, but Kevin delivered it anyway with the confidence of someone giving a TED Talk.
My butthole is back to being hairy, and poop chunks are getting stuck on the hairs whenever I shart, and it's actually really annoying because I have to like shake my butt on top of the toilet to get the chunks out of the hairs and like into the toilet bowl.
But amidst all the shocking tutorials and weird jokes, Kevin does open up about his past in a way that's genuinely serious for once. He talked about being molested as a child, his struggles with his mom, and how sharing his trauma in a college writing class changed everything for him.
Receiving head from an old file at 6 years old, having homosexual thoughts as a teen, cutting myself in high school, like these weren't topics that I could talk about so openly and so casually for like most of my life before I was like 18, 19.
He realized that oversharing became his coping mechanism and his way of taking back control. According to Kevin, that's what fuels his entire approach to content now, the belief that his extreme honesty helps other people feel less alone.
How when I raised my hand and told the whole class about my situation and wrote about it, I felt so empowered and felt so free about it. And then after that, people came up to me after the class and like online and like in my college and were like, hey, Kevin, like the same thing happened to me with my uncle, with my grandpa, with a stranger, with a family friend. And at that point, I knew the power of like words and the power of like sharing my story. And that is the reason why I now feel so fueled to share things that happened to me.
This mission led to another point where Kevin actually gave a guided tour of the scars on his body, basically showing himself off like some kind of stranger's exhibit. But then he totally shifts gears to tell these stories about 2 other scars. He didn't just point to them. He went into the full details of the weird events behind each one, really cementing his whole thing about sharing deeply private and often unbelievable stuff.
Like this 6th grader walking home with a roller backpack. My roller backpack literally fell. It was like a stop sign. And this dude just like literally did not stop. And he like hit me. He stopped, so that's why I like crossed the street. And then he like kept going after he stopped. And then like my roller backpack fell. And then I literally fell to the ground. And then I bled.
And speaking of those incredibly personal details, in another video, Kevin was casually walking people through his entire ball shaving evolution. He covered everything from plucking in middle school, to using Office Depot scissors, to finally landing on electric razors. That willingness to share any detail, even the ones most people keep secret, was on full display in one story. Kevin woke up one morning and decided the internet needed to know about his explosive bathroom experience after eating a certain candy bar. And by explosive, we mean he had such a bad bowel movement that he completely splattered the entire toilet area. He went into detail about how the mess reached the seat, the bowl, and even the underside of the lid. After describing the widespread mess, he then pivoted to a public service announcement about cleaning up after yourself, which feels ironic given the subject he just described.
So I just sharted out all of my Kit Kats that I ate last night, and it literally splattered all over the toilet seat and like all over the toilet bowl and like even the toilet seat lid like above. It was so nasty, and obviously I had to like clean it all up with like Lysol and like wipes and stuff.
That constant chase for attention, however, is a skill he has perfected. Kevin has basically perfected the art of the bait and switch intro, and this video might be his masterpiece. He opened with a line so deliberately shocking it sounded like it was designed in a lab to make people's jaws drop. He said something about swallowing thick, juicy loads after getting molested at the gym. Your brain immediately goes to the worst possible place, which is exactly what Kevin wants.
Swallowing thick, juicy loads after getting molested at the gym is my favorite thing to do, especially if they're like yomai and my tomai, and especially if I produce the loads myself. So here's how I make my protein smoothies after a really hard workout at the gym.
But even though Kevin loves pushing buttons and thrives on the drama, the constant wave of comments still hits him sometimes. After dropping all those visual guides that left the internet traumatized, Kevin apparently had enough of people roasting him in the comments about his size, so he posted a video specifically to address everyone making fun of him for being small and tiny and petite and micro.
Am I sad that my figure is small? No, because I'm not straight, so girls would not be complaining about it. And as a gay man that's a bottom, I'm not using it. So do I care much? Not really. I feel like there are so many people that are like me that are also small that like feel ashamed for being small and like feel ashamed of like their size. And I feel like I just want to like make people not feel that way and like be empowered in what they have and like their size, because even though I know nothing about like that, you know, it's all about technique anyway. It's not really about like...
You would think that addressing the size of criticism would make him dial things down, but that's not Kevin. Instead, he took the criticism and decided to embrace a completely different extreme. He had previously made a joke about being overweight, and now he was fully committed to making that joke bigger. To prove his point, he was back at it again with the same weird persona. He starts with a strange opening line about acting like an extremely overweight person when he feels down. This time he was doing a cookie taste test. While ranking the flavors, he dramatically exaggerated his eating and announced he was aroused in a non-sexual way just because of the baked goods.
I love to cosplay as a disgustingly obese slave when I'm feeling down, just cause like it's so comforting to stuff your face like a fat pig when you feel off. Like I should eat a salad and I should maybe go on a walk or like hit the gym, but instead I order obesity in a box, and that's how I like it.
This habit of creating a massive, terrifying lie just to grab attention is a core part of his brand. Kevin opens yet another video with his signature shock intro, this time declaring he'd get molested first thing in jail without lube and without consent if he ever ended up there. He painted this whole graphic picture about dropping the soap and some big Mexican drug lord doing nasty things to him. But then, after all that deliberate shock, the actual topic was just him complaining about paying taxes.
I'm getting molested first thing in jail without lube and without my consent. If I ever had to set foot in jail, like I know I would like drop my soap and like some big Mexican drug lord is going to do like some nasty things to me. So like I would never do anything illegal that would like land me in jail. With that being said, because it's tax season, I want to evade tax so badly, like legally, like...
That willingness to share the most unnecessary personal details is a well he keeps going back to. It turns out the candy bar story wasn't the last time he felt the need to update the world on his bowel situation. He came back with what can only be described as a diary entry about a bathroom accident, opening with the hard-hitting news that he had 2 different incidents of accidental bowel movements, and both times the mess splattered.
I just sharted twice and they both splattered. This video was taken during my first shart at like 11 a.m.
The thing about Kevin is, you genuinely never know what's coming next from him, because you never know what he'll do. He suddenly shifts into performance art, appearing in a video acting like he's crying, but the tears running down his face don't look like tears at all, more like milk. It's confusing as hell because you can't tell if it's supposed to be some kind of deep meaning, a failed attempt at being artistic, or just Kevin being weird for the sake of being weird. Whatever message he was trying to send completely got lost in the dairy products dripping down his face. But Kevin's biggest trick is still how he used a shocking lie to get you to click. He proves it immediately with an intro that starts with, "I just came for like the 3rd time today outside of my parents' house and it literally felt so good," which immediately sends your brain into panic mode. But then he clarifies. He came outside to watch his neighbors bang nails into a memorial for Chess Chess, a little girl who died last Wednesday, except Chess Chess isn't a little girl at all. She's a cat. The thing is, Kevin has a pretty weird relationship with his cats that goes way beyond just being a devoted pet owner. We found a couple of videos where he casually mentioned doing some genuinely disgusting things to his cat. The kind of stuff that makes you wish you could unsee and unhear it.
I'm super into rubbing my cat's sticky discharge with my fingers because my cat has like this problem where he gets wet like so often in like one day.
The videos get even worse, and it makes you seriously wonder if someone needs to check on the welfare of his pets.
I would love to perform oral on my cat and just like service and please him in that way. We squeeze my cat's schlong, not to like molest him, or my cat and I make out on the lips all day, every single day. Like we're always kissing, like we literally cannot get enough of each other, and like I love him so much that I actively have to like resist not using tongue and like just sticking my tongue down his throat. Let's put cock inside my cat's mouth. I stuck this fun stick inside my cat's moist hole.
Of course, these clearly disgusting revelations created a mountain of reactions on TikTok and YouTube as well.
I'm super into rubbing my cat's sticky discharge with my fingers because my cat has like this problem where he gets wet like so often in like one day, kind of like me, like father, like son, and he just like leaks literally all day, and the substance that he leaks out is always...
But the truth about Kevin's audience is that they absolutely eat up his content. The people who get it really get it, and they're not shy about showing their appreciation either. The comment sections are filled with praise, thank yous, and declarations of how helpful his content is. So clearly Kevin found his people, and his people found exactly what they were looking for, educational purposes and all. The White Bowser.
She looks like a 15-year-old. Her friends look like children. So the fact that you sexualize her and you make comments about dreaming about turning into her is so interesting.
Are you f***ing done? I'm married now.
Bowser, how does it feel knowing that you screwed up for the rest of your life? He's got to be a villain.
Definitely a villain.
Yeah, this is too good.
Ya boy! Bless me, O internet, for I have sinned.
In 2023, this YouTuber won at the SAC Anime Convention, one of the biggest anime gatherings in the US.
Ya boy! Placed in an actual AMV competition.
However, what he thought was his biggest career win turned out to be the reason for his complete downfall.
Because you see, here's what I know now. Here's what I know. I've always been a professional video editor. I've always been the best.
Within hours of his win, the internet dug up receipts that brought his dark past back into the light. Turns out Earl Doob was actually a PDF file who talked sexually to minors and groomed them online.
Basically, I was accused of being a pedophile.
In addition, he would lure them to his Discord server.
Why would you keep her there?
And why'd you tell her to never tell anybody that she's 17?
Oof. Because I was worried, because I saw...
Expose them to anime pornography.
The children, you idiot. I did not stream children. I stream cartoon hentai to children, you idiot.
And engage in questionable conversations.
Were there minors in your server? So
and I've said yes, there were.
All right.
There are allegations. I'm seeing a lot of that you streamed hentai in this server. What's that about? Did you do this?
Only once.
Even popular creators like Smokey MCC and the notorious Kiwi tapes piled on with exposes onto his predatory behavior. It is about him admitting to raping a 17-year-old and trying to be in a relationship with her and her twin sister.
Okay. And guess what? I'm not in handcuffs, am I? No, I'm not.
To escape from the crime, he blamed it on his autism and that he did not do it intentionally. However, the internet wasn't buying it.
So right now, I will confess to you what my mistakes were. How can I be a sex offender if what I did was unintentional? If what I did truly was an accident?
Ironically, it only raised suspicion further that he was actually a shameless predator, and more people began to call him out. Here's the story of the YouTuber who thought he was Issei Hyuru from High School DxD, until he found out that in real life you get into consequences out for being a creepy pervert. The fact that he was a pervert was actually well known even before his big win at SAC Anime's AMV contest. People knew about the heinous stuff he posted on his Discord servers and his harassment of girls. However, so far, the backlash was confined to his servers and his niche AMV community. When entering the contest, he thought he had scored a big win over his haters, and he would finally get some validation.
This Christmas, I climbed higher than I ever have before, and one of my music videos placed in an actual exposition at a major anime convention, SAC Anime Winter 2023.
He couldn't be more wrong. It was a major convention, drawing around 30,000 attendees. However, plenty of people who already knew about his past creepy behavior were likely in the audience. Even then, they stayed for the AMV screenings, wanting to see music videos of others synced with clever anime clip edits. Surely his entry shouldn't be the reason to ruin their day at the event, but it did end up being the reason. Earl Dube won the event, and these people were angry. An online petition started to have the award taken from Earl Dube and to bring his predatory nature to light.
Because you were practically calling the women who were posting their breasts whores for doing so, and they were calling you out for that.
That's not
exactly. You were saying, why would they say?
The internet claimed he was a pedophile, and those claims weren't made on assumptions. The White Bowser is a pedophile and a predator who was proven to show porn to minors in his Discord, and he's harassed his 17-year-old coworker. He had a very large online presence in the past, extensive activity on Reddit, a YouTube channel, a large private Discord server, and an active Patreon with different subscriber tiers, so he did have a population that consumed what he put out.
You will get private access to my private Discord server. In this private Discord server, multiple times per week, I will be streaming myself making YouTube content in the voice channel.
That left behind plenty of evidence for people to back their claim with. Using these platforms, Earl Dube became a big name in the AMV community. He had been using the editing and tech skills he learned from college and applying them to make AMV videos.
Merry Christmas! And boy and howdy do I got news to tell you right now.
He even bragged about how he was a professional video editor.
I've always been the best video editor.
By the early 2020s, his channel became popular for videos on shows like Death Note, Erased, My Hero Academia, and other anime like it. He even created a Patreon for support from his followers in exchange for custom shoutouts and live streams of his editing process.
Give me your money. I want your money. I can't say it any other different way.
Yet while his channel was gaining a fan base from the anime community, his actions and comments online started ringing alarm bells. There were moments when he would share explicit material with his underage followers on his Discord server, including hentai, a genre of perverted, sexualized anime content.
And you know what? I didn't stream to children, you idiot. I did not stream to children. I streamed cartoon hentai to children.
Earl Dubé himself openly boasted about liking some really questionable content. Take Tawawa on Monday, for instance. As people searched for what this anime was about, they learned it was an ecchi, which is basically a genre of soft porn. However, the thing is, the main character was an underage minor trying to strike up a relationship with a grown man. This raised a lot of red flags. Now, a small part of the anime community on YouTube was known to take things too far, making everything too sexual. That's where the term loli comes in. What people never expected was for him to gain enough influence again to blow up. That was until he won first place in an AMV competition at a famous anime convention in Sacramento. People who knew him and his behavior were outraged. They shared every evidence they could for the world to see. Confessions of him having harassed minors, his Discord server with over 1,000 members, most of them minors, and some very concerning views on consuming adult anime with plots of child harassment.
He groped a 17-year-old, which he takes no accountability for and acts like it's no big deal. He watches these really creepy...
What started as protests against his wins quickly escalated into a full-blown scandal. People started sharing any proof they could find that painted Doob in a very damaging light. As the news spread, what was supposed to be a career highlight became the flashpoint for his downfall.
God doesn't like you. You will be remembered, not as a good man, but as someone who scares women, who scares people, who goes around and spreads his degeneracy without anyone wanting it.
Earl Dubé, who went by the YouTube name, the White Bowser, in those days, didn't think much of the backlash at first. He was too proud and had too much faith in his opinions.
So much, and I love all of them so much. I really do. It's like, I love them, they hate me.
You'd think that if people were calling you out for being a pervert or pedophile, you'd change to show them you're not like that. But Earl? He started releasing a series of since-deleted videos with captions such as "Anime vs. Pedophilia."
I see some of my favorite YouTube creators. The female cartoon characters in this anime are portrayed and drawn to be hypersexualized on purpose by the manga artists. But on that basis alone, that labels me as a because those females in the cartoon are below the age of 18.
In these, he defended the sexualization of underage characters. His actions showed that he was a pedophile and he was confident about it.
No one understands you. I do not like 16-year-olds. I like big boobs. I like big boobs. I like big boobs. The 16-year-old has nothing to do with it.
However, things weren't going to go in Earl's favor. He had been part of the Discord servers of many communities, including Smokey MCs, from which he would eventually be kicked. Smokey would never forget his behavior and started investigating him. He would later join hands with Kiwi Tapes to bring Earl down.
The age of consent in Michigan is 16. Look it up.
Is it really?
Wow, Bowser, you might have just hit the legal loophole lottery.
Is it? Hold on.
Look it up.
Is that actually true?
You see, although Earl was very autistic, it still wasn't an excuse for his behavior online. His lack of respect for women, consent, or personal boundaries led to many internet breakdown moments.
Definitely a villain. Yeah, this is too good.
I see Mr. Bowser so excited he's crying tears of joy.
Even with so much creepy stuff to prove something was wrong with him, no one could really say Earl was a predator and a threat at large. Sure, his taste in anime content was vile, and so was the fact that he found underage girls hot.
17-year-olds are not real. They are cartoons. They are fictional.
I spend almost an hour stroking my while watching Tawawa on a Monday. I am never apologizing for shit ever again. Fuck all of you. Still, up till then, people didn't think he had done anything questionable in real life. Surely he could be ignored.
You cannot hide behind a glass mirror forever, projecting
false accusations and thinking they will have any merit to them when you have zero evidence to support your claim.
Wrong. It turns out he was just as much of a vile man in person with others. People who were investigating him came across a Reddit post titled "The Day My Life Turned Into an Anime," where Earl talked about how he groped a 17-year-old co-worker at the movie theater where they worked. Now, Earl was 28 back then, old enough to know to keep his hands to himself, but that's not what worried the internet. The post and the way it was written almost looked like he was fantasizing about it and how it made him feel special, like an anime character that had their big moment. It really was a sick turn of events.
You assaulted someone, Bowser.
Yes, I did.
Bowser.
Yes, I did.
This is how the post went. Not knowing what was going on in her head or why, as she was walking away, I instinctively swung my arm around and grabbed her shoulder from the back. What happened next to this day I still have no memory of because it happened too darn fast. She turned around faster than lightning. My hand moved from grabbing the back of her shoulder to the front of her chest. And yes, this all happened within the span of 5 seconds. When she stormed off, I was just standing in shock with all my coworkers behind me, and they were all looking at me, and all I could say was, I should not have done that. The internet's reaction was immediate. From being called a disgusting predator to being labeled as a threat to people's safety. No one wanted him to go unpunished. And this included some famous YouTubers as well. Remember when Earl's pedo behavior on the internet brought him into Smokey MC and Kiwi Tape sites? It started with Earl telling a U.S. Army veteran with PTSD to kill himself, and generally picking fights in Smokey's server. The mods started to notice that he was problematic, and he was kicked from the server. Even then, the people investigating him weren't letting that stop them. They followed Earl to every server he joined, collecting evidence of his creep behavior and problematic anime opinions, and left hate comments on whichever video they could. That made Earl Doobie feel backed into a corner.
Betcha if you looked hard enough into Smokey McCrack's history, you could find stuff that he's done that's probably worse than me.
So, what did he do? He countered by accusing Smokey MCC and another popular channel, Cyrax, of content farming and inappropriate behavior with minors.
Caused a lot of trouble.
I've said before, I have evidence from MF Goon that Smokey is colluding with Cyrax and colluding with NBM.
You'd imagine that after pulling a move like this, the white Bowser would retreat a bit and tone down his online presence. But no. To many people's surprise, he tried to collaborate with them. He wanted to feature in their videos, join in on podcasts, make content together, and give analysis on Lolchouse. Yet it backfired massively when his unfiltered opinions started to get him into trouble. Smoke and Kiwi Tapes shared that they had to confront him on Discord multiple times. Earl Dubé would say something inappropriate, roll with it as far as he could, and then backtrack the minute he'd be called out. The confrontations used to be private between Discord mods and server owners, but other people started to pick up on how creepy he was, and matters started to get out of hand. The real problem came up when someone would ask him the simple question, "What kind of NSFW content do you consume?" To which he would reply without hesitation, the names of 2 of his favorite anime, both involving the fetishization of young girls.
Downloaded called Anime vs. Pedophilia, and in it you say that you watch 2 shows called Chihuahua on a Monday and another one called Freezing, and you say that the artist depicts them as 17-year-old girls.
That's for Freezing. That's for Freezing, not...
So let's break things down a little. Here's why the anime titles he mentioned were such a big deal. The first anime he brought up was Freezing. Freezing is a show about Earth being invaded by extraterrestrials in the future, and the only hope of stopping them is genetically modified 17-year-old girls with 4 times the breast size you'd normally see. The show goes out of its way to sexualize women and young girls, all for the pleasure of sickos who watch it. The other anime is what will lead to Earl's downfall later on. It's called Tawawa on Monday, an anime about a high schooler with really big boobs who faces harassment at the hands of a salaryman she becomes friends with and enjoys it. Now this anime has characters who literally look 14 and are hypersexualized like crazy. And Earl? He thinks it's fine because they're just cartoons. Up until now, Earl thought he was getting away with being a pervert, a pedophile, and a bully. Little did he know, Smokey, along with another famous channel, Kiwi Tapes, were planning a takedown. It starts off with Kiwi pretending to be Earl's friend and convincing him to join a series of podcasts and Discord calls. One of them would be 2 high 4 stupid, and the other 110 autism. Kiwi initially made Earl believe it would be a casual conversation where they'd help him clear his name. In reality, though, it was an orchestrated plan to show everyone who he really was. The more he got him to talk, the more it became obvious Earl was indeed a disgusting man.
Yeah, that one. I think, yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
But what was the nature of the post? Because it would seem, I think it was deleted by a moderator.
Yeah, here's the thing. I know I made, so once again, I have the memory of a goldfish. So you're not going to get the true exact answer on what that post was exact. I have the memory of a goldfish. I do. My memory is complete ass when it comes to.
So you don't.
But you have a
remember
110
at all.
IQ. Oh,
Exactly right. But hold on. You gotta let me finish the topic. But I do know this. What I said on our big group.
As one commentator wrote, big props to Kiwi for swallowing his pride and wrangling this pervert and making sure he stayed in the chats. Every new video, every new story felt like another chapter in Earl Dube's rapid downfall from a funny dude with a passion for video editing to a predator online. The more people dug, the worse it got for Earl. More hard evidence on his online creepy behavior. Internet pressure mounted to have him deplatformed. Once, his content had been the reason that people subscribed to his channel. Now, those very pages were where people went to dissect his past and discuss the ugly truth. So when things didn't go his way, he had a very public breakdown. Still, no one in the podcast stopped to let him figure things out. It was allegation on top of allegation of him being a pedophile, that he was showing to minors, and generally being a creep.
So,
And I said yes, there were.
all right.
There are allegations. I'm seeing a lot of that you streamed hentai in this server. What's that about? Did you do this?
Only once.
You can tell that the White Bowser wasn't doing great. Pay attention because this would be important later on, and you'll find out why. Both Kiwi and Smokey grilled Earl to hold him accountable for the accusations against him.
You know, I do not like you. You are a pedophile. You are everything that these people call you. And the fact that they started that you came to me and wanted to start a podcast with me, knowing the kind of shit that I cover, is fucking hilarious.
By this point, Smokey and Kiwi Tapes had almost teamed up to expose Earl Dube in any way they could. The podcasts, documentary releases, Twitch streams, and Discord calls were endless. It's important to know that they really didn't have anything new apart from the already established fact that one, the White Bowser gooned to underage anime girls. 2, he harassed a young girl at his previous job, and outright admitted to it.
More ashamed than ever to hear the truth come out. A truth I never knew. So, no, it turns out that, I'll say it, no, it turns out I grew up with a minor.
And then, he drops another bomb. The girl he harassed at his workplace wasn't the only one he made uncomfortable. Earl was also convinced that her twin sister wanted to date him.
The craziest part is that she was kind of a flat chest. She was like no bigger than a B cup. It was actually her twin sister who got the good genes. But we're gonna stop talking like an asshole.
Whenever he'd talk about it, he'd smugly mention it as if it were something that made him seem hot and desirable to the rest of the guys in the podcast. And the people, they were done with his deluded ego.
It'd be one of those things where it's only surface level, but it seems like the deeper we go and we look at you, the worse it gets. It's like every time, just as people are about to go and forget about you, something way worse comes out. I mean, really, man. Really.
One commenter wrote, him saying that the 17-year-old girl and her twin sister are infatuated with him sent me into tears. When I think of attractive men, I think of a balding late-20s man who groped a woman in a theater and showed to kids. That attempt at blaming minors for his own behavior turned the entire internet against him. From there, every video was spammed with hate comments. The most obvious question was hanging in the air and no one was addressing it. Was he really a predator or just a man suffering from severe autism?
Don, please!
I mean, she's just
Bowser. Well, no, I think. Fellas, I don't mean to exacerbate the wound here.
Away, fucking stop!
Well,
defend yourself.
Guys.
Fucking hell!
Bowser,
Okay.
Bowser, come on.
Go ahead,
Fucking
Kiwi.
hell! Fucking stop!
Bowser.
All of this was enough evidence to claim that Earl was a pedophile who didn't belong on the internet. Still, he kept denying it and said everyone who called him out were bad actors.
Job in life is to coax a person into saying or admitting one thing and then put it on Twitter and ruin their lives.
So what did Kiwi and Smokey do? They made documentaries on him and went into detail about everything he had done, and just how much he was lying to his own fan base.
Actual veteran who was crying about his friends committing, he supported veteran suicide right to his face.
I do not support veterans.
By the time Kiwi's documentary was released, it felt like the nail in the coffin. This was a full-scale investigation into Dubé's past, one that uncovered damning evidence and put his entire career in jeopardy. The documentary's release marked a significant turning point in the story. It didn't just unearth dead rumors. It went deep, showing a history of Adoub's problematic behavior, painting a picture of a man who had consistently taken advantage of minors around him through his platform. All the evidence was laid bare for the world to see in the documentary video.
The kind of shit that I cover is fucking hilarious. And if you think that you're ever gonna talk to me again, or you're gonna get anything out of me, well, you're gonna be waiting for quite a few chihuahuas.
It encouraged people to keep digging more into his real life, and because Earl Dubé was so boastful, he'd end up doxing himself and many people around him.
Lied to me on multiple occasions about her age. And I can't say for certain if she did this because she was infatuated with me or not. You guys might remember.
He went from one of the biggest lolcows on the internet in 2023 to 2024 to becoming a case study in internet cancel culture, with everything from his mental state to his predatory behavior picked apart by the online community. Making a video on the White Bowser meant a quick way to increase your views, so everyone started to give their 2 cents. Beyond Smokey MC and Kiwi tapes, this now included other big names such as Turkey Tom, Nick Nobody, and Underflow. What made the situation worse was that Earl might not have realized just how much of a digital footprint he had, because every piece of evidence needed to prove he was a pedophile was on his very own channels and accounts.
If I own a Discord server with minors in it who I do not prey upon, who I only converse and talk, you guys have to understand something. If you're gonna label someone as a pedophile just because they talk to kids in a private Discord server, that's like labeling any public school teacher as a pedophile in the same way because they're in a classroom with a bunch of kids. You know what I mean?
Yet it did raise a question. If the internet were against you and everyone was looking into your past, why keep such vital information on display? Some thought it was a way to get followers and become viral. He had always envied how much money Cyrax made from his crash outs and maybe tried to do the same.
In here really quick. If this was such an accident, Bowser, why do you have a history of preying on women?
I don't.
Oh, you do, Bowser. In fact, you do. It's actually really well documented. There's a cosplayer. There's the Reddits that you've been ran out of. And let's not forget the girl that you groped. So you clearly have a history where you're going
I fucking don't, you fucking psychopath!
By now, everyone knew who Earl was and what he had allegedly done. It was clear that no one was coming to his defense. Imagine that you're in his shoes, doing what you love on the internet, and suddenly you're at the center of one of the biggest predator hunts online. Everyone's out to get you, popular channels are talking about you, and every message you get is only filled with hate. How would you react?
Not a predator. Bowser, shut up, I am not a predator. Fuck you, I'm 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 not a predator.
Many people would claim they'd never let their actions get them into a situation like this. Earl didn't have that excuse. He knew he was being bullied because of what he had done over the years and for his problematic views on young women. His online persona, full of confidence and condescension, was now cracking, and a few Discord calls were all it took.
I know it may be a little hard for you because you clearly have no hearing comprehension, so I doubt your reading comprehension is great.
I doubt your comprehension in general.
Bowser, you are a child and you can't even make a decent point against me. Bowser,
yeah, okay.
you would
Loser, whatever.
Bowser, you would legally be...
Earl came to his own defense. He claimed that not only are the anime he prefers actually popular, but they're made in a way to sexualize the female characters. He's not the one doing it. The sexualization is already there. And if they were minors, he wasn't aware since it isn't explicitly mentioned. And still, a quick wiki search on a live call would immediately put that claim to rest.
Chat is saying that Chihuahua is 14, I think.
So I want to know the source on that. I seriously want to know the source on that.
I'm sure there's a fandom. I'm sure there's a fandom wiki that has it.
Now everyone watching Earl get exposed really did believe he deserved it. Some of the hate comments against him showed that people were starting to enjoy seeing him dig his own grave.
Okay, I know I hurt her, and I had a lot of really bad thoughts that I just left that.
Dude, watching White Bowser defend himself is so frustrating. It's so insane how high and mighty he thinks he is, despite everyone pointing out that he's a creep. It makes it so much funnier seeing him get trolled so easily. He also tried to claim that his servers have never targeted minors, and anime is a genre many teenagers enjoy, even if it has adult themes. They choose to be part of his servers and they choose to take part in discussions. Young boys have been watching perverted anime for decades. It's nothing new. The internet needed to get over it. His weak arguments didn't convince anyone, the allegations never stopped. That's when Earl slipped up badly, solidifying his fate. In an attempt to clear his name, he messaged his licensed psychiatrist.
Decided to message my licensed professional psychiatrist about the incident. Because, here's the thing, if it is true that I medically have a problem, I will fix it.
He then shared a conversation between him and his psychiatrist asking whether he was a pedophile or not. It got to me. Being labeled as a pedophile because I was sexually attracted to a specific Japanese cartoon about 17-year-old hypersexualized women. And it's not like his sharing the conversation was the worst part. He mentioned the doctor by name and shared the entire chat online. Even the part where the doctor suggested he speak to his therapist about it. It is here that he ended up doxing himself and those closest to him.
The entire message I wrote out to my psychiatrist, Dr. David Guffey. Let's see what his response is. Hey!
This started a trend that would last for quite a few of his rants. He'd break down the psychology of pedophiles and explain why he wasn't one.
Like me, Earl Doobie, you feel afraid, panic, defensive, angry when an accusation is made towards you about being a pedophile. The DS...
Yet it only made people doubt him more. Now, it is common for autistic people to feel cornered and over-explain themselves when they feel judged. This seemed like just that. However, the people were tired of the autism excuse. Every other predator online would somehow have the same justification for themselves, and it had quickly become a pattern.
Bipolar, autistic, and retired, I felt the need to defend myself against these accusations. I should...
Think of Ryan Windridge or Dan Sobel as other big examples. So, even when he wasn't using psychology to explain his side, he'd turn again to victim blaming, saying that he didn't know if the girl was a minor or not, considering their bra size was huge, and that made him think she was an adult.
When women have big boobs, they get sensitive about how the world looks at them, which is understandable. When you're fat, you're sensitive about how the world looks at you.
To be fair, he was the only one who thought his story made sense.
Shit I have had to take on your behalf to even be associated with you, Bowser.
He does have a point. You did get a lot of hate.
I have so many people calling me a chomo.
The comments clearly show that people were not on board with it. This is the first time I've heard a child predator try to use their victim's bra size as proof that they're not underage. I like how Bowser thinks that teenagers who wear KI cup bras don't exist. Either way, that he's still a predator. It just showed that the type of content people consume really shapes their personalities. What could we expect from someone whose go-to anime was heavily based on the harassment and exploitation of teenagers?
I like big boobs. I like big boobs. I like big boobs. The 16-year-old has nothing to do with it. I just like big boobs. Oh my gosh, am I gay?
All this backlash started to take a toll on his mental health, and he just shut himself away from online spaces altogether. He slowly faded into the background while Smokey MXCC and Kiwi Tapes became the authority on exposing predators in the YouTube community. Somewhere in late 2024, the White Bowser's online presence disappeared after claiming that what he did wasn't as serious as everyone made it to be.
I do, huh? I jacked off to anime. Oh my gosh. So somebody put me in.
His socials were gone. His Reddit account was deleted, and his YouTube removed as well. Years of AMV creations and content planning went down the drain after he was exposed as a creep and file. Everyone thought this was the end. And him? He was on a pointing of breaking down.
Not have to deal with your crap, you sick, depraved, degenerate. I'm leaving the studio. I'm leaving.
Now this is where things really start to fall into place. Hardly a year ago, the White Bowser made a comeback, and the red hair and anime influence were long gone. He seemed different, less childish, and very serious with what he had to say. He claimed that the internet was confirming his status as a predator and file over the theater incident. But what if the victim was never a minor?
So, okay, let's just go off the idea, right, that she's not 17. You still groped a girl, right?
It was a mistake, yes.
But you still groped her, though, yes?
Yes.
The internet didn't believe it. Usually some people would give the accused the benefit of the doubt. However, in the White Bowser's case, the allegations had been going on for over 2 years. There wasn't room in their hearts to slow down the hate towards the guy. No one really thought much about it apart from the fact that he was trying to cover up his mistakes and blame the victim.
Crying about his friends committing, he supported veteran suicide right to his face.
I do not support veteran suicide.
Except you said that you...
Earl could very well be sorry for accidentally touching someone. but it's the fact that he doxed the victim, degraded her body, lied about her age, calling it an anime moment, and threatening everyone around him with legal action that makes it hard to believe he's sorry.
By this entire situation with Smokey McCrack or Smokey MCC on YouTube. This morning I went to the police department and filed a witness statement against Smokey's YouTube channel and against the videos Smokey has made of me. I'm done.
Kiwi Tapes would later make another video highlighting how the White Bowser was back, and this time it was for the final time. Even after so much time had passed, the internet was convinced that Earl was the problem, and to some degree, they were right. Still, no one really questioned why Kiwi Tapes and Smokey MZOC were giving interviews to other investigative channels about this incident, and how the narrative kept pushing. Still, Earl's crimes were severe, so maybe it was justified. By late 2024, almost everyone in the Cow YouTube community held the firm belief that whatever would happen next, Earl deserved it. He is implying that molesting groping is acceptable as long as it isn't a minor, which is absolutely disgusting. A blatant disregard for the boundaries of others. I really hope he faces legal action. And speaking of punishment, try to picture how the internet would punish a predator. Now, whatever you thought of what the internet did to Earl was much, much worse.
You can't call the police to my front doorstep on a false call. What's next? You're gonna swat my house? I've fully accepted that soon my house will be swatted under false pretenses next. Then we really can go federal.
They tried reporting him as a predator at every job he had since 2024, and didn't let him have a normal online presence. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. However, this incident would probably haunt him for the rest of his life, no matter how much he tried to move past it. No matter what accomplishments Earl Dubé tried to achieve in his private life, those who knew about his online lore would make it public knowledge that a predator and pedophile deserved nothing. The hate after the Sakaname Awards was just one aspect of how this drama affected his life. AMVs were his hobby. Taking that away from him made sense. Nonetheless, outside the world of anime and YouTube, the White Bowser actually had a functioning life. He was attending an institute program for special individuals in tech fields. He had even been on a podcast to talk about a learning opportunity he received, and when the foundation shared the discussion, the people were quick to react.
A normal guy with a retail store job that you trolls seem so hell-bent on ruining.
Even though the post was 3 years old once the drama had unfolded in real life, new comments came up to expose Earl Dubé for what everyone thought he was, danger to people around him.
And the fact that you lied, you did get fired.
Dude.
Why'd you?
Dude, I went to confession over this entire thing.
Why'd you? No, it doesn't matter. You lied again. You said you only groped her, you barely did anything. Now she's saying you flicked her nipple and shit?
And some of the comments left on that announcement look like this. Diversity jobs. You need to do better than using people like this as examples of success stories, as it looks poorly on your organization, and gives visibility to all the worst examples of humanity. How sickening, clearly, this organization does not thoroughly vet their candidates and should be examined thoroughly for any deviance they may have unwittingly assisted. I would not trust him around children, teens, or anyone vulnerable who might not know better. He's a manipulative narcissist who believes his own lie, that he isn't a scummy predator with a predilection for children.
I apologize to you for being a predator, and that was my mistake for calling you that. I should have never called you a predator. What I should have called you was a predatory groper, a file. There's a lot of...
You'd think it would be just like the reaction to the Sakaname Awards, right? Well, for his real-life opportunities, it was worse. Around a year ago, he got a job as a technology intern and even featured on a podcast about motivation and living life with a disability. The internet simply would not have it. In a way, even when Earl wanted to move on from what had happened, no one would let him. One can only speculate if it was the anger towards him not facing any criminal charges for the theater incident, or the fact that his online downfall wasn't enough to atone for his sick attitude.
Yeah, like, I really don't understand what your end goal is. You want to get me fired from my job? That's not gonna happen. You guys called my job, tried to get me fired.
The last the internet knew of him, he was unemployed and had deleted all his accounts. His downfall is proof that problematic behavior hardly ever goes unpunished. I am still unemployed, but I'm thankfully making money from unemployment checks. This will be the last win the local community gets on me. I have scheduled the last of my social media accounts for deletion. 2 weeks from now, all my Discord data will be destroyed. I cannot post any activity on my LinkedIn account because these people are spying on that social media page. I officially have zero social media presence anywhere on the internet because I cannot trust the internet. 50% of the way I communicate and make friends in the world is gone. I cannot talk online lest being discovered. Real-world interaction is all I have now, and in 2023, with the power of the internet, that is pretty sad. Up until this point, we could all agree Earl had it coming. Yet surprisingly, his image took another turn. Many on the internet began to treat his downfall like a witch trial, with at least 2 people clearly trying to benefit from it. So remember when we mentioned paying attention to how Smokey Maxi and Kiwi tapes were practically leading a witch hunt against White Bowser? Sure, sexualizing minors even when they are 2D is a huge red flag, especially when you are in a place of influence. However, a little more research shows that there was another side to this story. On one of the internet's most infamous lolcow forums, Kiwi Farms, a recent 2025 discussion started to make waves. One user dug through Reddit archives and pulled out the original case report of the incident that happened at the theater between Earl and Kayla, the victim. It is an official document that states her age, and she was clearly not a minor. Although she wasn't underage, what happened was still wrong, yet it raised questions on why the campaign against Earl was so focused on this incident as the basis of his predatory nature. I don't think they went out their way to intentionally turn a nobody into the beacon of being a pet. It's shitty research by a group of people that only know how to copy and paste from the work of others. Some people disagreed, saying this wasn't common information at the time. However, turns out it was. Earl had clearly brought it up during his comeback when he tried to clear his name. It's just that no one seemed to listen to him. At this point, the internet seems divided. On one hand, people claim that whether she was underage or not doesn't take away the obvious evidence of his pedophilic nature from the anime he consumes, which was their main reason for canceling him. On the other hand, it is believed that he was actually used as a cash cow for both Smokey MXC and Kiwi tapes, and the evidence is compelling. It is clear he was one of their cash cows, so I feel like this bit was integral to their grift because otherwise they would have to focus on Laugh Tale, which they flat out refused to touch, even though it is far more damning when it comes to Earl's actions and general character. The forum discussed that during the time the White Bowser situation was unfolding, there were other more problematic pedos on the internet to focus on, yet no one did, because it wouldn't have gotten as many views as this particular scandal did. The user who posted the opinion also added that Smokey and Kiwi kept deleting his comments from all his accounts when he tried to bring it up. It kinda makes me wonder though if people like Cow Wrangler Zippity and their trans group deflated the age to create a distraction. Others couldn't help but agree that something really did seem fishy, yet there wasn't any way to prove it. Was Earl a scapegoat and cash cow for the lolcow community to exploit? Wouldn't this just prove his allegation that the people speaking against him were indeed running a content farm? Especially since the approach was so targeted and well-timed? Sure, they can claim I deleted it, but I will try to repost it again and again to make a point. Nearly 2 years after the Sikanime controversy, Earl exists more like a rumor than a public figure. He's still a meme till this day, and everyone uses his signature catchphrases, but I'm not a Pweedator and they're just cartoons. Ironically whenever it comes up, but outside of that, he is a nobody, cancelled completely out of online space.
Pedophilia is not a joke, but I am certainly not one to support it, and I am certainly not one of it either. I'll say it again. The last girl I asked out was 24 years old, and she didn't say no.
His unique voice became the subject of ridicule when people started using AI generation to cover popular songs and make more meme content. The White Bowser hasn't been around to contest these new developments, yet those who had him cancelled still enjoy popularity on YouTube to this day. The case of Earl's interesting because, even with a complete wipeout of his online content, he can't escape his digital footprint. Every Discord call, every podcast, every Reddit post has been archived to preserve his actions and show people what happens when you think hiding behind a screen makes you untouchable. So that's where the story of the White Bowser ends. A man who built a following off AMVs and anime memes, only to watch it all collapse when the internet turned a spotlight on his behavior. No matter what missteps or biases Smokey Maxi or Kiwi tapes may have had, they did something that mattered. They exposed a predator operating in a space where young people were vulnerable. Their work was messy, sure, but one less creep with a platform is still a step in the right direction. The White Bowser paid for his actions. He's banned from many servers, from Reddit, from even the conventions of the shows he adores so much, and is well deserved. It is a perfect example of communities refusing to look the other way, and about fans holding creators accountable, even when it's uncomfortable. Rest assured, Earl wouldn't be subjecting any more minors to NSFW content or normalizing assault. Still, you can't help but wonder what other predator is out there in the form of your favorite content creator. With the internet and the safety net it provides, you just never know who to trust.
I forgive you. And now, I pass the torch upon all of you. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive me for everything I have done?
On the surface level lies Donovan Mayo.
Good question. Let's find out.
Now the script is very common, the kind you'd expect in anime or character games. On the surface it looks harmless, even silly, but it isn't, because the girl on the other end of the screen is just 14 years old. And for the man, Donovan Mayo, this bizarre routine of roleplay, toy weapons, and underage girls isn't an accident, it's a pattern. But where did it all even begin?
Is that so? I love you all too, who loves me as well. Here, do it heart.
What twisted path turned a grown man into an online predator hiding behind cosplay and plastic swords? And how did Donovan Mayo's roleplays spiral from cringeworthy skits into something far darker and far more dangerous? But the 14-year-old girl was neither the first one nor the last, because Donovan had given his audience quite a lot of red flags from the very beginning, though most of them were quite subtle.
I hope you like what I've done with the place. Nothing's wrong. Everything's just completely right.
Things that wouldn't bug anyone at first sight, but would eventually creep up on you. Now, to understand how Donovan built this twisted persona, we need to go back to the very start of his online journey. Donovan Mayo is a 21-year-old TikTok content creator whose passion for the Minecraft YouTuber Dream quickly became his defining obsession. He didn't just watch Dream, he went on to build a world around him. See, Dream had a private Minecraft server called the Dream SMP, a sprawling narrative universe driven by characters, alliances, betrayals, and dramatic lore. And Donovan became so enamored with the Dream SMP that he decided to recreate it in real life, live action but in DIY fashion. With nothing more than paper plates, tape, and a where there is a will, there's a way attitude, he launched the Donovan Mayo live-action SMP universe. It was messy, quite absurd, but it was entirely his, and that's probably the only thing that mattered to him. He populated that world with characters inspired by the Dream lore, but the one that stands out the most, his signature creation, is a persona called Lost Dream.
Here I come, Dad. You're my next victim. Oh. Brother, how's it going?
Lost Dream is Donovan's own edgy villain character, a walking stereotype of all the angsty anime tropes rolled into one. He wears a makeshift face mask to seem mysterious, carries a plastic sword, wields a Nerf gun, and often behaves like he's got some epic backstory we're missing. In the realm of his live-action SMP, Lost Dream isn't just a side character, he's a centerpiece of chaos, and the Lost Dream character is even documented on fandom wikis. But his live-action content wasn't all Donovan did. He also posted ordinary TikTok content, dancing videos, food reviews, trend participation, and during one of those food reviews, he struck gold, his viral moment that gathered many. In that clip, he eats a sticky bun in a filthy, over-the-top way that sets all the criticisms flying.
I don't know how this song goes. Bon appetit, baby.
That food video wasn't high art. It was raw, messy, and literally gross. But it cemented Donovan's reputation as someone who pushes boundaries and embraces shock value. If we step back and look at the trajectory, Donovan's path has three clear phases. So far, he started out as a fan-turned-creator. Next, he launched his character persona, the Lost Dream, his flagship character. And finally, he gathered the shock and viral growth, with content that didn't stay in the safe zone got more attention.
I wish Dad could see me now. Maybe I should visit Daddy D to let him see the bloodshed I caused in the server.
His fame isn't built on one niche. One day you're watching him reenact Minecraft lore, the next you're watching a messy food video. That oscillation is part of what makes him hard to pin down and easy to criticize. His content draws from anime, cosplay, and gaming communities. He's tried to fuse them together under this persona he's built. But with that fusion comes a risk, because the lines between fantasy and reality are fragile, especially when you begin role-playing extremes, especially when you invite minors into your universe. That background is the soil in which the darker parts of Donovan Mayo's story would grow, tropes turning to obsession, cosplay bleeding into dangerous roleplay, and fantasy morphing into a tool for manipulation. In the earliest days of Donovan Mayo's TikTok journey, he leaned hard into gimmicks. One of his go-to tools was a voice modifier, a digitally deepened voice that according to him made him sound darker, more mysterious, more alpha.
There you are. Come here. Just want to let you know that you did such a good job today. I'm so proud of you. You're such a good girl.
He would record himself saying odd lines in that altered tone, often paired with weird visuals or scenarios, hoping it'd give him an edge. That persona coexisted alongside his live-action Dream SMP universe, food reviews, and dancing videos. But as soon as people caught on, trolls began to swarm. His sticky bun video, which was simply messy, bizarre, and disgusting, pulled in attention. And once people knew who he was, they dug into his content and discovered the Dream SMP roleplay underworld he was building. They saw the over-the-top cosplay, the villain persona Lost Dream, and the anime aesthetic mashed up with toy swords and homemade lore. That mixture screamed easy target to trolls, so they began testing boundaries, sending him prompts, pushing statements, and trying to frustrate him.
Why do people always bring this up on my mention? Listen. Listen. I don't care about the LGBTQ community. People are allowed to date whoever they want, whatever gender they want, however they want. I'm just letting bygones be bygones. But still, stop putting that on my mentions.
One thing they found got under his skin: LGBTQ tags. They would tag Donovan under LGBTQ content even though he publicly insisted he was straight. To him, that was an insult. He saw it as a misconception that needed to be corrected. In his mind, being misread that way threatened his carefully constructed image as a straight, desirable guy who flirts with girls.
Ridiculous. And totally uncalled for.
So when democratic internet users began tagging his videos with pride flags or comments implying he was queer, he erupted. He made videos denying he was gay, stating he didn't want to receive those kinds of messages.
People, stop adding me in gay things I've already seen.
He claimed that sending him LGBTQ content was misinterpreting him. The trolls leaned into this. It created back and forths. They would mock, he would deny.
I am sick and tired of seeing that every single time. It just makes me want to leave TikTok.
He would try to prove his straightness, sometimes by flirting with girls, even ones who might be a little too young. One memorable moment is when a troll asked him to do the roar. Donovan took the bait. He stared into the camera, let loose a dramatic roar, fully committing to the prompt.
Roar, huh? Better?
To viewers, it was hilarious. To him, however, it was performance and defiance rolled into one. Donovan's love for anime and Japanese culture factored deeply into how he communicated. It wasn't just style, it was identity.
Why would you ask me to whimper? I do not whimper. I swear to God, I do not whimper.
He would reference anime repeatedly, mention how much he idolized Japanese culture, and perform little bows after speaking.
That's an easy answer. My answer is a kimono and an openable fan. Those are my only two favorite things. I mean, there is other stuff I like, but I just mostly like it for that in general. I even like their festivals and the cherry blossoms.
His live-action SMP universe itself pulled heavily from anime tropes, masked villains, dual identities, stylized fights, dramatic backstories. He even leaned into the identity fantasy, claiming to feel internally like a Japanese person, talking about wanting to move to Japan, and calling out mispronunciations like mochi or misusing words with a dreamy lens.
Is there something I'm forgetting? The desserts. They are the best. Especially the mochi. Actually, is mochi Japanese? No, I'll look it up later.
Because of this, he built a kind of dual identity on one hand, the Dream SMP creator, roleplayer, Lost Dream, alter ego, on the other an anime lover flirting with girls, battling trolls, and denying anything that threatened his constructed identity. It's in this space, the intersection of fantasy, identity, trolling, and insecurity, where much of his darker behavior emerges.
Triple down dare. I triple down dare you to call your crush. Hey crush, I love you.
Because when your identity is built on performance, criticisms become existential threats. A troll whispering, "You're gay" or "You're weird" can feel like violence. Donovan would respond with creepy TikToks, deep-voiced monologues, flirtatious lines, overdrawn declarations of his straightness. Perhaps he believed these were seductive, perhaps protective. Over time, this performance warped into something more than just content. It became defense. His voice modifier, his DIY persona, his mask and sword, and his insistence on straightness are all tools to push back against misinterpretation or mocking from trolls. By the time the scandal started to emerge, accusations involving minors, roleplays gone wrong, boundary crossing, Donovan's whole identity was already fated to fail.
I always say, if it can't hide the blood, I don't want it on my rug. Well, I just made that up today. The smell of the undead, my fave.
The character had become inseparable from the person. His early TikTok days weren't just a beginning, they were the foundation of the collapse to come.
Here you are, here you are.
Thank you.
Don't think me, think Dagger.
Everything up until this point, Donovan's roleplays, his voice modifier antics, the anime obsession, even the trolls, was only setting the stage, because what came next would take things to a darker, far more disturbing level.
I love a lot of things about Japan. In fact, I'm also a big fan of the Kamen Rider stuff. Speaking of which, I heard they're doing a new Kamen Rider called Kamen Rider Geats.
And it all started when Donovan introduced a new character into his live-action SMP universe. This character was called Phoenix Dream.
SMP welcoming video for Phoenix Dream and her SMP. Enjoy.
Hey brother, they're here now.
Good, send them in.
At first, she seemed like just another addition to Donovan's ever-expanding cast of homemade personas, a way to inject new life into his ongoing roleplay and give Lost Dream someone to bounce off of. On the surface, nothing about it seemed different from his usual antics. Just another mask, another storyline, another layer in his universe.
This is my Merithian Master Blade. I actually forged it out of the Merithian candle. Quite a rare specimen, if you ask me. We actually forge all our weapons into artifacts or from beasts.
She is described as the love interest for the character Lost Dream in the character description for it, but there was one key difference. Phoenix Dream wasn't voiced by Donovan himself. Sometimes she was played by a female friend of his, and as people would later discover, that friend was only 14 years old. Now for obvious reasons, we won't be showing any clips of her voice here, but even when she wasn't there, Donovan had Phoenix Dream's lines represented by plain text boxes on screen, and the way he spoke to the character was deeply unsettling. At first it seemed harmless enough. He simply introduced Phoenix Dream as a new ally or rival, another colorful piece of his eccentric SMP project. But then, as Donovan so often does, he blurred the line between fantasy roleplay and real-world obsession.
So I'm asking you, buddy, where is this Phoenix Dream everyone talks about?
In one particular scene, Donovan's Lost Dream persona makes a proposition. He lays out the terms. He will release everyone without killing them if Phoenix Dream agrees to go on a date with him.
And I want a proposition for you. Go on a date with me, and I'll spare everyone.
That's not edgy storytelling. That's not quirky improv. That's a grown man, 21 years old, role-playing a date scenario with a teenage girl, dressed up as dark villain charm. And this is where Donovan's behavior shifts from embarrassing to predatory. He clearly wanted his audience to see him as this brooding, mysterious figure who could command and seduce his way through any situation. He wanted to play the role of a powerful villain who wins not by force, but by manipulating others, particularly women, into compliance.
Don't play with me, you... Never mind.
But let's strip away the costumes and toy swords for a second. What's actually happening here is a 21-year-old man weaving romantic tension into his scripted universe with someone barely into her teens. That power imbalance isn't just inappropriate, it's exploitative. And that's the core of Donovan Mayo's downfall. His entire online persona thrives on performance, the deep voice, the anime bowing, the edgy alter egos. But when he drags a real, underage girl into those storylines, when the fantasy crosses into reality, it becomes a very real danger. For the kids involved, this started as nothing more than a fun fandom activity, sharing inside jokes, acting out Minecraft-inspired skits, being part of a community. At 13 or 14, you're not thinking about the sinister possibilities. You don't expect the guy on the other side of the screen to twist that innocence into his own power fantasy. But Donovan did. What makes it even more disturbing is how consistent this pattern is in his behavior. Even outside Phoenix Dream, Donovan has always framed himself as the straight, available guy. His whole image is built on trying to prove he's attractive, desirable, manly. He wants young women to see him as someone worth pursuing. everything. So when he suddenly had access to a real teenage collaborator, he pulled that same persona into their interactions. Only now, it wasn't hypothetical, it was personal. And this is where Donovan's world starts to unravel, because unlike his voice-modified flirt TikToks or his mispronounced mochi skits, there's no way to brush this one off as harmless cringe. This wasn't a grown man embarrassing himself with a sticky bun. This was a grown man attempting to insert romantic tension into role plays with a 14-year-old girl. It's predation dressed up as cosplay. To the trolls who had been following Donovan, this was fuel. They clipped, shared, dissected, and mocked these moments, exposing the darker undertones of his SMP project. But beyond the jokes, there was a genuine horror building, because this wasn't satire, this wasn't a parody, this was Donovan, fully committed, fully serious, playing out his villain fantasy with a child.
I'm having fun. Like my handiwork? Whoa! You surely are a feisty one, aren't you?
That's always been the through line with Donovan. At its core, this was no longer just about Donovan being cringe, it was about him being unsafe. And as the timeline moved forward, the Phoenix Dream Saga would mark the beginning of Donovan Mayo's steepest descent. Because after this, the story wasn't just about awkward TikToks or failed roleplays anymore, it was about whether Donovan could be trusted at all. Now, as if those roleplays weren't already suggestive enough, if we rewind just a little bit, the warning signs were always there. Donovan's own trolls had long suspected something was off, and when they started digging, they found that he used to follow a suspiciously large number of creators who were minors. That alone should have raised eyebrows. Because let's be clear, when you're an adult creator, the burden is on you to understand boundaries. Following and interacting with younger fans is already dicey, but role-playing with them, especially in a romantic or flirty manner, that's not just bad optics, it's unacceptable. And Phoenix Dream wasn't some one-off joke or a passing gag. He made her central to his storylines. He kept coming back to her, weaving her into his live-action SMP content over and over again, which makes it impossible for him to pretend he didn't notice, or that it was some kind of harmless accident. As an adult, it should go without saying that you do not blur those lines with minors, yet Donovan leaned right into it, and when the internet saw what was going on, it reacted exactly how you'd expect, with outrage. Because let's be real, the internet has a short fuse for this kind of behavior. Communities may forgive a lot of things, bad takes, cringe content, even messy drama, but when it comes to adults crossing boundaries with minors, that's one line you don't come back from, and Donovan was about to learn that lesson the hard way. Once the clips started circulating, Donovan's comment section turned into a war zone. Every new upload was instantly flooded, not with supportive fans, but with angry critics, haters, and even outsiders who didn't normally follow him, but had caught wind of the controversy. They were all demanding answers, and under that pressure, Donovan finally broke. He caved, and what followed was his attempt at damage control, an apology video that will go down in internet history as one of the worst apology videos ever made. It starts off about as badly as you'd expect. Instead of showing the chat logs on his phone, instead of proving anything, Donovan pulls out a notepad. Yes, a notepad.
In fact, here's one of the messages that I was role-playing with.
He proceeds to read through chat logs he apparently transcribed by hand, which is already bizarre. But the real issue wasn't the medium, it was the content, because the logs he read out loud were damning. One exchange in particular stands out. A minor expresses concern over their age, over being too young, and Donovan's reply is chilling.
Someone was asking, is this secret between us? Maybe people will think I'm too young for you. And in reply I said, it's all secret. Besides, my age is unlisted and unknown.
He reassures them they don't need to worry about getting caught because he keeps his age hidden across all platforms. No one could ever find that out, he says. That line alone destroys his defense, because in the very same apology video, Donovan insists he didn't know these fans were minors.
I was role-playing with minors, but didn't know at the time. I didn't care to ask their age. And this was my fault on my part, being the older one.
He says he never bothered asking ages, but when you're on record responding to someone who literally told you they were too young, the excuse collapses. He contradicts himself within the span of a single video, and then, as if the whole thing couldn't get more surreal, he ends it by doing, well, a dance. Not just any dance, but the thug shaker. Now, nobody really knows if Donovan thought that was serious or if he was trolling his own apology.
This is me doing the thug shaker. To prove that I am truly sorry.
Some have suggested that trolls in his comment sections tricked him, convincing him that the thug shaker was a universal sign of sincerity in apology videos. But whether he was duped or not, the damage was done. The video wasn't just unconvincing, it was disturbing. Instead of clearing his name, it confirmed the worst suspicions. The internet didn't forgive, and the backlash only grew. Eventually, TikTok itself stepped in. Donovan's original account, the one he had built his following on, was banned. That should have been the end of the story. But Donovan wasn't ready to disappear. Almost immediately, he created another account and kept posting. In fact, he's already uploaded not one, but 2 additional apology videos there, neither of which managed to redeem him.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Donovan Mayo. And this is a video to TikTokers who are minors. I saw that in text I may have did some shrewd things. Well, I'm here to tell you now that all of that was just acting.
If anything, they just reinforce the narrative that he doesn't fully understand the seriousness of what he did. So while his name is forever tied to cringe roleplays and a string of disastrous apologies, the bigger takeaway here is that Donovan Mayo became a case study in what not to do.
In fact, I still kind of practice for whenever I try to get a lover. Because the truth is, I've been single all my life. Never even had a single boyfriend or girlfriend. Yet, I've been wanting someone so badly.
He ignored red flags, crossed boundaries, and when held accountable, delivered one of the most surreal non-apologies the internet has ever seen. At the end of the day, Donovan Mayo isn't just another TikTok oddball who made some cringe roleplays and got laughed off the app. It's about how the internet gives anyone a stage, and how easily that stage can be abused.
I've just been acting, just so I can try to make myself feel better. And some of you actually wanted the stuff from me. Some of the stuff that is, well, as some people say, sexy. I just want to say, I'm not that guy for you. If you guys are gonna treat me like I'm some kind of toy to mess around with, or if you think I'll be treating you as a toy, I'm not.
And while it might be tempting to treat him as just another meme, the truth is there's a very real consequence here. Because for every person trolling Donovan in his comments, there were younger fans who genuinely trusted him, who saw him as a fellow fan.
Donovan Mayo, that was the best video I have ever seen. I am taken aback. That was honestly amazing.
The apology fiascos only drove the point home. Instead of accountability, viewers were given contradictions, excuses, and a bizarre dance routine that all but guaranteed his downfall. And yet, the fact that Donovan keeps trying to resurface, making new accounts, putting out more apologies, shows us how hard it is to truly erase someone from the internet once they've built a name, even a notorious one. So what do we take away from this? Maybe it's that platforms like TikTok need stronger safeguards. Maybe it's a reminder that the dynamics between creators and young fans can be dangerous when boundaries aren't respected. Or maybe it's simply this: Donovan Mayo is a cautionary tale, a reminder that once you put yourself out there, the internet never forgets. Because when the curtain falls, all that's left isn't the live-action SMP, or even the deep voice skits. What's left is broken trust and a string of disastrous apologies, with still those who think the internet is just a playground with no rules. Dan Sobel.
As of today, take this thumbs down with you, shove it up your ass, and leave me alone. Turns into a frog, and then the princess, that's me, kisses Hamudia John, and then he turns into a handsome prince, and they live happily ever after. The end. Whoa, 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 whoa. Greg Heffley UTTP, how dare you call me a man-child in the comments in one of my videos? You are grounded, 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 grounded for the rest of your life.
Because I've learned my lesson for using racism. Or else, because I don't want to use that. Or else I might end up beaten up by someone.
Dan Sobel built a name on YouTube for overreacting and creating cringy posts. At first, his videos looked like a person sharing his favorite shows by giving reviews and posting clips of cartoons like My Little Pony and other cartoons. But over time, the harmless fandom chatter gave way to food reviews, angry shouting, and feuds with other creators for calling him out, and bizarre outbursts on viewers' comments that the online community never forgot. Then in one of the strangest turns, another creator named Austin's Father uploaded videos calling Dan out directly. He faced accusations of harassment and was eventually forced to apologize on camera. Not long after, Sobel disappeared from YouTube altogether. Rumors quickly spread that his parents had stepped in and grounded him after the fallout. So how does someone go from cartoon reviews to public takedowns and a sudden disappearance? And where is he now? But before we dive into those questions, there's something we need to understand first. Why did a Sophia the First fan suddenly become controversial? To answer that, we have to look at what set Dan apart from other creators right from the start. So, first off, we all know that YouTube is full of personalities, from the polished pros to the quirky hobbyists, and somewhere in between resides Dan Sobel. If you've been around the YouTube drama circles, you've probably heard his name. Sometimes with admiration, sometimes with eye rolls. Oh no, not again! I still despise Dan Sobel for treating everyone badly. But Dan didn't start out as the drama magnet he is today. In fact, his early YouTube journey was far more innocent, just a passionate kid sharing what he loved.
Hamudi turns into a frog, and then the princess, that's me, kisses Hamudi a jaw, and then he turns into a handsome prince, and they live happily ever after. The end.
Born on January 13th, 1999 in Dix Hills, New York, Dan had a deep fascination with children's shows, particularly My Little Pony, and Sophia the First.
Hey there, everybody. I am Dan, the My Little Pony and Sophia the First fan 1999. And I would like to say, thank you all so much for helping me reach up to 3K subscribers.
While most teens would have quietly outgrown these interests, Dan leaned into them wholeheartedly. He talked about storylines, pointed out what characters did, and shared his opinions as if every detail was important. His videos showed his personality, energetic and outspoken. Sometimes he praised a character, other times he complained about a scene, but his strong emotions always came through. So why did he create channels around these shows? Dan loved these cartoons and wanted to carve out a space where he could talk about them endlessly. It was his way of finding a community, of being seen and heard in conversations where he otherwise might have been ignored. Then in 2019, Dan launched a channel called Dan the My Little Pony and Sophia the First Fan. The name tells you exactly what you're getting: reviews, reactions, and personal takes on his favorite shows. On the surface, it seemed like just another niche channel, but even early on, Dan's personality shone through: loud, passionate, and a little chaotic. You could see hints of what would later define him: energy that borders on craziness.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Blunt honesty about what hurt him.
And don't make any more message videos out of me, because I am through with you. And one more thing, Jordan. I will not be sending you any more video letter segments because of that.
And the way he would make call-out videos on other creators. Moreover, from the very beginning, Dan didn't only post videos and wait for people to watch, but dove headfirst into the community.
I do not want to see another message or an other type of video from you. So if I see any uploaded, I will get very mad at you. Even more.
Sometimes he was helpful and friendly, but other times he came off as pushy or intense.
Also, for what I've learned about what you thought about me telling people to shove middle fingers up their private areas, for what I've learned about it, well, it is disgusting and it makes you sick.
And if someone even mistakenly disagreed with him, Dan rarely let it slide quietly. That unpredicted and sometimes hilarious takes amazed his viewers, which kept them coming back.
First of all, you do not ever bring up my past about what I did 3 years ago. And when it's in the past, it's in the past. And people needs to start moving forward in life.
But this wasn't the only thing that got him attention. As Dan's channel slowly gained traction, so did the number of people he clashed with.
As of today, take this thumbs down with you, shove it up your ass, and leave me alone. As of 3 years ago, f you, and get out of here.
Some arguments were more personal, caused by misunderstandings or small disagreements. One clear example involved a creator named Savage Gamer, 1998.
Hey there guys, it's Dan Sobel here. This is an angry message to Savage Gamer 1998. Dude, why in the names of God did you make a commentary video out of me?
Savage Gamer made a video analyzing and criticizing Dan's general content and style, and Dan fired back with a fiery response video, defending himself while questioning Savage Gamer's motives. He asked him what gave him the right to question his style and make a whole commentary video on it.
Dude, why in the names of God did you make a commentary video out of me?
Just because I hated Zoe the drawing cat. How dare you? Why did you do that sort of thing? Guess what? Guess what, Savage Gamer 1998? I just reported you just because you bashed my opinion on Zoe the drawing cat. So you just got reported already.
The dispute played out in public, giving the audience front row seats to the drama. However, Dan's early interactions with other creators weren't just about video responses either. He also had a habit of sending unsolicited messages. Some were innocent, like sharing thoughts or fan compliments.
Ben Lamontia, I'm upset because of Mark Taylor.
But many were complaints, critiques, or venting about perceived offenses. He would start recording and share everything he found false about a particular comment or response, like in this clip.
This is an angry message to the All the Dogs Go to Heaven fan. The All the Dogs Go to Heaven fan, I got something to say to you, bro. Why the f did you force me to take criticism by making commentary videos out of me?
Occasionally these messages were made public either by Dan himself or by their recipients, which only made him get more views. And to Dan, it was just how he engaged with his world. This mix of passion, confrontation, and oversharing made Dan stand out. Some viewers loved him for his raw honesty and boundless energy. They found him entertaining, relatable, and refreshingly blunt. That split in audience perception would become a recurring theme throughout his career. Fans adored him, critics rolled their eyes. I still like Dan Sobel. Dan Sobel and Ben Lamontia are big crybabies, and everyone watched, intrigued to see what he would do next. Interestingly, a lot of this early drama wasn't necessarily planned. Dan was still figuring out how to navigate online communities. The result was a reputation that grew faster than his subscriber count. People began to associate his name with drama, even if the incidents themselves were relatively minor.
And I would like to say, thank you all so much for helping me reach up to 3K subscribers. I really appreciate all the love and support. So, thank you all for helping me reach up to 3K subscribers. I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Moreover, there's also a certain pattern that emerges from these early conflicts. Disagreement leads to public response, and thus attention.
You made a terrible video out of Andy Ho. That is unacceptable. You made a commentary video out of Andy Ho? What's wrong with you today? What are you thinking?
This formula became a defining part of Dan's presence on YouTube. While it frustrated some viewers, it also made him memorable. Because in a platform crowded with creators, being remembered, even for controversy, is often better than being invisible. Moreover, by the time Dan moved beyond his niche fandom content, these early patterns had already set the stage for bigger controversies. Fans and critics alike had learned what to expect: passionate videos, unfiltered opinions, and public disputes. Whether you loved him or hated him, you knew Dan Sobel would never quietly let things slide.
And if you're still friends with Allie Wilson, you can tell your friend Allie Wilson, I am going to drink her piss. And since Charlie Janis is a minor, I'm gonna have to tell him to shove that middle finger up his private.
However, the situation worsened when that intensity was on full display in one of his most memorable rants. He explained, in a voice already strained with frustration, that vocals like Davin Osborne and Jose Crespin had exposed him on Google Meets about his outbursts and daily content, blocked him on Facebook Messenger, and accused him of crossing lines he swore he hadn't crossed.
Okay, everyone. I am making this very serious video because I am starting to get very angry, and it's making me want to rage my voice right now. Because I have 3 opinion changes. I now hate Vinny the social media guy, Devin Osborne, Jose Crespin, and Lance White.
As the minutes went on, his tone only escalated. He repeated again and again that he hadn't insulted anyone, that his jokes were misunderstood, and that he was tired of being accused of things he didn't do.
They exposed me on the Google Meets, and they also blocked me on Facebook Messenger, and they also thinks I was taking jokes that are very mean and very harshful, which I did not even mean to take a joke like that. And Devin Osborne thinks I was insulting Maddie Nelson, which I didn't even do so!
His anger built into a storm, his voice rising as he announced goodbye after goodbye, repeating that he never wanted to see them again.
So Devin Osborne, Jose Crespin, Lance White, and Vinny the social media guy, if you guys are watching this, what the f is your problem? What the f is wrong with you, Vinny? Devin Osborne, Jose Crespin, and Lance! Are you f***ing wrong with you?
What's undeniable is that this outburst highlighted both sides of Dan Sobel's persona, a creator who wore his emotions openly, but also someone whose inability to de-escalate turned minor disputes into viral drama.
You know what, Vinny? You're a monster. And Devin, you're fat. Jose Crespin, you're a bitch. And Lance, you need to go f yourself because I am severely done with you all! I am done with you! You made me very angry! You made me very angry and made me want to freak out!
So by the mid-2020s, Dan Sobel wasn't just a fan content creator anymore. He was a figure who sparked discussions, arguments, and debates across the community. His name became a shorthand for drama, unpredictability, and the kind of over-the-top energy that made him impossible to ignore. And while not every moment from these early years was dramatic, the pattern was clear. Dan Sobel had a way of turning even small situations into public spectacles, keeping viewers engaged, critics frustrated, and the internet watching. One of the major examples of this came in his interactions with fellow YouTuber Jordan Bowens.
This is a response message for Jordan Bowens. Just don't make any videos out of me, and don't ever make a commentary video about me, and don't make any more message videos out of me, because I am through with you. And one more thing, Jordan, I will not be sending you any more video letter segments because of that.
At first it was just friendly banter, a few comments here and there, but as often happens in YouTube circles, small disagreements can escalate quickly, especially when personalities are strong.
You would not do shit to me. I swear you wouldn't do shit to me, bro. In real life, you touch me, I swear, bro. If you ever touch me, bro, in the wrong way, I swear to God, bro, I'm beating the shit. I'm knocking you the f out. You're weak as f. You take steroids, okay?
Dan and Jordan had been close friends for years, but things took a sharp turn when Jordan suddenly decided to call him out. Dan wasn't the type to forgive and forget, and the breaking point came when Jordan went public on social media, accusing Dan of being rude to him and his friends. For Dan, it became a big deal. Instead of letting it go, he took to his own channel and social platforms to share his disappointment and anger. In his videos, he expressed genuine frustration, detailing how he felt betrayed and hurt that his friend would make a whole video about past trivial things. However, whatever Dan might say, Jordan never backed out and detailed everything from Dan's crazy gestures to his weird behavior.
Hello everyone, this is Jordan's Media Corner 2000 here, and let me tell you the truth about Dan Sobel. Number 1, back in September 2022, he screamed in front of my friends.
And here's the thing. The video wasn't just about being called out or getting blocked by Jordan. It was about the emotions behind it. Hurt feelings, perceived slights, and the sense that online interactions mattered in a way that sometimes felt bigger than life.
That's what people are supposed to do. Because you know this is God's country, Jordan. And also, Jordan, you had to block me on YouTube and Messenger? Just for bringing up my past about what I did back in 2022? Seriously, Jordan?
Once the video went live, reactions poured in. Fans of Dan were sympathetic. They praised him for being honest with his feelings, for standing up for himself, and for not pretending that the block didn't bother him. Some critics even poked fun at the emotional intensity of the response, dubbing it classic Dan Sobel drama. One wrote, Dan Sobel's a heartless monster, but that wasn't the end. The public airing of the dispute triggered even more engagement. The block became less about the action itself and more about what it symbolized. A clash of personalities, a lesson in digital etiquette, and, for many, a source of entertainment. Here, Dan's choice to go public wasn't unusual for him. But the Bowen situation stood out because it was one of the first times his disputes reached beyond his small circle and gained wider attention.
He cusses and swears and pulls his middle finger to my friends for no reason at all.
Audience reactions were mixed. Some viewers enjoyed seeing someone call it like it is. They liked that Dan wasn't afraid to show frustration or hurt feelings, but others saw it as unnecessary drama and started questioning his behavior more openly. A person commented, "I never liked Dan Sobel to begin with." This incident also revealed another layer of Dan's approach. He didn't just react, he engaged strategically. By posting a video, he ensured the impact was what he wanted, which was gaining as many views as possible. He framed the story as my side of what happened, making it both personal and public.
And the real reason why I screamed is because it was all because of the guy named Devin Osborne. It should be Devin Osborne's fault not mine.
The Bowens dispute wasn't just about hurt feelings. It was bigger than that. It became a lesson in online dynamics. And for the wider community, it was the first real look at the drama-filled personality Dan Sobel would soon be known for.
I hope you even close down your YouTube for cyberbullying my friend Roy PERPZ.
This consistent pattern became central to his online identity. He didn't shy away from confrontation. He leaned into it, ensuring every dispute generated content, engagement, and visibility. Social media blocks, messages, and public callouts intensified the drama, and fans learned to expect it. But that wasn't the only thing that stuck to his identity. Over time, the community began to label him in ways that stung: immature, childish, or in harsher corners of the internet, a man-child. And once a label like that sticks, it can be hard to shake. Soon, clips of his reactions started circulating across forums and YouTube compilations, short, punchy snippets highlighting his most exaggerated moments. And that's where the mockery really kicked in. Each clip emphasized what the critics wanted to see: someone taking themselves too seriously, overreacting, or simply being too much.
Hey! Woo-hoo-hoo!
What made this particularly biting was the speed at which these clips spread. Social media platforms amplified them, drawing in people who had never seen Dan's original videos. For new audiences, the first impression wasn't a thoughtful review of a show. It was a highlight reel of someone losing their cool. And when that first impression hits hard, it shapes perceptions in a way that's hard to reverse. The man-child label followed him like a shadow. It became shorthand in the community for immaturity, poor judgment, or just being too reactive. For some, it meant that no matter what Dan did, he couldn't fully escape criticism. Yet this phase of mockery also highlighted an important truth about internet fame. Engagement matters more than approval. Every clip, every meme, every sarcastic reaction brought more eyes to Dan's content. His subscriber count grew. His videos were watched more often. And ironically, the online teasing kept him relevant. The ridicule didn't destroy his channel, it fueled it, creating a feedback loop where drama and attention fed each other.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Greg Heffley UTTP! How dare you call me a man-child in the comments in one of my videos? You are grounded, 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 grounded for the rest of your life.
By the time this wave of mockery peaked, Dan Sobel had firmly established himself as a personality impossible to ignore. Some loved him, some mocked him, and some did a little both. But everyone was watching. And here's the kicker. The same energy that earned him the man-child label also ensured he would never be forgotten. That reputation, awkward and sometimes cringeworthy, became part of his brand, a stepping stone toward the even bigger controversies and public disputes that were still to come. Just when you thought Dan Sobel's online persona couldn't get any more unpredictable, the infamous Google Meets incident hit, and it sent shockwaves through the community. It was one of those moments that instantly spread like wildfire, the kind of story people couldn't ignore even if they wanted to. The controversy began innocently enough, or at least as innocently as things ever start in Dan's world. During a Google Meet session, Dan allegedly exposed himself on camera. Clips of the incident circulated quickly, shared on forums, social media, and even by other YouTubers. Within hours, it felt like everyone online was talking about it.
Hi, I'm Hamudia John, and I want to go out in public.
What made the situation so intense wasn't just the act itself, it was the context. Dan already had a reputation for crazier behavior and drama. The man-child label, the public disputes, and the exaggerated reactions in his videos all set the stage. When news of the Google Meets incident broke, it wasn't seen as a single lapse. It was interpreted as part of a larger pattern. Critics claimed it was reckless and attention-seeking. Fans argued it was a mistake blown way out of proportion. People were horrified by the incident, citing it as evidence of immaturity or poor judgment. Many felt that the act of coming online crossed a line. Dan Sobel is bad news, other one says. Dan Sobel is so gross that he needs to be sent to prison for exposing himself in front of minors 2 times. Interestingly, this controversy revealed a consistent pattern in Dan's online life. Every public misstep becomes a form of content. Videos responding to the incident, discussions with followers, and posts clarifying his side all fed into a cycle of engagement.
And from now on, since Hamudia Jam is a dead topic, I am no longer roasting him anymore, since he's old news to me at the point.
The incident also had long-term effects on his reputation. Critics used it to reinforce the man-child and lolcow labels, while fans began to see him as someone who constantly teetered on the edge between controversial and entertaining. Google Meet's incident demonstrated how Dan Sobel's persona, which had been building quietly through early disputes and mockery, could escalate into a major controversy almost overnight. It also highlighted a key aspect of his online presence, the ability to turn even mistakes into engagement, debate, and discussion. Another chapter in Dan Sobel's turbulent online history came when he waded into territory that carried far heavier consequences: racist comments and political rants.
Donald Trump just got fired from the White House, which means he's no longer the president anymore. And what I recently heard from Ben LaMancha saying that Donald Trump got arrested. Why he got arrested, you may ask? Well, it's because of his racism. So yeah, Donald Trump got arrested for racism. That is why he got fired from the president job. So that means I am starting to lose my interest on Donald Trump.
Layered on top of this, Dan occasionally threw himself into political commentary. His delivery was heated, blunt, and often polarizing, and he rashly discussed Trump often. Instead of sparking thoughtful debate, his remarks fueled further controversy, drawing pushback from viewers who felt his insensitive words on racism crossed lines that couldn't be ignored. The backlash eventually reached a point where Dan attempted to contain the firestorm. He uploaded an apology video, speaking directly to the camera in a noticeably calmer tone.
And also, the most important thing that I've learned is that telling the truth is way better than lying, and it would set me free.
He admitted his earlier comments were wrong, insisted he hadn't meant harm, and asked for forgiveness. While the sincerity of that apology was debated, the video marked one of the few times Dan publicly acknowledged missteps, evidence of how deeply the controversy had shaken his channel and his reputation.
And I've learned that racism can get you in trouble. And I am never going to be using racism anymore. Ever since that was back in 2021. Because I've learned my lesson for using racism. Or else, because I don't want to use that. Or else I might end up beaten up by someone.
By the time 2024 rolled around, Dan Sobel had already weathered countless controversies. However, what would ultimately become his final and most decisive downfall came through a bitter dispute with another community member named Austin, with whom Dan had been fighting over content. The breaking point arrived when Austin's father himself stepped into the spotlight. In a video uploaded directly to address Dan, he delivered a stern, measured message that cut straight through the noise. With an air of authority, he warned Dan that if the harassment about his content and threats continued, the authorities would be contacted.
Hi, I'm Austin's father, and I have a message for Dan Sobel. First of all, I've been made to understand that you have been harassing and also bashing my son, Austin. I do not appreciate that.
He reminded viewers, and Dan directly, that this wasn't an idle threat, but something he had enforced before to protect his son.
First of all, you are not in a position to be telling people who to like, what to do, or how to do things. Okay? Let's get one thing straight. You are not someone else's boss. And opinion bashing and threatening to call the police on other people, unless you have a real good legal ground to do that, you have nothing. So basically, I want you to knock that stuff off now.
This was only the first of 2 videos Austin's father uploaded, both reiterating the same point. Dan needed to stop harassing his son, stop trying to control the conversation, and stop escalating arguments into threats.
At the end of that first video, I also gave you a warning. I said that if I needed to, I would contact the authorities and make a report about your online behavior where you're harassing people and doing all sorts of other inappropriate things. You were sent a notification about that video. I know this. So either you chose to completely ignore it, ignore the notification, or you watched that video and chose to ignore my message.
The fact that a parent had to step in and publicly record these warnings was shocking in itself. It wasn't just another creator feud anymore. It had crossed into the realm of real-world parental intervention and potential legal consequences. Dan was accused of harassing him and giving death threats. For Dan Sobel, the fallout was immediate and severe. Reports spread that his parents, already weary of his repeated controversies, grounded him following the incident.
Dan Sobel, the one and only man-child, got grounded by his parents and got in trouble by the cops, from what I heard. Because Austin Lee's dad told him in 2 videos that he first gave him a warning, and then secondly, he's like, alright, that's it. I'm sending the authorities to your house.
Unlike earlier dramas in which Dan often leaned into with more rants and fiery responses, this time there was silence. One wrote, "Such a supportive father. You tell him Austin's father, he is not getting away with this time." The grounding seemed to cut him off from uploading, FaceTiming other creators, or keeping up his steady stream of videos. The once constant presence on YouTube and social media suddenly disappeared. To the community, it felt like the curtain had come down on Dan's online saga. Fans and critics alike speculated about whether he would ever return. I haven't had any interaction from Dan, but I do know what he's done. I'm sorry you have to go through this. Your dad looks very mad knowing Dan didn't listen to your first message from him. Hope he sees this and stops talking to people like trash. Nice job, Austin's father, and yeah, I feel bad for those people who got affected by Dan's online actions. But the combination of Austin's father's direct warnings and the parental grounding suggested this was the end of the road. For someone whose brand was built on visibility, outbursts, and relentless drama, vanishing from the internet marked a dramatic and unexpected result. However, even after a long period of silence, Dan Sobel never stayed gone for long. His YouTube comebacks were always dramatic, often framed as fresh starts or new chapters. Each return began with public statements explaining his absence, promising more focused content or teasing collaborations. Fans who had followed him from the beginning were eager, while critics approached with skepticism, anticipating the drama that seemed to follow him like a shadow. From the first day back, community reactions were split. Longtime supporters welcomed him, commenting on the energy, nostalgia, and personality that made his earlier videos memorable. Others, however, were quick to point out that past patterns, rants, overreactions, and disputes were likely to re-emerge. Every upload, comment, or a social media post was scrutinized for signs of repeated behavior. Of course he comes back! Bad people like him always comes back and never learn from their lesson from their mistakes, and YouTube thinks it's okay behavior for them when it's not. This creep, Dan Sobel, never learns. During these return periods, new controversies inevitably arose. One comeback video sparked debate over Dan's critiques of trending channels, drawing parallels to past disputes with reaction creators like Gamer and Bowen. Dan Sobel will never learn his lesson, does he? Put down the camera and start using that stuff in the background, buddy. The cycle was familiar. Small gestures or opinions escalated into full-blown community discussions, ensuring that even brief comebacks became events in themselves. Dan's approach to returning reflected a clear pattern. Visibility mattered more than silence. Each attempt, while fraught with criticism, kept him relevant. Yet the intensity of attention, both supportive and critical, showed that the community never truly forgave or forgot past drama. Every comeback was both a chance to rebuild and a reminder of the reputation that had grown around him over the years. Ultimately, his returns highlighted the double-edged nature of controversy. While they reignited engagement with his fans, they also reminded viewers why skepticism and criticism were ingrained in his online narrative. Every step forward came with the weight of past behavior and angry, controversial content, making each comeback a balancing act between new content and the drama that had defined much of his career. If he is back, do you think I will lose my hatred on him after stuff he has done? No. One of the first big shifts came when Dan dived into food reviews.
Today's taste test review, we're going to be reviewing the limited edition Chips Ahoy Chewy Hershey's S'mores.
They weren't polished productions or with fancy lighting or editing tricks. You'd often just see Dan sitting in a casual setting trying a snack, a meal, or fast food item, and giving his honest, sometimes unfiltered opinion. That rawness is exactly what made them stand out. While bigger food channels chased high production quality, Dan's charm came from his simplicity. He'd take a bite, react immediately, and speak his mind without worrying about presentation.
So the thing I just got from the folks over at Buffalo Wild Wings is honey garlic and honey sriracha.
For some viewers it was refreshing, for others it became another piece of internet humor. Either way, his food reviews added a new dimension to his channel, showing that his interests weren't limited to cartoons and reactions. Not long after, Dan tried his hand at Hollywood Reports, short commentary-style videos where he'd talk about entertainment news, celebrity stories, or major events in the industry.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Hollywood Reports. Today, we're going to be talking about Kelly Clarkson's ex-husband, named Brandon Blackstock.
He didn't present himself as a gossip insider, but more like an everyday fan who wanted to share his perspective. These videos often had a casual, conversational tone, like he was just chatting with friends about the latest movie or a headline-grabbing story that was catching people's attention. The combination of food reviews, collaborations, and Hollywood reports widened his audience. People who had no connection to My Little Pony or Sophia the First could still stumble across his takes on a new burger release or a duet. Of course, reactions were mixed. Some appreciated the variety, while others saw it as Dan stretching himself thin, chasing trends, or lacking a clear direction. I don't like this cringe video because I dislike it. But whether viewers tuned in to genuinely hear his thoughts, or just to see what he'd say next, the effect was the same. He kept people talking. Beyond rants and solo uploads, Dan Sobel also reached out to other local creators, often collaborating in ways that felt casual and unpolished. He frequently FaceTimed with fellow YouTubers and recorded those interactions, turning private conversations into public content. Sometimes these calls were lighthearted, with Dan chatting about shows, movies, or everyday life, while other times they leaned into the dramatic, with him addressing disputes or hashing out disagreements live. These moments gave audiences a glimpse of Dan in a different light. More conversational, more reactive, and sometimes more vulnerable. Whether it was laughing with allies or debating with rivals, his willingness to connect directly with others kept his content unpredictable and fueled the ever-changing narrative around him. These later ventures showed another side of Dan Sobel, someone willing to experiment and push into new territory, even if it didn't always land smoothly. From fandom reviews to fast food reactions to Hollywood hot takes, Dan made it clear that he wasn't confined to one lane, and he tried to be better than before. For better or worse, he wanted to be part of as many conversations as possible, and some people supported him. Anyway, Dan refused to settle down, and that determination carried him forward, even when setbacks piled up. Hi Daniel, great job giving us a report. Thank you. As of now, Dan Sobel's YouTube account was officially closed. Even though it exists, it doesn't follow any more uploads because now he is trying to rebrand on TikTok. Love him or criticize him, one thing is undeniable. He left the community among discussions, memes, and analysis of creators' behavior for years to come. Barry Thibodeau.
Oh my god, yes, I'm getting Cam and Mitchell vibes in here, slay gals. Oh my god, yes, I'm getting Cam and Mitchell vibes in here, slay gals.
But he becomes more irritating when he acts like a 5-year-old child.
No, Austin McBroom, you can't take a Snapchat of me.
Surprisingly, he is known for his weird dance moves.
Uh-oh, I feel something. Oh no, I gotta go before I make an oopsie. Bye, queens.
Creepy smiles that make people uncomfortable.
And makes strange sounds, noises that are only understood by him, and him alone.
Duh.
Even accusing minors of causing the miscarriage of his imaginary wife.
Leave me the freak alone, Leah. Thanks for making my wife miscarry.
With all this bizarre behavior, people are now scared to even look at Barry's content. I got freaked out even opening the picture. I'm laying in the dark and don't have the balls to check out the page right now.
They don't want him to notice them. I'm too scared to go check, in case TikTok thinks I like it and sends me because you watched him notifications every time he posts a video.
And the fear is actually real. People are running from his page, blocking him, hiding from him, doing anything to avoid his gaze.
Their comments say it all. I had to block him because I accidentally liked some of his videos and looked at his account too many times. I started overthinking that he might see those notifications and come after me.
And now, with all of these creepy, unhinged, and downright disturbing behaviors, here's a rundown of the life of the creepiest person on the internet.
You ladies are right.
When you look at Barry Thibodeau's online presence, you'll find a man with a creepy personality hiding underneath. However, just by looking at Barry's Instagram or TikTok channel, he might even make you fall in love with him at first.
This is because Barry posts a lot of videos where he just stares into the camera and gives a simple, weird smile.
And with something as simple as what you just saw, a viewer might even have sympathy for Barry. Surprisingly, this style of video is roughly 50% of his content.
But make no mistake, behind that smiling face lies something darker, a man who is no less than or worse than a psychopath.
You see, when other creators post something confusing, especially a video that leaves their viewers shocked, they usually explain themselves. They go into the comments and clear things up. They say something to let people know what's going on.
But with Barry, it is entirely different. Barry completely ignored the comments, and for the one comment he actually replied to, he just said, "It's all good."
That's it. No real explanation, no context. Just a vague response like everything's fine.
Then what Barry does next becomes unbelievable.
In another one of Barry's videos, he sticks to his usual style, but this time it's even creepier, because he's dancing shirtless.
Got a brown skin nigga with dreads, and a black ass nigga with white. He gon' drop that net.
And now, it will surprise you to know that this creepy attitude does not end there. Barry took things even further when he posted a video featuring a 61-year-old man named Kenneth Lee Anderson.
Because I'm a virgin doesn't mean that I don't know about men and women's bodies. I took anatomy in school. I know the gist of it all.
Now, while the post might look harmless to some, Barry's intention was clear. He was shaming this man just because he claimed to be a virgin at the age of 61. And he didn't stop at that one post. Barry went on to make even more videos about him, likely mocking his appearance, Kenneth's bare hair, or even the way he speaks.
A friend forever, the Lord is Lord of them. And a friend will not say never, the welcome will not end.
But here's the thing. If Barry is out here shaming people for their hair, let's be honest, his own is worse.
Now, to understand how annoying this is, this guy that Barry is trolling is a sick pastor who is just managing his life, and here Barry is trolling him.
This ball, as you call it, below my waistline, or is my waistline, it's my belly. It's my belly. You can call it a ball, but it's a belly.
And it still doesn't stop there. Barry didn't just shame this man, he also targeted another man named Frankie McDonald.
And the same Kenneth again, this time mocking them for the weird noises they made.
Give me a beat.
Hey everyone, let's do a massive tornado siren.
And this is where the irony hits hard. Barry has also posted videos of himself making even more disturbing sounds.
Wee! Beat that kid! Wee! Beat that kid! Beat that kid! Wee! 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 Beat that kid!
Now just imagine this for a second. A man who does women's makeup,
Honka, honka, I'm the Joker.
makes unsettling, strange noises while pretending to be a baby.
Then the same guy has the nerve to shame other people for doing even a fraction of what he does. That's not just creepy anymore, that's pure hypocrisy. Barry's behavior has gone from weird to disturbing to downright mean. He mocks people for their age, hair, voice, and mannerisms. Meanwhile, he turns around and does those same exact things 10 times worse. So the question is, what exactly is Barry trying to prove?
Another disturbing aspect of Barry's content is how much he cries for pity. However, he doesn't do this with words. Instead, he does it with his videos. In one particularly surprising post, Barry was seen wearing hospital clothes, looking completely sick and helpless.
At first glance, someone might be tempted to feel sorry for him. However, to truly understand what's going on, we need to examine what Barry does after this post.
After that, Barry begins acting like someone with dementia.
He begins to dance around like a child and even behaves like one.
Yippee, yippee, yippee. It's my birthday. I'm 19 today. I feel like a whole new man. Heck yeah. Y'all, I'm so happy. I'm 19. I finally have a hand job. I'm a hand worker. Who wants to test my job on them?
Sometimes he'll just stand there, staring into the camera with a blank expression, looking completely serious, as if he had forgotten he was filming in the first place. Maybe trying to show some kind of memory loss.
So now we see the pattern. Barry does creepy things online, then suddenly flips the switch and starts acting sick, almost as if he's begging his audience to feel bad for him. Now let's not rule out the possibility that Barry might actually be sick. If he is, then sure, he deserves care and compassion like everyone else. But if you're sick, the normal thing to do is to stay in the hospital and get better, not get on social media and start scaring people with disturbing behavior.
And here comes the funny part. Some people might compare Barry to Cabby Lame.
And when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Both of them just stare into the camera with no words and a strange little smile.
But here's the major difference. Cabby is funny, harmless. Clean Barry, on the other hand, is on a whole different level. While Cabby's content makes people laugh, Barry's content creeps people out. Cabby Lame just stares. Barry stares, and becomes a full-blown internet creep.
And yet, despite all the strange and disturbing behavior, Barry still goes on Instagram, begging people to follow him on TikTok.
But the real question is this. What exactly does Barry want to show the people who follow him? Is he inviting them to see more of his creepy behavior? Or is his goal to entertain or scare? To me, it's not creativity, art, or entertainment. What he's offering is something darker, something unsettling.
Barry's videos feel less like entertainment and more like manipulation in its highest form. He doesn't build a connection with his viewers. He doesn't try to uplift or inspire. Instead, he lurks behind weird smiles, bizarre behavior, and disturbing energy, pulling people in just to push them past their comfort zone.
At this point, I would have loved to tell you that this is the end of it, but unfortunately, it gets worse with his live stream.
One thing you need to know about Barry Thiduo is that every one of his creepy moves always starts in a calm and harmless way. He knows how to ease people in, then slowly reveal the weird side of him. And this exact pattern played out during one of his recorded live streams with a YouTuber named Linda Binda.
The live started like a regular chill session. Barry had been trying to get in touch with Linda for a while, and for reasons only known to him, he finally got his chance.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing good. I love your glasses.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
People were saying that you wanted to meet me.
Yeah, one of my friends told me to join your live, you know?
At first, Linda was just trying to figure out who she was talking to. She asked typical questions, such as what kind of work Barry does, and engaged in normal, basic conversations to establish a rapport.
Yeah.
What do you do for work? Do you have a job?
No, I don't have a job. I do financial trading. I have my own financial account. So I'm like a day trader. So I buy and sell U.S. stock market, on my computer, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I just watch the price of the stock market go up and down.
But not long into the conversation, Barry switched lanes completely. He suddenly claimed that he was friends with Joe Biden.
Someone keeps on asking me to ask you about Joe Biden.
Oh, Joe Biden. What about him?
They said that you're friends with him.
Yeah, I am friends with Joe Biden. That's true.
How did you meet him?
I met him through some friends. I got some friends that are very close to Joe Biden. Biden was on my TikTok live earlier today for a short time.
Oh my gosh, well...
Yes, you heard that right. Out of nowhere, Barry started telling Linda that he personally knew the President of the United States, and he was on his own TikTok live. And just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, Barry dropped another surprise. He said he had a girlfriend and a child.
Yeah, I have a girlfriend. I do have a girlfriend. I have a child too. A child and a girlfriend.
Oh my gosh.
Based on our research, please note that we have never seen the supposed girlfriend or child in any of his videos, as Barry randomly claimed. So, following this shocking claim, clearly Linda asks more questions to follow up.
What's your girlfriend's name? It doesn't happen to be Shiratora, is it?
No, it's Kate. Kate's her name. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. How old's your girlfriend?
She's 19.
Oh, okay.
19.
That's so
Yeah.
cool. You know, is she going to college right now?
Yeah, she goes to, I think she goes to Yale University. She's at Yale
Wow, so you
University.
got yourself a smart one.
Yeah, she's very smart.
Now let's pause for a second and really think about this. Barry, who clearly looks like a grown older man, claimed that his girlfriend is 19 years old. And not just that alone, she attends Yale University. According to research from various globally recognized university ranking bodies, Yale University is among the top 20 best universities worldwide.
So Barry is dating a girl young enough to be his daughter, and not only that, smart enough to attend a world-renowned university. Something seems wrong with Barry.
And here's the part that threw people off even more. From what Barry just said, it's clear that he is claiming that he got her pregnant when she was still a minor. Her organs hadn't even fully developed. And yet, he is talking about having a child with her like it's just another random story.
Let's be honest, that screams predator behavior, and this calls for alarm. However, it gets even worse when he then reveals the child's age in response to a question.
How old's your kid?
I think he's about 4 weeks old, approximately 4 weeks.
And then, because Barry never knew when to stop, he took it a step further. He claimed to know and even showed the identity of his girlfriend's parents.
Parents is, her mom is Amber Heard, and her dad is Johnny Sins.
So, like you just saw, Barry said his girlfriend's parents are Johnny Sins and Amber Heard.
Now at this point, I had to pause and verify the information Barry was giving because it sounded too crazy to be true. So I did my research and here's what I found. Johnny Sins is indeed a well-known name, but he's an adult film actor.
Amber Heard, on the other hand, is a mainstream actress, widely recognized for her roles in movies.
But that's not even the most shocking part. The real twist is this. There's absolutely no connection between Johnny Sins and Amber Heard. They've never been linked, never worked together, no relationship, nothing at all. Johnny Sins is actually married to a woman named Kisa, and the couple has no known children.
Amber Heard, on the other hand, was previously married to Johnny Depp, not Johnny Sins.
So, is Barry lying? All signs seem to point to yes, because when you check all the facts, there's zero credibility to his story. None of it adds up.
But here's where things get even stranger. While Barry may have made up the names of the girl's parents, there's still a lingering mystery about Amber Heard's children. According to public reports, Amber has never revealed the father of her children. She's only said that she faced fertility challenges and decided to become a mother on her own terms.
For all three of her children, Heard has not publicly identified a father. She has, however, been open about her fertility challenges, owning her independent route to motherhood. I now appreciate how radical it is for us as women to think about one of the most fundamental parts of our destinies in this way.
So even though Barry's story is full of false and wild claims, this tiny bit of mystery around Amber's situation keeps people wondering, is Barry just a compulsive liar? Or is there something deeper and darker that we're not seeing? One thing is for sure, nothing Barry says can be taken at face value.
However, he did not stop there. He continued, and this time, he made another wild claim. He tells Linda that his so-called girlfriend is an actress.
I guess my girlfriend, I think she's on a TV show called Stranger Things. She's an actress on the show.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh my
she is. Yeah. And she does Broadway shows in New York, I think. Broadway shows. And apparently she's been in movies with her dad also. I'm not sure which
Johnny
movie.
Sins?
Yeah.
Now, from what you just heard from Barry, he claims that this same girlfriend appeared in Stranger Things.
But here's the problem. There's no actor named Kate on the cast list in Stranger Things.
Also, when you try to find any connection between Barry's mystery girlfriend and Johnny Sins, nothing comes up. No videos, no images, and no proof that this girl ever acted alongside Johnny Sins, let alone acted in a scene at all.
Once again, Barry is just talking nonsense with zero evidence.
However, things then take a disturbing turn. In that same live stream, Barry begins to make racist jokes, and not just one or two.
Why do police departments like to have black police officers working at night?
I don't know why.
Oh, because the black police officers can catch more criminals than the white police officers, because the criminals cannot see the black police officers in the dark.
Now, any decent person would have known to stop right there, but not Barry. He goes on to explain the racist joke, as if trying to justify it, showing that Barry clearly had no idea that he was just talking trash.
Because you can imagine a scenario. Let's say there's criminals inside a house and it's nighttime and the police have to break into the house. So you would want your black police officers approaching the house at night, because then it'd be harder for the criminals inside the house to see the black police officers approaching the house. So it makes sense.
And from there, it takes a different turn. Barry starts saying bizarre things like how black people turned black.
How did black people end up with black skin in the first place? Like, how did their skin turn black?
I don't know.
Because black people originally come from Africa, and in Africa the sun shines very strong, so they got sunburned.
At this point, Linda was clearly uninterested in the conversation.
She tries to steer the conversation in another direction, but Barry doubles down once again, this time aiming at Asians. He tells an ignorant and offensive story about how Asians supposedly got slanted eyes.
Do you have any jokes that are not about black people?
Yeah, I got some Asian jokes if you want to hear Asian.
Sure, I'd love to hear those.
Yeah. How did Asian people end up with slanted eyes? Why are their eyes slanted?
I don't know.
Because they are. The answer would be because, like, in the Asian countries, it's part of their culture to study and read books all day. So they're always squinting their eyes, trying to read the small letters in their books. So that's how they end up with slanted eyes.
Then to crown it all, Barry finishes off by mocking Asian cops.
Why do Asians make good undercover police officers? Why are Asians good at being undercover police officers?
I don't know.
Because Asian people have slanted eyes. So it always looks like they're asleep, because it looks like their eyes are closed all the time. So that way they can watch suspects, and the suspects don't know they're being watched because they think the Asian officers are asleep.
At this point, it becomes very clear. This is no longer just someone being weird online. This is someone using his platform to spread dangerous, offensive, and deeply racist ideas, and laughing while doing it. But one moment that truly stood out in that live stream was when Barry openly declared his age.
Yeah, my name is Barry Williams, 18 years old, from the state of Connecticut. I do financial trading, to make money. Got my own apartment.
Now, of all the unbelievable things Barry said during that live stream with Linda, this one might just be the most ridiculous. Because without doing any deep digging or research, just looking at Barry tells you that this man is not 18. Not even close. His appearance alone suggests someone clearly in his 50s or 60s, definitely not a teenager.
But just to confirm, a quick visit to his YouTube profile clears all doubts.
Barry himself lists his age there as 62 years old, and this wasn't uncovered through hacking or hidden info. It's right there, publicly available for anyone to see. No secrets, no mystery, just facts.
At this point, it's safe to say Barry might be one of the most unskilled liars on the internet. Because how can someone stand so confidently on a live stream and claim to be 18 when both his body and his own online profile are screaming otherwise? And yet, Barry doesn't stop. He's not even embarrassed. Instead, he goes from one live stream to another, shouting that he's 18 and saying he doesn't care whether anyone believes him or not.
It's fucking nasty in that, bro, and he only invites little girls to his live. I'm on this dude's ass. Look at him right here, bro. Look at him. Look.
So when you consider all this, it becomes obvious that everything Barry said in that live stream is a complete lie. From his fake connection with Joe Biden to the made-up stories about his girlfriend and her so-called parents, none of it adds up. None of it is real. And thankfully, people in the comment section are not buying into Barry's fantasy world. In fact, the comments are filled with viewers calling out his lies and expressing how disturbing his behavior is. Some of their reactions include,
Bro blatantly lying, but at the same time trying to deconstruct Linda's lies at the same time.
He said he's 18, but he looks like he's in his late 40s, early 50s. He looks like Warren Jeffs. Gives me the creeps. All jokes aside, that man is scary ASF.
When even strangers in the comments are connecting the dots and calling you out as terrifying, it says a lot. Barry's lies aren't just obvious, they're unsettling. And the way he tells them with such confidence, that's what makes it all the more disturbing. So once again, we see the same Barry formula that I mentioned earlier, where Barry started soft, talks normally, gained trust, then slowly slide into bizarre, suspicious territory that leaves everyone watching confused and uncomfortable.
Now, with everything Barry has done, You're probably wondering how someone like him even gained the kind of visibility he now uses to spread this disturbing content. Well, to understand that, we have to go back, way back, to when Barry was just 17 years old.
Even at such a young age, Barry was already involved in a troubling and unlawful behavior. One shocking incident that put him on the radar was when he allegedly set fire to a Jewish synagogue.
Although there aren't a lot of official records made publicly available about the case, one detailed report covering this disturbing event provides more context. According to the source, it reads,
A 17-year-old Jewish youth, a member of a synagogue that was damaged by arson last summer, was arrested here today and charged with that fire and 3 others.
In addition to the synagogue to which the youth belonged, the fires damaged another synagogue and 2 homes belonging to members of West Hartford's Jewish community.
The suspect, Barry Dov Schuss, surrendered voluntarily to authorities in West Hartford this morning and was charged with 4 counts of second-degree arson. The police said his arrest closed the cases.
The police said that Mr. Schuss had been a psychiatric inpatient in an unidentified Connecticut hospital when he decided to surrender. Judge Joseph Morelli of Superior Court ordered him returned to the hospital until another court appearance on January 4th, community upset by the arsons.
The large Jewish community in West Hartford had been badly shaken by the fires, which occurred August 11 at the Young Israel Synagogue, August 15 at the Emmanuel Synagogue, August 16 at the home of Rabbi Solomon Krupka, the leader of the Young Israel congregation, and September 16 at the home of State Representative Joan Kemmler, who is Jewish. No one was injured in the fires, though there was extensive property damage.
Mr. Schuss and his family were members of the Young Israel Synagogue, the police said.
Mr. Schuss, a lanky youth wearing horn-rimmed glasses, a blue parka, and brown pants, said little at his arraignment in Superior Court as a crowd of reporters and representatives of the Jewish community looked on in silence.
Appearing with Mr. Schuss in court were Rabbi Krupka, whose home and synagogue were burned, Mr. Schuss's father, John, of West Hartford, and his attorney, John Drowney. They left without talking to reporters. No specific reason.
At a news conference later, Francis Reynolds, the West Hartford police chief, said the youth had given no specific reason for setting the fires.
Chief Reynolds said Mr. Schuss had been a prime suspect for some time in the fires, but declined to provide further information about Mr. Schuss's background or his family.
Mr. Bailey said that Mr. Schuss's lawyer informed him yesterday that his client wanted to turn himself in. And after lengthy discussions, Mr. Schuss surrendered to Mr. Bailey at 11:30 a.m. today. Bail set at $25,000.
Mr. Bailey said he also consulted with the victims of the arson attacks before asking the court to set bail of $25,000 for Mr. Schuss and ordering him returned to the hospital for psychiatric treatment. Judge Morelli granted the request. Mr. Drowney, Mr. Schuss's lawyer, asked that the papers be sealed for what he said were security reasons, and because of the fragile state of his client.
The police said they did not know how long Mr. Schuss had been a patient at the hospital or what treatment he was receiving.
Familiarity with synagogue.
Chief Reynolds said the police had assumed that the arsonist was familiar with and had access to the Young Israel Synagogue. The police had previously disclosed that telephone records indicated the arsonist had made a series of long-distance calls to topless bars in the Dallas area just before the fire.
Conviction of second-degree arson, a felony, could bring a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison on each of the 4 counts. But Mr. Drowney said he would seek to have Mr. Schuss tried as a youthful offender.
The trial of a youthful offender would be closed, and the maximum penalty would be 3 years in prison on each count. Mr. Bailey said he had not decided whether to oppose the request for youthful offender status.
Representative Kemmler, whose home was damaged and who watched the proceedings today, said she had never heard of Mr. Schuss. "I'm relieved that it's over," she said.
John M. Bailey, the state's attorney, or prosecutor for the Hartford area, said Mr. Schuss gave the authorities a complete statement concerning his involvement in the arsons, and he takes full responsibility for them. Police say he acted alone.
Chief Reynolds says the police were certain Mr. Schuss set the fires, based on the information he had provided in his statement. "We believe Mr. Schuss acted alone," Mr. Reynolds added.
Rabbi Stanley Kessler, president of the Greater Hartford Rabbinic Fellowship, said at the news conference that a nightmare for the community of West Hartford is at an end.
"There is a feeling of utter relief," he continued, coupled with sorrow over these tragic circumstances. Rabbi Kessler referred to Mr. Schuss as a troubled young person.
Now, the annoying thing here is that Barry did not really face any serious punishment for what he did. He was treated as a minor and sent to a psychiatric home to recover, but right now it's evident that he did not recover.
However, one thing that immediately stands out in this report is the name associated with the incident. Instead of Barry Thibodeau, the name listed is Barry Schuss. This isn't just a coincidence. It's a clear indication that Barry changed his identity, likely in an attempt to bury his past and start over. And this isn't speculation. In fact, during the same live stream with Linda, when the subject of this name came up, Barry's reaction said it all.
So, you can clearly see how he brushed it off, acting just like someone confronted with a part of their past they'd rather forget. His demeanor changed, almost as if he was trying to detach himself from that identity entirely. It was subtle but telling, just another piece in the growing puzzle of who Barry really is and what he might still be hiding.
Aside from the disturbing fire incident, another unsettling aspect of Barry's behavior is how often he imitates animals in ways that are both bizarre and deeply uncomfortable to watch. In one video, Barry begins barking like a dog for no apparent reason, completely out of context and strangely aggressive.
But it doesn't stop there. In other clips, Barry takes it even further, snorting and grunting like a pig.
Then in what might be one of his most bizarre moments, he gets on all fours and crawls around like a pig as well.
There's no clear explanation for why Barry does this, whether it's meant to be a joke, some form of performance, or just attention-seeking behavior. But one thing is certain. It's plain creepy, deeply unsettling, and frankly hard to watch.
Now, to show just how unsettling this Barry situation has become, a number of TikTok creators have come together to form a dedicated group with one clear goal: to expose Barry and his allegedly disturbing behavior.
As if that weren't enough, it turns out that not only one group is doing this, there's another group of creators working separately toward the same mission.
The fact that multiple communities are independently motivated to call him out speaks volumes about the level of concern surrounding him. And what these groups have uncovered is enough to make anyone hate Barry for life. One particularly troubling detail revealed is that Barry has allegedly had a previous TikTok account permanently banned.
Now, you're probably wondering what sparked all this attention and backlash toward Barry. Well, according to the creators behind these exposed accounts, things took a dark turn when Barry allegedly transformed his TikTok presence into something far more sinister, a hunting ground, with minors as his target audience.
One group attempted to expose this, but TikTok initially blocked their video due to the disturbing nature of the content and the potential violation of community guidelines.
Despite the initial censorship, the group persisted and eventually succeeded. They managed to uncover and share a private chat between Barry and a minor. The conversation was unsettling and raised serious concerns.
Babe, I'ma find you wherever you at, and soon as I get close to you and see you, I don't care if you're wearing a skirt, nor some tight-ass jeans, I'ma pull them suckers down and shove my deep inside. You won't f the hell out of you and pull all my all deep in you and get you pregnant, so you know you mine and can't. Nobody else buck you but me. Then I might push you down after I come inside you and make you suck my hard again. And I'm a Mario Finos, okay? Nobody else have you.
When the chat was finally revealed, the comments section erupted. TikTok users were outraged, calling out Barry for his predatory behavior. Their raw, emotional reactions painted a clear picture of public outrage.
Lauren Little miscomment, gee? Has he been reported to the police?
That's messed up.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of it. In another video, Barry appears visibly out of breath, panting as if he'd been running from something or someone.
What's even more disturbing is that viewers began speculating about what Barry might be doing off camera, or what exactly he's positioned over. The lack of clarity only added to the unease. The reactions in the comments were intense, with many expressing confusion, fear, and disgust.
This is disgusting.
This is scary. Jay was hearing the noises of his hand without the breathing, though on call with him yesterday, and I noticed and asked him what it was.
In another deeply disturbing video, Barry is seen clearly referring to himself as a pedophile.
Sometimes I'll say, "You're damn right I'm a duh." No kidding. You're damn right I'm a I am a and I'm damn proud of it too, because I'm a asshole. I am a asshole.
This moment raised serious alarms for many viewers. To be clear, the term is not just a throwaway insult or a joke. According to standard dictionary definitions, a pedophile is an individual who experiences sexual attraction or preference toward prepubescent children, typically those aged 13 or younger. The term is strongly associated with child abuse and exploitation, making it one of the most serious and damaging labels a person can claim, even in jest. So what's most disturbing about this moment is that no one else called Barry a pedophile. He applied the label to himself. So it's safe to say that Barry Tidwell is a predator at this point.
So based on everything we have revealed so far, it becomes clear that Barry is not just a bizarre online personality. He's someone with a deeply troubling pattern of behavior. From disturbing animal impersonations to racist jokes, misleading claims, and uncomfortable livestream interactions, Barry continuously crosses lines of decency and common sense. His attempts to mask a questionable past with name changes, false identities, and manipulative theatrics only raise more red flags. Whether he's pretending to be ill for sympathy, lying about his age, or making inappropriate jokes, Barry's online presence paints a picture of someone who thrives on deception and shock. This isn't just about strange content, it's about a consistent pattern of manipulation, creepiness, and possible predatory behavior that should not be ignored. At some point, the question becomes less about what Barry will do next and more about why he's still allowed to keep doing it.
Deeper in the Iceberg's body, we find Leslie Clark.
No. Billy, you shut your ugly ass up. You shut up. I'm not letting that.
Fed-up critics call her Lezard, Lesby, Piss Queen, Bubble Bass, and worse, Mushroom Pits.
No hands, got me in this club making wet.
And the hatred isn't limited to just name-calling. There's a whole subreddit that goes by the name Leslie Clark Snark, where 14,000 haters actively discuss her deranged, disturbing, and downright wild behavior online.
My name's Ethan. I was 15 when she sent the to me, and I'm 17 now.
You were the one? You were the one?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The fact that she's covering her mouth, she was deaf smiling, she looked proud. She left it there until the live ended? That is absolutely disgusting. Damn, she's so itchy! Probably because she never showers. Lol.
You must be going off that water bottle. You want what you can't have. Ooh, girl, that's too damn bad.
But what makes her so hateful? Honestly, it isn't one thing that made Leslie chronically embarrassing and a public menace.
But if the world was ending, you'd come over, right? You'd come over and you'd stay the night. Would you love me for the hell of it? And there wouldn't be a reason why. We would even have to say goodbye. If the world was ending, you'd come over, right?
From doing creepy music covers on YouTube.
Everything. They say the time is else to heal ya, but I never me.
To doing seriously questionable stuff like dating minors.
You know that I'm 16, and you still agreed to be my girlfriend.
And faking pregnancies for clout and cash.
I'll never talk about Perry again, but just to let you know, he only dated me because I got free weed, and the reason I did fake a pregnancy was because I was trying to keep Perry because I really did love him. Yeah, just to let y'all know.
To even smoke like she owns TikTok, she has come a long way to become the internet's rock bottom. And this is just the tip of the iceberg because her TikTok and Instagram lives are full of chaos, involving absolutely crazy drama and emotional meltdowns. Believe it or not, Leslie's major part of life revolves around her ex-boyfriends, relationships, and mentally exhausting rants about her failing love life. To top it all off, Leslie runs not one, not two, but multiple social handles across different platforms, with usernames like Pooh Bear, Vape Lover, I post about my ex, Queen Badass, and wait, I am Queen Badass. Now, why she owns so many accounts will make sense to you in a few minutes, and when you do, you will be left disgusted, yet unable to look away from this viral disgrace. Yes, you've heard that right. Leslie is the internet's full-course meal of cringe, dirt, and disgrace. But before we go deeper into the madness, let's first talk about her zero hygiene sense. Of all her disturbing habits, her haters had repeatedly pointed at her unwashed armpits, not in a good way. Her haters couldn't ignore it. Honestly, neither can we. Good. She is so nasty. Oh my god, if no one ever taught her basic hygiene, she could at least Google watch a YT vid, since we know she sits on her all day. Oh, that is so disgusting. She has mushrooms growing in there, and this is where her infamous nickname, Mushroom Pits, came along. Since the beginning, Leslie has put out far more than anyone wanted, and viewers simply can't unsee it. Unfortunately, it's not the only problematic thing about Leslie. Time and again, her viewers had also called out another gross habit, farting during her TikTok lives and posts. Not once, not twice, repeatedly. And the people can't stop clocking her for this nauseating act, and her viewers can't help but slam her for it. Isn't she embarrassed? But hold on, we are still not done. Leslie also has this bizarre obsession with pulling faces constantly. Reddit's already on it, calling it exactly what it is, an attempt to rage bait and stay relevant, and then the never-ending tongue chewing. Even worse, viewers think she does it to be... That damn tongue, so disgusting, OMG. That was too difficult for you to stomach. Brace yourself for other gag-inducing habits of Leslie, ultimately becoming the final boss of nastiness. Her dirty clothing, greasy hair, and grime are just a glimpse of what's coming, because what she really does in her videos will have you screaming internally. In one live stream, Leslie threw up while drinking, which was due to her long-standing overdrinking habit. But what grossed us out most was the fact that she left it on the floor while staying engaged with the people in her live. Many viewers have even noted that she usually skips washing her hands right after using the bathroom or touching unsanitary surfaces. But what really takes everything to the next level is Leslie's constant victimhood. She wears a hospital bracelet for weeks to show it off to her loyal followers as a badge of suffering, even if it comes at the expense of staying dirty. One minor hospital turns into a full-blown sympathy campaign, but for people who know her very well, it is the boss level of cringe and grime. It's no surprise that wearing hospital bracelets for weeks means you haven't taken a shower in weeks. No wonder she's often seen in videos scratching herself, and she somehow managed to make it worse by sniffing her hands afterwards. Honestly, that's the grossest thing a human could do in front of thousands of people online. But Leslie couldn't care less, and when it comes to her love life, it's no less cringeworthy and embarrassing than her lack of cleanliness. Her dating life is less romantic and more like a battlefield, marked by messy breakups, attention-seeking rants, and public meltdowns. And we are here for all of it. Let's begin with her first date, Perry Friedley, a relationship that was so infamous and emotionally charged that it even got Leslie's viewers talking. Perry was officially Leslie's first love, more like an obsession, someone she could die for. They had met in high school, and Perry used to be everywhere on Leslie's socials, her TikToks, live streams, and most importantly, in her pumped-up rants. But the same can't be said about Perry himself. Perry was a guy who preferred to stay off the radar, more like he wanted to keep his distance from Leslie, and that too for good enough reasons. Leslie once went to Perry's house to stay over for a few days, but unfortunately it didn't last long, because he threw her out in no time. The reason? She didn't shower for weeks. Someone on Reddit said, "I also need a summarization of Perry lore BC, that's all I know." When they were dating, Leslie stayed at Perry's house for several days, but he finally kicked her out because she didn't shower once. And then one day, Perry, out of the blue, called it quits, no closure, no warning. He straight up ghosted her. As expected, Leslie went completely off the rails. She began spamming her TikTok with Perry, crying and having unnecessary meltdowns. It was the beginning of her never-ending Perry saga. She went on to post about Perry for months, with Perry calling her out constantly. When her rants didn't bring a change, she reached the peak of desperation, hitting her rock bottom. Leslie faked pregnancy and claimed the child was Perry's. It was all for both attention and funds from Perry and her followers. Leslie went a step ahead and showed her followers a pregnancy test in a live stream, which seemed to be positive. It was clear Leslie was a master manipulator.
Okay, I can see it. How long ago was that taken?
It was about 10 minutes ago.
But Perry wasn't buying her lies. In a Facebook post comments, Perry confronted Leslie. "Bullshit, you are lying just like when you said we f***ed and you said you was pregnant. That wasn't a f***ing lie and you know it. Yes it is. I f***ing drew the lines on the pregnancy test." She even changed her Facebook username to Leslie Friedley and added a ridiculous bio, which read, "4 months pregnant with Perry Roy Friedley baby, I am having a boy," naming him Perry Roy Friedley Jr., and for Leslie, adding Friedley to her username was barely scratching the surface, so she once again went into full cringe mode and got Perry's name tattoo, which she also posted on Facebook, with Perry responding, "You're effing creepy." It was for sure that Perry had had enough of Leslie's obsession and drama, and then Perry and Leslie were seen slapping back and forth at each other in the comments under a Facebook post. Leslie said, "I just tattooed your name because we used to F around," to which Perry said, "We only for 2 days, plus you be making up too many lies." Leslie gave a final response. "No, we didn't. It was a month and 4 days." Leslie was crushed with shame, and she had to make a comeback, so she decided to attack Perry's new girlfriend, Lisa Marie Simon. She wrote on Facebook, "Lisa Marie Simon, at least I'm having his baby." Jealousy had completely consumed Leslie, and her obsession with Perry was growing out of control. All while that mess was unfolding, Perry decided to post his girlfriend's pictures with the words of affirmation. The shade aimed at Leslie. "My girlfriend is the best thing that has happened to me and I will never let anyone come between us. BC, she is all I will ever need. She means the world to me, and if anyone tries to make her feel like I don't, I will fight behind her, believe that. Even though she was being dragged by the whole internet and by Perry himself, Leslie couldn't hold back. She seemed to have traded her shame and dignity for clout. She once again announced her pregnancy on her Facebook account, claiming she would be a mom soon, and it wasn't only Perry who was enraged. The audience was just as annoyed. Someone wrote under her post, "You need help, you are not pregnant, and you need to leave Perry alone. I'm sorry, but he does not love nor want to be with you, else he would be with you now. But no, he is with him girlfriend that he actually likes and wants. You will find someone who loves you for you, but you need to stop obsessing over any guy who gives you the slightest bit of attention. You need mental help." But this wasn't the only time Leslie had faked her pregnancy. It was her go-to move. She had done the same more than enough times, all to squeeze money and attention out of her followers. This one time she announced that she just found out that she was pregnant while her ex was in jail.
And I'm arrested today because after he got done doing drugs, he hits me and he cut. You see that cut right here? All from him. And stuff like that. And I also found out today that I'm pregnant with his kid.
Then on another occasion, while she was dating a girl, her obsession with pregnancy and becoming a mother grew even more. Leslie announced that she will be going to a paternity clinic to help get pregnant.
I will be going to a paternity clinic and hopefully walk out pregnant.
In this video, someone unleashed their fury, hurling many insults at her. LOL! Wow! People aren't stupid! No doctor in their right mind would grant you a child with your mental status. Stop the lies, you sound ridiculous. Has anyone seen the movie It's Pat? It's an older movie. This is who he reminds me of. It didn't stop there. One day she made a TikTok video of herself showing the positive result on the pregnancy test while dancing and lip-singing to the song. And when she was finally pregnant, which was of course a blatant lie, Leslie began collecting funds from her followers, posing herself as a single mom in need of financial support. From the Cash App scam, Leslie had gained enough funds to get her father expensive gifts, including an Apple Watch on Father's Day, which she also showed to her followers. But it didn't take long for Leslie's followers to connect the dots and realize she'd been lying all along. She was hiding it very well. The only reason why she got busted was BC people were contacting her dad and aunt. Granny and the aunt took Flubby's phone for a few months, only for her to come back and do the same all over again. Her family's response has always been, SP about the minors, was she's a slow, and has a mentally of a young teen, but she's an adult and there's not much we can do about it. They're her biggest enablers. It's easier for them to just give in to her a lot of times, just sweep it under the rug. They've always had an excuse for her behavior. After she got busted, Leslie once again showed up in her videos with "I am the victim here" face to gain sympathy. Leslie even talked about the pregnancy that she had faked at the time she dated Perry. She claimed that she planned to return everyone's money. Hey y'all, it's Leslie. I just want to say how sorry I am for lying about everything, and I didn't mean for it to go this far. I only did it so Perry would be with me and his ex would be jealous, so I know what I did was wrong, and I'm sorry for everyone who sent me money. Please comment your Cash App or message me, and I will send you back whatever you paid me when I get paid. But that day never came, and Leslie had her excuses ready. Her Cash App wasn't working, and she blamed everything but herself for not clearing funds. And when someone commented on her video that it was her followers who made a mistake, Leslie grabbed the opportunity to play along and voice the same thoughts. I don't know why y'all keep bugging her to pay y'all back, when it's your own fault. On one occasion, Leslie cooked up yet another wild story to milk money from her followers, but with a new spin. Instead of using her own usual drama, she made up a sob story about her cousin's baby needing formula and asked for $50. Naturally, people felt bad, until it all fell apart. Her lie was exposed when she shared her cousin's Cash App. It turns out that B. Fletcher 24 was no one but Leslie herself, and apparently she used that money to buy a weed stash. Leslie's trying to use an alternative Cash App to claim it's someone else's for formula, when it's just weed and Pink Whitney. And when people come for her with full-blown rage and hostility, it comes across less as bullying and more as a reaction that makes total sense. From the top. Phobic, lazy, dirty, lying, tongue-gnawing, bad friend being, fake drunk actin', rotten cheese smelling, thief. You ain't even have anything close to at least a good, so you can do more with your life than spit in people's fast food. And since you've been fired from or up in nearly every single restaurant in your area, now's probably a bad time to behave like the you are. At least pretend to give a about a future for yourself, asshole. Back to her dating era, Perry was already neck deep in her obsession, fake pregnancy sagas, and endless drama. Things got so bad that he had to fake his own death just to get away from her. Perry had faked his own death so Leslie would leave him alone. For about a year or so, she'd post almost daily how in love she was with him. But right after that, the plot became really twisted. Out of the blue, Perry was wanted by the police for multiple charges, and the sheriff's Facebook page had posted about him. Ascension Parish Sheriff Bobby Weber is asking for the public's assistance in locating 20-year-old Perry Freely, who is wanted for simple burglary of an uninhabited dwelling. Someone commented, "He probably did it to get away from Leslie's psycho ass. Y'all must have missed the TikTok memo." And it all made everything more unhinged and messy, with Leslie being the center of the mess. When Perry went into jail, Leslie once again became gloomy. She was in a live stream when she found out that Perry was in jail and his bond was set at $500,000. She instantly grabbed the chance to start a new drama and use it for her content. She even made a separate video explaining how she met Perry, calling him her best friend, and claimed that they were engaged. She posted it on her YouTube channel.
Me and Perry at first was his best friend. Me and him were best friends for like 2 years. Then I was like, damn, he's such a nice guy. He's so sweet. He's kind. He's always there for me. Blah blah, shit like that. Then he told me that he can't be with me because he was dating my best friend Milan. But then I got over it because he's my best friend and I don't want to leave my best friend.
Leslie's obsession wasn't just stuck on Perry. It started creeping toward everyone in his orbit, like his best friend Levi, who was also his jail inmate. Levi was convicted of vehicular murder, which led to his girlfriend's death. And it was, of course, a very serious call-out. But Leslie gave zero thought to it and got along well with Levi. He contacted her through Perry from jail, and Leslie didn't waste a minute in choosing him as her next obsession. Leslie even justified herself for choosing Levi in this video.
His girlfriend went and got him in the car, and his girlfriend let him drive the car because that was the parents' girlfriend's car. So he really didn't just steal the car. But yeah, none of the other charges are really true.
But unfortunately, Levi wasn't there to share a romantic bond with her. He was there to milk her for money, and both Levi and Perry had their hands deep in this mess. And as expected, Leslie happily sent Levi money while he was in jail, which straight up went into his commissary account. For Leslie, Levi was his new boyfriend, a new obsession. But for Levi, she was his source of getting out of jail and securing his future. Someone called her out for her desperate move once again. Holy, this girl's blinded by attention. Notice how I didn't say love. The dude literally killed the girl and left her there. I assume he ran because he had either a weapon or drugs. Either way, he killed her, and Leslie did not even think twice about it and sent him money. I guarantee she's never going to hear from him again. He probably don't even know what she looks like. She's that desperate that she will put out for felons in jail. So unbelievably disgusting. Like, come on, grow a pair of balls and think for your goddamn self for once. Leslie kept being delusional, considering Levi as her boyfriend, but it was clear that the relationship was only transactional. Leslie even spoke about Levi on her TikTok, and thanked Perry for his part in her so-called relationship.
When Perry was in jail, him and Perry are like best friends. He gave my number to Levi. Levi called me, and me have been talking ever since. It is thanks to Perry, because if it wasn't for Perry, I would have never met Levi.
And then boom! Levi disappeared, leaving Leslie wondering where he went after all those transactions and his promises of being together. When Levi left, Leslie went back to her first obsession, Perry. Even when he got out of jail, Leslie kept going back at him to shamelessly farm content off his existence. Just like this video, where apparently Leslie made the first call to Perry and then pretended as if he had called her, all for attention and clout. Someone under the post commented and pointed this out. Another one said, "The desperate reaching, it's so bad, girl. We can see who called who first." Leslie didn't leave Perry alone and kept getting under his skin, and sometimes even dragging his girlfriends into the dirt. She once made a video in which she attacked him and recalled the moments she had shared with him.
And if you really don't miss me, then why do you tell people you do? And you try to get with my friends, and you date other people just piss me off. And you said you never me 4 times. 2 at the trailer that you were staying in, and 2 at my house, so come again. And bro, I never put money in your books. I never did. All I did was write to your ass.
And it didn't come as a surprise when Perry lost his cool and responded in a hostile way, while catcalling her. He made a separate post for Leslie and called her out. And then Leslie found herself falling for yet another guy named Wyatt, a relationship that ended in 11 days, but again for Leslie it was the trigger for a new obsession. The viewers discussed who the guy was in the comments. Wyatt again. Right, not again. How long has it been with this one? Befar, it's like this with every guy you meet. That's not healthy. It depends since it's Wyatt I'm talking about. She kept posting about Wyatt, being delusional about his interest in her. But that was never the case. Wyatt, like any other guy in her life, was only after clout and attention from Leslie's viewers, who remained in an on and off cycle relationship with her. In a video, Leslie told her viewers that Wyatt was emotionally manipulative and asked her to leave TikTok. He even made a separate group chat on Snapchat to her. After their breakup, Leslie's phase began. It was because no guy wanted to stay with her anymore. During this phase, Leslie found herself stuck in the eternal friend zone with Sage, who often appeared in her live streams, comment threads, and duets. While he showed her affection, Leslie failed to reciprocate. This Sage saga kept Leslie occupied for several months. Everything changed when Sage took interest in his friend Jay, who, according to Leslie, was actually Sage's girlfriend. Jay also appeared to be fully invested in the Leslie drama. On her TikTok page, she claimed Leslie was nothing but a cop caller. Leslie also accused Sage of sleeping with his 16-year-old best friend Emily, while Sage was 21 years old. In the comments, Sage himself, with the username GhostBCZI, commented and asked people not to get played by her nonsense. I hope y'all don't believe this shit, Lamau. I'm a whole virgin. Emily is an adult, a gorgeous one at that. She's Sage's bestie. Leslie and his bird. Sage wouldn't drop any all girls because she's insecure and bossy as a F. I'm glad she's done tormenting him with his dead name, but she needs to move on to therapy. You can't really love somebody else unless you love yourself. Also, can we all remember they were never together? They were talking. She even stooped as low as misgendering Sage, throwing around phobic and transphobic slurs like it was nothing. At one point, she even threatened to beat up the girl Sage had been seen with, all while he was doing his best to ignore her. When Sage had enough of Leslie's exhausting call-outs, bullying, and he finally responded to all of Leslie's allegations in a statement. He said, "Emily is my best friend and that is all. She has a boyfriend, and I love her boyfriend. He's my buddy." Leslie is saying that Emily is 16 and that Emily is 18 and I am of age due to my childhood trauma. He also said, "I am not even comfortable being around cis men by myself." And of course, this wasn't the only time Leslie showed her phobic side. When Leslie fought with another creator named Dayton Online, she allegedly used phobic language. A creator named Dove exposed Leslie in her live stream, calling her out directly for her offensive behavior. But the hate didn't stop there. In another live stream argument, Leslie let her racism fly loud and clear. She shamelessly called her black and ugly, and even dropped the N-word. It appeared that Leslie was too comfortable in doing so, or might even have a past to use such terms with no real consequences. The female creator called her out for her vile behavior, which perhaps fueled Leslie's rage even more, bringing out her unhinged side. But Leslie's racially offensive drama didn't stop there. In another live stream, Leslie was caught demeaning a certain group of people, saying that if those people don't take a shower for days, they begin to stink awfully. And when people accused her of being trans, Leslie came up with a new tactic to defend herself. She made a video in which she claimed that she was trans and had always wanted to be a boy since her childhood.
When I was a little girl, I've always wanted to be a boy, cause I knew I was the perfect type to be one, and cause I always act like one, I always played like one, I always dressed like one. I was never the girly girl type. I was always like a boy for some reason. I don't know why. I just was.
And even after posting this, Leslie never went for any surgeries to change her body, which meant she only did that to have a safe pass, continuing to disrespect the trans community. Leslie shared a Facebook post in which she mocked a gay couple for messing with kids' minds. Someone under the post called out Leslie for claiming to be a while also ridiculing the trans parents. Why are you so mad about it, Leslie? Angel Booth calls why they trying to confuse the out of kids. Leslie Clark. It's not for all kids, it is for kids that have trans parents. This book is not hurting anybody, you're bi, right? You should be more accepting, they aren't confusing kids. It seemed Leslie had a strange obsession with the N-word. In a video on Snapchat, Leslie said the offensive terms on repeat. But Leslie's violent nature isn't reserved for the internet. She's the same inside her home. In one of her live videos, even her grandmother had to step in and call out her nonsense. Some viewers have even speculated that Leslie keeps the house dirty and doesn't do anything around the house to help her grandma. According to them, Leslie is old enough to be still living with her grandma while not doing anything on her part for finances. In one loud meltdown caught on video, Leslie was busy screaming at the comments section when her grandmother came out and asked her to behave. And if that wasn't dark enough, someone made a disturbing post on Reddit about Leslie. What is happening to her grandmother? She beats her grandmother and throws things at her, and she stresses her so much she's had a stroke. I get it, she's her grandmother, but she needs a backbone and an intervention for Leslie to continue living there, and her dad doesn't even know she her granny. Her granny wants to apparently put her in a group facility, but Leslie throws tantrums her grandmother needs help to get her out of the house, but she gotta talk to Leslie's dad. I pray this old woman doesn't dare from unnecessary stress caused by a excuse for a granddaughter. Justice for Granny. When someone in the comments asked what really happened, the poster responded with this: Leslie's grandma's best friend's granddaughter spilled some tea. Apparently Leslie has fetal alcohol syndrome because her mom was a drunk, and she has her siblings, and she Granny, and if a Granny doesn't but her food or give her money or take her place as Shelpie or herself. It turned out that Leslie herself was a part of the subreddit, and after reading all these posts and comments, she wrote a post and dragged everyone who accused her of her grandma. For whoever said I beat my grandma and y'all are disgusting, cause I have never put my hands on my grandma, and I never will I know better than that y'all ain't disgusting people. Y'all are all going to rot in hell. Y'all go y'all selves. Y'all disgusting obsessive sucking. The most mind-blowing part? Her post had absolutely 0 upvotes and yet somehow racked up 200 comments. Someone asked if this was really Leslie behind the account. So wait, is this account really hers? I'm assuming so, judging by the comments she's left on her profile. Only her would use her full name on Reddit. Hey, it's me. Every time she commented, she would have plenty of downvotes on her comments. Under the posts, the Redditors went off on her. When are you gonna actually grow up and stop being a disgusting piece of shit? When are you gonna stop being a lol cow? When are you gonna realize that people don't actually like you and only watch your lives to make fun of you? You tell them, Bettis. Leslie Diane Clark. When are y'all gonna grow up and stop being so obsessive and stop bullying and stop being trolls? So when are you gonna respect Granny and stop pissing and yourself? Because probably around then. And let's not forget about Leslie's irresponsible and behavior towards her pets. In a live stream, Leslie was caught at her dog, and from the sound of it, she might have even put the poor animal away. In another live stream, Leslie seemed not to care about her dog being restless. The poor dog had lost its mother and was whimpering and pacing around. When the viewers mentioned it in the comments, Leslie brushed it off and said her dog was fine. A concerned user asked her to comfort her dog. The dog just lost its mom. What a Get off your ass, you tub of and comfort your dog. It literally is scared and just lost the only thing it had in life for comfort. I swear to God, I'm about to book me a trip to Gonzales, Louisiana, and throw this piece of trash. Even when her dog grew old and needed extra care, Leslie didn't bother to take the dog for a checkup or give it an ounce of attention. Someone pointed out her reckless behavior. I'm genuinely sickened by the neglect of this poor senior dog. It is obviously in pain and in need of care, but she doesn't want to get her fat ass up and go to New Orleans like there is closest animal hospitals to you, and even if there wasn't, what the like your dog is going to die because you are lazy and broke. She deserves to rot in hell. Her continued neglect of her pet dog ended in a tragedy. Her dog passed away. Did Leslie dog die? That's Sue's sad thing. I can't imagine how hard that is. Poor dog. Someone revealed in the comments that Leslie kept the locked up in a cage and never cared about it, except the time when she was called out in the live stream to comfort her crying dog. She kept that poor baby locked up. It's sad because of how horrible his life was. I hope he is peaceful now. She live streams her whole life, and I've never seen her interact with that dog or mention it except the time she was crying in pain in the background and people called her out for it. And it wasn't even only about the dog that suffered due to Leslie's poor and acts. Her goldfish met a similar fate. She kept it in a small jar, which didn't give it enough space to settle. Surprisingly, the fish didn't even make it through the day. Apart from scamming, being offensive, and bad-mouthing, Leslie is also amazing at sympathy farming and pulling the victim card, and that too, using other people's misery. Her grandmother once babysat a young girl, baby Kaylee, which Leslie began taking as an opportunity to profit from. Unfortunately, baby Kaylee's father brutally took away her and her mother Christina's lives. Instead of showing quiet respect, Leslie began using a hashtag #sign justice for Kaylee and Christina across her content to gain more views. People began calling her out for her attention-seeking behavior and called her creepy for her odd conduct. I don't think she even came back to the internet until after her death. I personally believe she came back just to milk that tragedy for clout. Leslie made edits of Kaylee and pretended like Kaylee was her own daughter. She even made a video on TikTok about what happened to Kaylee and her mother. Leslie continued to exploit the tragic story of Kaylee by posting about her and the mother on and off, not understanding how the grieving family would feel. Doubling down on the nastiness, Leslie even got Kaylee's name tattooed on one of her thighs. People in the comment section were grossed out by Leslie's acts. She got Kaylee's name tattooed on her thigh. I asked her how Kaylee's family might feel about it, and if she asked them first, and she said no, because the dad the mom and kid? What the f? That just made me sick to my stomach. The most unhinged part of Leslie is yet to come. Leslie has been accused of sending her generally to a 15-year-old boy. And the craziest part is that she was faced off by the same boy in a live stream who revealed her nasty secrets in front of everyone. At the time, Leslie was 23. When Leslie was being confronted in front of everyone in a live stream, she said someone told me he wasn't a minor. And then she transitioned towards another story. The boy told me he was 19. However, Ethan had at the time told her, "No ma'am, I'm 15 and I can't be talking to adults on here." And Leslie didn't pay attention to that part. Instead, she proceeded to send him her pictures and then asked him if those would change his mind. Leslie had even been confronted by Ethan's sister on a call. Leslie's responses suggested that she already seemed to know Ethan's age, proving this wasn't a misunderstanding. But her unhinged and nasty behavior didn't stop there. In a TikTok video, Leslie openly confessed to having a crush on another boy, and it was his ex-girlfriend who had clapped back at her on her TikTok account. And surprisingly, that wasn't even the worst part, because Leslie has the biggest audacity to say some serious stuff without fearing the consequences. She openly admitted her wrongdoing, which was, according to her, wasn't a mistake, because she told everyone that no one could hold her accountable, not even the authorities. Leslie openly challenged anyone who dragged her for her nasty behavior. Ethan's sister also recalled how cops weren't able to do anything against Leslie, giving her an open pass to do whatever she wanted. The cops were called, and they said they really couldn't do much because of the distance, and they never actually met. They told us it could take years for them to actually be able to do something about the situation, but the best thing my brother could do would be to block her. And he did do a live with Barbie last year, or earlier this year, and said his side of the story. But apparently here recently she's saying again he showed her a fake ID, which is not true at all. Leslie found my brother through Instagram and tried to form a romantic relationship with him. He was 15. She was about 23 at the time of the relationship formed over Kik and Instagram for a few days, and then she started sending photos of herself and telling him how she wanted to have his babies and how she was going to come movie in with him and how she was in love with him. She even made a TikTok showing his picture in it until people started questioning his age. Her bio said his name full months even after he told someone about this situation, and it became publicly known. But the point of this is, we did try, we called the cops here and there, and nothing was going to be done about it. One underage boy named AJ wanted to confirm if Leslie really chased the in the dating pool, so he approached her, acted like he was interested in her, and got her to talk to him. He clearly told her that he was only 16, but Leslie didn't stop. Shockingly, she still insisted on being his girlfriend. AJ posted a video about it with some screenshots of his messages with her as evidence. And if you thought that was the maximum disgust Leslie could have, you are wrong. What you are about to hear would push you into another pit of filth. An anonymous user came forward with some screenshots of Leslie, exposing her never-seen-before side to everyone. The first screenshot described what actually happened. "Hello, I was told to get in contact with you if I felt comfortable. So about a year ago, I noticed Leslie was lying about a bunch of stuff, so I called her out for it. Then she decided on her one of many accounts to come on my TikTok videos, which I have proof, to laugh at my baby. Then on another one of her TikTok accounts, she proceeded to say that my 6-month-old niece at the time needed plastic surgery like WTF. You can most definitely post this. Please black out my picture and name. This is my personal Instagram, so I don't need her followers coming at me and my family. Thank you so much." In other screenshots, Leslie is seen laughing at the mother's pain. "Get out of here, dried up bubble bass, talking shit about my baby." Oh, I screenshotted it again. So you still laughing about a baby? You're a straight scumbag. How you gonna laugh when you supposedly miscarried too? You're a lame excuse for a woman. You need to rot in hell. In another screenshot, a user pointed out Leslie's not so surprising trash behavior. It wasn't only her racist behavior that made her disgusting, but also ridiculing someone's disabled. I tried putting it in the live, but it wouldn't let me. My daughter was severely disabled and didn't make it past birth. Leslie screenshotted the photos I had on my social media of ultrasounds, and the photos I had while holding my child. She told me she was going to use them as her own when I freaked out on her. She started telling me, well, she's ugly anyways, I wouldn't want that. That doesn't even look like a baby. And I'm glad she died. Get away from Leslie when you can. Protect your child, yourself, and your husband from her ridiculous and inexcusable behavior. You deserve so much better than her. As if this wasn't the rock bottom already, Leslie stooped to a new low. In a live stream, Leslie was recorded speaking to her friend, jokingly saying she would in a baby's room. Yes, you heard that right. As if peeing on the floors in her room wasn't disturbing enough, she took it to the next level, doing the same in someone else's house because, according to her, it was cool. But not everyone found it funny, so she was confronted once again. Bruh, I thought we was cool, bro. Why the f*** would you say that to my niece about in her room and blame it on the dog you're sick in the head or something. I don't play about family, and that is not something to say about, I'm not joking if it's your issue, bro. We was live in the truck one night and talking about going to go to Walmart to get me a toy, and we was all joking around saying a random and I said a joke where I was going to do it, and in that one room with the door locked. I didn't even know it was the baby's room at that time, until she said we aren't going to do that in my baby's room now. And I was like, oh, you turned that into the baby's room? And she was like, yeah, I did. And I was, oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. Definitely not doing it there. I don't know why, but I don't believe you, bro. That's my sister, and she wouldn't just randomly say that. Like, I really don't know what to say to you. Then the user shared a video with Leslie, asking her about it, and Leslie said, me and her kinda talked about that. She finally got the taste of consequences when things went beyond the internet. One of Leslie's friends pulled a setup that she never saw coming, tricking her into coming to the park under false pretenses. It was all to stage a confrontation, exposing Leslie for her disgusting behavior, especially the livestream moment in which she made a disturbing joke about in a baby's room. When she arrived at the park, her confrontation began with an audience both online and in person. The same friend who had asked her why she said vile things about her niece began going off at her. The situation left Leslie in shock and in great panic, so she eventually began threatening her friend with cops. She claimed her friend would spend the rest of her life in jail. This made her friends burst into laughter, ignoring her meltdown. Leslie was left in tears, alone in the park, humiliated and abandoned. After that, Leslie had to walk to her home alone, marking the first symbolic moment in her downfall. And this wasn't the only time Leslie was clowned. First, she was turned into a walking meme by her friends. This time, it was an unknown person who pulled a wild prank on her. While she was sitting on her house's porch doing live stream, someone called the cops on her with a complaint that she was loud and intoxicated in public, disturbing the peace. Leslie is currently caught up in her grandmother's dire situation. Someone shared a post on Reddit asking what exactly is going on with Leslie's grandmother, since Leslie had made multiple teary videos vaguely referencing her grandmother's health. It turned out that her grandmother had suffered from a heart attack previously, and now she was diagnosed with throat cancer. A couple of months ago she had a heart attack. I think Leslie said she had a couple of blockages, so she had a stent put in. Now she's been diagnosed with throat cancer after she went to the doctor to get something removed from her throat. It must have turned out to be a tumor. And now the fear of losing her grandmother is so big that Leslie is bound to sign a DNR. She posted the same thing on her Snapchat as well. DNR stands for a do not resuscitate, which is often signed by people who do not wish to get CPR if they stop breathing or their heart stops beating. But viewers were quick to burst Leslie's bubbles by writing these comments. She's going to be really pissed off if she does get a DNR, then realizes it's nothing. It's not a magic wand. It's not a death sentence. It won't shorten her life or kill her. It's just a piece of paper that she may as well wipe her butt on. Why is she creating drama as if a DNR means she'll be taken to the Polanski unit and give the bye-bye jab that very same day? It's a piece of paper, you dip. Jesus, are we sure her mother didn't throw her away as a baby and raise the placenta instead? People think she is back at it again, milking sympathy and seeking attention from her followers by crying in front of them and playing the classic pity card. Meanwhile, it's her grandmother who is suffering big time. But Leslie managed to make it all about herself, as always. She is a sad and vile human being. The woman has throat cancer and she's making it about herself. She's so performative for sympathy votes. Good lord, it's hard to watch. Good lord, how long is this milk gonna last? And let's be honest, if her grandmother left her side, her whole life would come crashing down. She's crying wolf because she knows the second her grandma is gone, she won't have anything to support her. Leslie has currently deleted her one TikTok account permanently and told everyone that she is done for good, but the users aren't buying it. How else will she beg for alcohol and weed money? I think she'll be back by the end of the week with another account. So, what do you think? Is this the end of her drama, or just the calm before she floods TikTok with 10 more backup accounts? Anaconda Sin?
My dad would lay in my bed. We'd be laying next to each other, and he would show me his, and we would do what we do, and then, like, it was like playing together, you know? But he told me not to tell anyone, because then people would, like, they wouldn't understand. They would take me away from him. Which, now I know why you said that, because f*** the police, f*** CPS, f*** the system, dude. They're the ones that destroy families and destroy great relationships and great things that happen in people's lives.
How about, what's the youngest person then?
The youngest person I've ever had sex with was 13. It's really embarrassing when you're blind, like I am, and you go to touch your father, thinking he's somebody else. Oh my god.
The oldest guy that you've had sex with, Anna?
The oldest guy I've had sex with was 70.
Damn.
No, 85. No, 85. He was a really rich old dude in a rich nursing home, and I took a cab on Tinder to go meet him. Besides have social, like they have a relationship, they have special relationships with children. Why society is so hate towards pedophiles? Because they're actually nice people. Is that black men don't know how to treat women.
How does a girl who once went viral on internet for nothing more than an awkward, cringe-filled moment?
Would you like to join my dad's Minecraft server, Forgecraft? I've got business cards here if you would like.
Spiral into one of the most disturbing horror cows the internet has ever seen. Meet Anna Jane Clausen, also known as Anaconda Sin, a woman who publicly confessed to fantasizing about sleeping with her own father without hesitation or shame. And this is only the tip of the Anna's iceberg. What follows becomes far darker and far more disturbing. But perhaps the most unsettling part of all of this is the fact that from the very beginning, Anna's story is a deeply tragic one. According to Anna's own telling, her mother, Amanda Timmons, was a drug addict, specifically crack, and was smoking an unhealthy amount of it while she was pregnant with Anna, leading Anna to have multiple health complications. These include, but are not limited to, being autistic, weighing barely 1 pound at birth, and having a very low IQ, less than 70 in Anna's own words.
What happens when your mom does crack when she's pregnant? You turn out like me.
Compared to Amanda, Anna's father, Steve, seems a bit more stable and somewhat of a role model for Anna, as she would follow him and identify as a devoted Christian, a stance that would remain consistent throughout her life even as she grew older and began engaging in increasingly unhinged behavior.
That's why I started going to church. Kind of did everything backwards in life. But now I can be a church girl. It's not like I have a choice. That's the thing, guys.
Although Anna identifies herself as a conservative Christian, she not only fails to follow any of the associated values, but by her late teens had become notorious for her promiscuous behavior in a way that would be considered extreme by most sane people. Anna would later rationalize this behavior by claiming it was a consequence of being molested as a child.
When you get molested growing up as a kid, you either become promiscuous, a feminist, my body, my choice. But then men hate those women. But those men created those types of women.
By her late teens and early 20s, Anna would describe herself as a slut in her own words. She dated multiple men and had sex with most of them. Her interactions with men were largely unfiltered, as she would sleep with virtually anyone who gave her attention, including people she met on Tinder. This led to a history of sexual encounters with men across an extreme age range, with the oldest reportedly being in his 80s and the youngest being 13 years old.
The oldest guy that you've had sex with, Anna?
The oldest guy I've had sex with was 70.
Damn.
No, 85. No, 85. He was a really rich old dude in a rich nursing home, and I took a cab on Tinder to go meet him, and nobody cared. Everybody just let me come and go.
How about, what's the youngest person then?
The youngest person I've ever had sex with was 13.
Ha!
What?
Unsurprisingly, the people present in that Discord call were visibly disgusted by these admissions. Anna attempted to downplay the situation by blaming it on being drunk and partially blind, claiming she failed to recognize the person as a minor, an excuse that would later become consistent whenever she is pressed about her behavior.
He lied and told me he was 18.
How do you mistake a 13-year-old for an 18-year-old?
I was drunk! Okay, that's no excuse. Okay, I probably shouldn't tell you that. Never mind. Because that makes me look like a fire.
Well,
and I
how
don't
old
wanna
were
go to
you?
jail. 23. I didn't say that. Yeah, but this happened more than once though, and that's why I uninstalled Tinder. That's the real reason why I uninstalled Tinder. Because 14-year-old boys would lie and say they're 18! That's why! Fuck Tinder, dude!
You could just use your eyes.
No, I'm blind, you dipshit! I'm like borderline blind!
Fine, use your eye!
And not only that, but Anna, who is as reckless as it gets when it comes to sleeping with multiple men, had herpes, and would have sex with men without informing them, leading many of them to contract it afterward, including this 13-year-old kid. Although Anna would later argue that she did not intend to sleep with a minor, she would go on to defend people of this nature, by blatantly stating that most of them are the nicest people she has ever met, and that society needs to treat them better. Needless to say, this is deeply disturbing, especially considering that she might allegedly be one of them.
People you'll ever meet, they don't hurt nobody. Besides have social, like they have a relationship, they have special relationships with children, but they're not physically hurting them. They're not causing them physical harm. Some of them do, but not all of them do that. Some of them are actually really good people. This is why I don't understand why society is so hate towards pedophiles. Because they're actually nice people.
Besides sleeping with a large number of men, Anna also had multiple fetishes, with the most persistent and strongest being her fixation on black men. This interest was not about forming a healthy relationship, but rather centered almost entirely on sex, and in a highly abnormal way. Ironically, despite this fixation, she is also an outright racist toward black people, and does not shy away from expressing it publicly, without the slightest hint of shame whatsoever.
They used to be enslaved by white people. Duh! I bring black slavery back. You should mow my lawn and then do my dishes. Because you're You should.
And if this was not bad enough, Anna would take her racism to an entirely new level by creating a music attempt in which the lyrics show her twisted fantasy about wanting to sleep with a black man while simultaneously referring to them using the hard R.
1, 2, 3. You ever been fucked by a nigga? Pumped and dumped by a nigga. They like to wear the hats on backwards, swagging with their pants hanging down.
This behavior was not limited to just a couple of videos. Anna has consistently referred to black people using the hard R without any shame or discomfort, but the racism does not stop there, as she would go a step further by claiming that the leader of KKK is actually her relative, a claim she brought up out of the blue without any known blood relation to support it.
But get this, when I look this up, it looks so eerily identical to my family's facial features. So then, check this out. My family has broad shoulders, they have big old foreheads, big old brain, they have a history of look at the nose, okay? Look at this guy, okay? Look at his facial features. When I saw this, I was like, oh my freaking god. He was the leader of the KKK. I don't know if he was the leader, but he looks really similar to my facial features.
Despite her apparent racism, Anna would later become pregnant by a black man and give birth in 2015 to her daughter, Abby. From the very beginning, it was clear that Anna was not capable of raising a child, and that she did not want to have one in the first place. As a result, by her own logic, she would do virtually nothing for the child, not even comforting her when she was crying. In one of her older videos, Abby can be heard crying in the background, while Anna remains completely unaffected, and does not even bother to get up and check on her. After this incident, viewers rightfully called Anna out. The clip was later posted to her thread on Kiwi Farms, where Anna responded by stating that she intentionally ignored her child so that her own family would step in, take care of her, and eventually adopt her.
Yeah, see, I do that.
Despite all of this drama and her despicable behavior in her own life, Anna would become viral on the internet during this time for a completely different reason. The very first incident that put Anna in the spotlight dates back to 2013 at a Minecon open mic conference, where Notch, the creator of Minecraft, was taking direct questions from attendees. Despite the overall conference being heartwarming, one particular moment would end up going viral, and that moment involved none other than Anna, who was 18 years old at the time.
Would you like to join my dad's Minecraft server, Mineforgecraft? I've got business cards here if you would like to join.
Join his Minecraft what?
Minecraft, mineforgecraft.com.
Mineforgecraft.
He's had it up for a few years, I think now, and he's got really good staff. And I was wondering if you would like to maybe join it.
I'm having a hard time hearing what to say, but if it's a clan, I'd love to be invited.
Her nervousness, combined with her innocent intention to support her father, caused Anna's speech to spread online, to the point where even large creators like PewDiePie reacted to it.
I'll join! I'll gladly join!
I'm having a hard time hearing what to say, but
my
if it's a
God!
clan,
Just say yes and move on. My God, please. I feel like you are doing equally bad job here.
While many people viewed the moment positively, others chose to mock and ridicule Anna. Some went as far as joining the Minecraft server run by Anna's father and sister specifically to harass and mock her, which eventually led both of them to lose interest due to the intense trolling. Although Anna's father later claimed that this harassment was the reason the server was shut down, the actual reason behind its closure is a far more disturbing and deranged story. Alongside Anna's father and sister, there was another individual involved in running the server, a man named Starfire. Starfire was a longtime friend of Anna's father, which also made him close to Anna. Despite being significantly older than her and having his own family, Starfire was communicating with Anna in a romantic manner. He would later disclose the full situation to Anna's father, which ultimately led to the server being shut down to prevent Starfire from having any further access to Anna.
Along with some of my dad's online friends. Starfire And I might have also played a role in why the server got shut down. I was talking to him, but he had a wife and kid. He was 35 years old, and I tried to meet up with him. I was worried that he was gonna throw me under the bus afterwards and then tell my dad and get me in trouble. You know, being able to meet me at a hotel and...
While Starfire was undeniably at fault for his actions, Anna was not entirely a victim in this situation either, as she was allegedly the one who initiated the interest first. Although Anna gained a significant amount of attention almost overnight, she would fade into obscurity soon after. Despite this, she created a YouTube channel in 2015, believing it would bring her more attention, which ultimately did not happen. One of the most recurring themes on this channel was Anna's fixation on being a man, and how she believed life would be better if she were one. The primary reason she had this desire was the belief that she could sleep with as many people as possible without having to face any consequences.
I could just freely date whoever I wanted, and I wouldn't have to worry about periods, pregnancy, being judged by who you sleep with, sleeping around. Guys can do that, and have people back them up, like their buddies and whatnot, and when you're a girl that do that, people tend to start calling you.
Anna would take this obsession even further by choosing to dress like a man and act like one in her videos, in what comes across as extremely cringeworthy behavior. While it seemed at first like a normal cringe, it became deeply concerning when Anna explained that she pretended to be a woman solely to make her grandmother happy about having a granddaughter. She also admitted that she was always attracted to her older sister, particularly when she was changing clothes.
I pretended to be straight for my mom, who just wanted a granddaughter. My sister, I always thought was hot when changing clothes. I thought I was a girl.
While this by itself already reflects poorly on Anna, it was not the first time she had implied an interest in promiscuous behavior. Anna had previously told extremely disturbing stories about her sexual fantasies involving her own father, which will be covered later in this video. After her failed attempt on YouTube, Anna would move on to TikTok by the time the platform became popular in the United States, around 2018. This did not go very well at first, as she mainly posted random and cringeworthy TikToks that were uninteresting to say the least. Despite the cringe and randomness of her TikToks, Anna's questionable behavior began to creep in. During the same period, the popular streamer XQC reacted to one of Anna's TikToks, in which she confessed that she sometimes confuses being hungry with being sexually aroused. In that video, XQC would realize that the person he was watching was the same individual from the Minecraft Q&A video, which visibly shocked him. While Anna's TikToks were cringe, there was nothing initially disturbing or outright abnormal about them. That would completely change once Anna appeared on a live dating show, where she confessed to multiple things she had done in the past. These confessions not only attracted viewers, but also became the primary reason she was labeled a horror cow, with multiple Lulco commentary channels covering her immediately afterward. To give you some context, the dating show was organized by a TikToker who goes by the username Ryan, with the goal of entertaining his followers while also helping them find potential dating matches. In November of 2023, this TikToker invited Anna onto the show alongside another participant with the username Sparklefart, who appeared to have no idea how deep of a rabbit hole she was stepping into. At first, the date seemed to be going relatively well. However, when Anna was asked about her views on horror movies, she abruptly steered the conversation into disturbing territory by stating that she watches such movies because they make her excited, meaning they activate her sexual desires.
I mean, isn't that what it means when you said, like, people get excited by horror movies? Like,
I never said anyone was excited by horror movies. I just said that I like them.
Right? Like, it gets you going, right?
No.
What do you feel then when you watch them? Like, then what was the point of you watching it then?
To not be bored.
Naturally, Sparkle and the chat were dumbfounded by what Anna said. The host attempted to make sense of her comment by relating it to a viral internet trend in which women express attraction toward men wearing horror masks.
Well, there was that whole trend. Do you guys remember that trend where like everyone was doing like the ghost face mask thing and girls were into that? I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Oh, you mean Scream? That's a really good movie.
Yeah, the girls were doing that like transition with like the ghost face mask and everyone was really into it.
Yeah. I had an ex-boyfriend dress up like him and I sucked his dick. It was awesome.
I need emotional support teddy bear for this.
Although the host was clearly trying his best to frame her comment in a less disturbing way, Anna refused to go along with it. Instead, she escalated the situation by shifting the conversation to animals and sharing a deeply disturbing story. One of the statements that became the center of massive controversy was Anna describing a person she knew who was a hunter and allegedly engaged in inappropriate acts with the animals he...
Oh, that reminds me of a story. There was this guy that was a hunter that would unalive deer, and then he would, do it with them after he unalived them, deal. And I'm like, okay, if no one else was around and no one was around to see it, and you're alone in the woods, and who cares? I mean, it's already unalived at that point.
Anna then proceeded to confess that she shared the same fantasy, adding that the only reason she had not acted on it was because, as a woman, she was physically unable to kill the animals herself, and therefore could not satisfy that fantasy.
To be, I think it would be more awesome if I could be, a guy and have done that, because that would be, freaking cool, And I could be, a deer hunter, And then, I could, eat their meat.
While these fantasies are already extremely disturbing, the livestream also revealed how twisted Anna's moral framework is, as she explained that it would be acceptable to do something like that behind closed doors, as long as nobody saw it. Although Anna claimed that the hunter she referred to was just a random person, I would speculate that she may have been referring to one of her boyfriends, as she had previously dated a man who was a creepy hunter and openly carried knives and guns wherever he went.
I'm a hunter.
He likes to hunt and stuff, and he doesn't like that about him or whatever.
Yeah, it's the knife. That's the knife on his hip.
But it's not my fault. It's my right to have my guns at my place.
Oh yeah, he likes to see.
Which ones? I got.
At this point in the livestream, Anna's reputation was already in the dirt. She then attempted to walk back some of her earlier statements by arguing that the reason she thought deer was cool was because of the respect associated with wearing their skin or making jackets out of it. Needless to say, this attempt came far too late. Ironically, Anna would once again unpromptedly share another extremely disturbing story about how her ex-boyfriend once asked her to engage in sexual acts with his dog, which she claimed she refused. From Anna's stated moral position that anything is acceptable as long as it happens behind closed doors, both the host and the chat refused to believe that she was not involved in the act.
It's like my ex-boyfriend who was 45 and wanted me to have sex with his dog, but I didn't do it. And he told me he didn't do it with his dog.
I don't believe that.
He did it with his dog.
No, I think you did it with the dog after this conversation.
I never did it with the dog. No, I never did it. Because the dog was scared of me and did not want to do it. He would put the dog on me and the dog would run off.
You were trying to fit.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it either. It was weird. That's a little too far.
You're just sitting here talking about wanting to do it, and you're just saying you didn't do it. But I think you did it.
Anna then attempted to further prove her by stating that the dog was scared of her, a statement that implies she might have been interested if the dog had not been afraid. At this point, Anna completely stopped defending herself and leaned into the accusations, making eerily disturbing and inappropriate jokes, which ultimately led the host to remove her from the livestream.
I need therapy.
It doesn't matter if your eyes is closed. Your eyes is closed, you can just think it. You can just imagine it's a man with a giant penis.
I'm glad my dog's not in here for you to ogle at.
Every dog has a different size. Oh.
As you can imagine, this particular livestream was met with utter shock, leading many people to become extremely curious about Anna and further insight into her private life. Anna, who appeared largely unaffected by the negative attention she was receiving online, would instead take this opportunity to grow her TikTok account by hosting live streams where people could join, ask her questions, and receive direct responses from her. However, instead of attempting to clear her name, Anna would go on to describe multiple deplorable actions from her past, many of which were somehow even worse than what she had admitted during the dating livestream. Anna stated, in her own words, that when she was around 8 years old, she used to feed her sister's guinea pigs to her dog. While the act itself is horrifying, the reasoning behind it was even more disturbing. According to Anna, her motivation was simply to see what it looked like for the guinea pigs to be eaten by the dog.
I fed my sister's guinea pigs to the dog.
What the That's not a flex, bro.
That's what I did when I was 7 years old. Because I wanted to see them get eaten by my dog.
Why would you even say this, dude?
Because it's what I did. I used to shake the rats' cages and torture them. Hang them on nails and stuff like that.
But that's who you were in the past. That's insane.
And if that was bad enough, Anna also claimed that she used to shake rats inside their cage, them to a tree in an attempt to torment, an action she described as exciting. Beyond the obviously deplorable nature of these behaviors, it is deeply confusing why Anna would openly admit to such incriminating actions online without any prompting. However, once her intense attention-seeking behavior is taken into account, it begins to make sense. Anna tends to make these kinds of statements when she is single, and not receiving attention from others. And when combined with autism and intellectual regression, she appears willing to say whatever she believes will provoke a reaction, and thus get her attention. The problem, however, is that what she says is not entirely false, and in many cases appear to be true. In addition to the public backlash, this situation carried potentially serious consequences, as authorities were sent to her home for investigation after people online discovered where she lived. However, with no evidence beyond Anna's own confessions, the police were unable to proceed further after their investigation. Despite not facing any serious legal consequences, the fact that people online had located her home and contacted law enforcement appeared to make Anna realize that she had gone too far. As a result, she released an apology video. However, in classic internet Lolka fashion, instead of taking genuine accountability, Anna attempted to gaslight the audience by claiming that her statements were merely jokes, not meant to be taken seriously.
To it, and they think that I actually did those things. People that actually know me in real life know that I can't even drive. They know that I can't, like, they know me, right? But calling in a police department 1,200 times and delaying their calls, and they're trying to save lives and things, you're taking that away from people that actually do need it. It's a freedom of speech. There was nothing illegal. That's what my dad has told me, that the officer has told him. So if you could not call in and distract him from doing those things, that would be great.
While it hardly requires an explanation on why this excuse is not credible, the hypocrisy is still worth pointing out. During the dating livestream, Anna became extremely defensive when Sparkle accused her of being the one who engaged in inappropriate behavior with the dog, rather than her boyfriend. This reaction directly contradicts her later claim that everything she said was just a joke, as there would be no reason to argue so intensely if that were truly the case. Additionally, even while Anna was actively sharing disturbing stories about herself during the livestream, she repeatedly showed concern that Sparkle might view her as repulsive or a freak for saying such things. Needless to say, this raises the obvious question of why she would be worried at all if it were all meant as a joke. To make matters worse, this was not the only instance of Anna having a troubling history involving animals, particularly dogs. When she was around 14 years old, Anna owned a dog named Luke. The dog was later taken away, and after that she was never allowed to own another pet. In light of her later admissions, many viewers speculate that this decision may have been due to inappropriate interactions between Anna and the dog. Although Anna appears to regret her actions during these live streams, this was not the only time she repeated the same behavior. This time, it occurred during a Discord call. A group of people who were curious to learn more about Anna reached out to her and contacted her through a Discord call, where she went on to confess multiple things. One of the individuals involved, named Cornelius, later created a YouTube channel dedicated to documenting Anna's unhinged actions. One of the most shocking aspects of this was how Anna described her relationship with her own father, which is not only disturbing, but arguably among the most deranged things one could imagine. That is saying something, given Anna's long list of deplorable behaviors.
And then it's really embarrassing when you touch your dad thinking he's somewhat of a man. It's really embarrassing when you're blind, like I am, and you go to touch your father thinking he's somebody else. Oh my god.
Given that Anna had previously attempted to promote her father's server and support him during the Minecon event, many people assumed that her relationship with her father was unusually close, but still within normal boundaries. That assumption could not be further from the truth. In one of these calls, Anna stated that she would sleep with her father if he developed Alzheimer's, reasoning that he would not remember it, while at the same time other participants in the Discord call encouraged her to do it in the present.
I get Asperger's. No. If my dad gets...
That's it? What do you mean?
No, if my dad gets Alzheimer's, that'll be the perfect time.
Oh.
If my dad ever gets Alzheimer's, I'm gonna f the hell out of him.
Why don't you just do it now?
No, I'll remember it.
You just have to break that awkward, thing. Just, go up and hug him.
As the conversation grew increasingly disturbing, Anna went on to claim that she had once mistakenly touched her father, believing he was someone she was seeing on Tinder, explaining that people she dated would sometimes enter through the garage without notifying her.
Yeah, and then, he's like, what the hell are you doing? I was in the kitchen, and dark, there's lights on. I grabbed him. He said, what the hell are you doing?
But Anna, who else would be in your house?
Well, exactly. Well, sometimes I have people that come to me from, Tinder, that will come through, the garage, you know, and I saw a hot dude, and then I started trying to make out with my dad, but then he was wearing like button-up shirt and all that, and then he was like, "What you doing?" And he said, "You expecting someone?" And I said, nothing," and I realized who it was, and I got embarrassed, and I stuck my face in the foot.
Although Anna attempted to frame the incident as unintentional by blaming her poor eyesight, she appeared visibly excited while recounting the story, reacting in a way that suggested arousal. This reaction did not go unnoticed and was immediately called out by another participant on the call.
It's really embarrassing when you're blind, like I am, and you go to touch your father, thinking he's somebody else. Oh my god.
Is that a moan?
Like, yeah.
Despite repeatedly blaming her poor eyesight to explain why she could not distinguish her father from other men, Anna later told a different version of events in a separate call. In that account, her vision appeared to function normally, to the extent that she described noticing specific details during an incident in which she allegedly walked into her father's room at an inappropriate moment. Notably, another participant in the call pointed out this contradiction directly, a challenge that appeared to visibly irritate Anna rather than prompt clarification.
Look, staring at the computer screen the whole time, just...
You're lying again.
No, I'm not lying! That's literally what I...
Anna, you can't see. Anna, you are legally blind.
Okay, and one eye, I'm blind, and yeah, in one eye, but I can see better with these glasses on now.
Oh
This is
yeah,
actually
you saw
cool.
everything in such graphic detail in basically the dark.
Yeah, you
almost
saw
all
all
of
of
it.
it.
Know if he
No,
claimed or not.
no, because his...
The situation escalates further when Anna recounts a story in which she claims she was engaging in explicit behavior while alone, only for her father to walk in on her mid-act. According to her own account, she did not stop immediately after being discovered, continuing the behavior despite his presence.
And then I got naked and I sat on my bed. I started touching myself, fingering myself and all that.
How old
my
are you?
dad's like 27.
Oh.
And my dad's like, "What are you doing? What the hell are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, nothing." And then I continued to touch myself. And then my dad looked at me like this.
Compounding the severity of this account, other participants in the call went beyond passive listening and actively offered advice on how Anna could make her father reciprocate those feelings. Anna appeared to take this guidance seriously, engaging with it rather than rejecting or distancing herself from the suggestions.
I was trying to touch my foot. And he's like, "Don't do that." And I was like, "Why not?" And then he was like, "Just don't do that." And I was like, "Okay."
You're like,
But then-
make me.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. I should say that next time. Wait, you think I should say that to my dad next
Yeah.
time? Make him
Yeah, that might make him really horny.
call me if I say that?
Yeah.
Make me? Wait, you think you'd me if I said that to him?
Anna would later repeat this behavior during a Discord call, doing so without displaying any visible shame, hesitation, or self-awareness. The motivation behind Anna's behavior appears to be attention-seeking, driven by a desire to provoke reactions, and present herself as shocking or transgressive. However, during this Discord call, she faced unexpected competition for attention from another autistic participant named Connor. While little is known about Connor himself, other members of the call began deliberately shifting their focus toward him, seemingly to provoke a reaction from Anna. This change in attention appeared to agitate her, prompting increasingly extreme behavior in an apparent attempt to redirect the spotlight back onto herself. At one point, Anna escalated the situation by broadcasting explicit personal content that no one had requested, followed by further unsolicited exposure during the same call. These actions appeared calculated to regain attention, showing how far she was willing to go to remain the focal point of the conversation. As disturbing as these incidents already are, Anna went on to recount numerous additional stories involving her father, each one escalating in severity and becoming increasingly explicit and unhinged in nature. What makes this even more troubling is that, according to available accounts, these stories were not isolated incidents nor recent fabrications. Anna had reportedly been making similar claims as far back as middle school, suggesting a long-standing pattern of behavior rather than a momentary lapse in judgment. Anna went on to claim that her father had forced her into inappropriate acts. She later retracted this allegation, instead blaming her mother for pressuring her to say it to others. This explanation is difficult to reconcile with the broader pattern of Anna's behavior, particularly her repeated contradictions and demonstrated history of compulsive lying, and it did not end with her father. Anna went on to make similarly disturbing implications involving her brother, further widening the scope of these claims within her own family.
I lost my virginity to my brother.
Wow.
Wow.
So, like,
yeah. Wow.
Okay,
Wow,
that's kind of like a lot to process. Could you just give me a summary of that?
Me and my brother basically got busted having sex, and my mom separated us. Yeah, because we took baths together and we were this, and we wanted to see each other naked, and we did that a couple of times, and then we'd get embarrassed and laugh at each other and stuff, right? And then,
That's
you
a
know,
bummer.
As shown in the clip, Anna claimed that the first male she ever interacted with was her brother. However, this account does not align with her own earlier statements. In a video she posted in 2016, Anna stated that she lost her virginity to someone from her high school, directly contradicting the later version of events. Adding further fuel to an already disturbing pattern, both Anna's mother and brother were dead at the time she made many of these claims. This makes the behavior especially egregious, as it shows a willingness to implicate family members who are no longer alive to respond or defend themselves, seemingly for no purpose other than to extract attention from strangers online. For years, Anna's father, Steve, did not appear to impose any serious consequences on her behavior, at least none that are publicly known. That changed in 2021 when legal proceedings required him to pay $6,000 as a direct consequence of Anna's actions toward her husband at the time. In 2020, Anna was married to a man named Shannon and lived with him for roughly a year. The relationship ended after Anna physically assaulted him, reportedly striking him with a pan, and attempting to post intimate material of them together on the internet without his consent. Shannon pursued legal action, which resulted in a restraining order and a $6,000 court-imposed payment, ultimately covered by Anna's father.
I mean, think about it. Since my dad paid $6,000 to prove me innocent to court for the charges to get dropped, when Shannon said that I pushed him off the porch, well, my dad signed to house back over to my dad, so then they'd have to sue my dad instead of me. Here's the other thing, though, too. There's loopholes around how even no matter what I get married, what I do, I can't sell the house, but he would own it.
Following this incident, Anna's father became aware of videos in which she accused him of multiple serious crimes. This reportedly angered him and led to Anna taking the videos down from her channel. Ironically, Anna would later claim in a separate video that the $6,000 her father paid was not accountability on her part, but rather payment in exchange for her removing the allegations, framing it as her doing him a favor, not the other way around. This statement further reinforced the idea that she had no intention of abandoning this pattern of behavior, only temporarily suppressing it when pressured.
In a way, I kind of saved my dad and bailed him out. When I deleted all those YouTube videos of the allegations against him, I deleted all my videos, discs, and everything. So everyone want to call me a pedophile, but it takes a pedophile to create a pedophile, and it takes a pedophile to protect a pedophile. Does that make sense? Haha, get it? See what I did there? Okay.
While the extent of Anna's distorted fantasies and behavior has already been established, she is not acting in isolation. There are others who, while arguably just as disturbed, appear to exploit her intellectual limitations, actively encouraging and steering her toward actions she might not have initiated on her own. This dynamic is especially visible in the Discord call, where several participants demonstrated clear ill intent, repeatedly enabling and escalating Anna's behavior rather than discouraging it. One of the individuals involved in this call is a man identified as Gary Richard Koopman, also known as Coop. Gary has repeatedly demonstrated a willingness to condone and encourage Anna's inappropriate and dangerous behavior, despite working as a junior high counselor, specifically with children with special needs. Given his professional role, this alone raises serious questions about his judgment, boundaries, and ethical responsibility. He was also the individual behind Anna's attempt to distribute revenge pornography, actively instructing her on how to upload intimate videos of herself and her ex-boyfriend to adult websites. Beyond this, Gary engaged in multiple manipulative and deceptive actions aimed at pushing Anna further into her most extreme fantasies, including fixation. He also impersonated King Cobra JFS on Twitter, deliberately convincing Anna that she was in a relationship with the real Cobra. It is important to note that all of this occurred before Cobra's death. On January 13, 2024, Gary, while posing as King Cobra, commented under one of Anna's Twitter posts in which she had shared direct messages from a random man attempting to flirt with her. From that point forward, he continued communicating with her via Discord, reinforcing the deception to the extent that Anna publicly posted Cobra's photo with the caption, "My boyfriend maybe one day." It should be noted that there is no record of Cobra ever acknowledging Anna or interacting with her in any capacity. Around the same time, Anna posted a TikTok video reviewing one of Cobra's food hacks. While the review itself was unremarkable, viewers quickly noticed something far more concerning. During the live stream, Anna briefly exposed multiple browser tabs open to websites, which the audience immediately picked up on. This fixation was not limited to Cobra. Anna has also openly expressed interest in dating other well-known locos, including World of T-Shirts and Daniel Larson. Neither scenario is remotely plausible, one identifying as asexual and the other incarcerated at the time, further underscoring how detached from reality her thinking had become.
Is it possible to convince World of T-Shirts to convince Daniel Larson? I really want World of T-Shirts, to be honest. if it's a way to convince him to come to my hometown in Indiana and like we could go on a date together or whatever, if you could add me on Discord, on Anacondason, that'd be awesome. Daniel, if World T-shirts ever saw this, King Cobra doesn't really use social media very much. I noticed that. But if I could get World T-shirts in bed with me, oh my god.
While Gary has become one of the most infamous figures in the Anna universe, he is far from the only person still in contact with her. Even now, there are others communicating with Anna privately on Discord, repeating the same patterns behind closed doors. As long as that continues, the cycle remains the same. Anna confesses to increasingly disturbing behavior, attention follows, and another controversy inevitably takes shape. Little QB...
Yeah, that's why I want a younger woman, because she's naive.
What are you gonna say, me calling her 70 times was inappropriate too? Now you got my dad getting on my case because I'm gonna wake my mom up, huh?
So who is Little QB? On TikTok, he looks like any other religious creator, only with a little twist.
I genuinely feel violated by TikTok right now. My live just got taken down for...
He preaches about God, drops life advice, and acts like he's some kind of spiritual guide, but that's only the surface.
Remember, this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Behind the sermons is a guy named Brett, 29 years old, and his online history goes back way further than TikTok. We're talking all the way back to 2009.
Overall, the high school experience was different. When we got to the lunchroom, everything started to change. Seniors came and stole people's foods when they weren't looking. I was not a victim.
Unlike most creators who either grow, change, or quit after embarrassing themselves online, Brett never stopped. For more than a decade, he's been posting content that ranges from bizarre to flat-out disturbing, and instead of learning from the backlash, he doubled down.
White boy drunk, I'm wasted. Pop 3X, got my heartbeat racing. Young fly nigga like Lucci. Javinci got tired of that Gucci. These nigga big pussy, they coochie. Claiming they shooters, ain't doing no shooting. Front seat.
The religious phase is new, but his unhinged behavior has been there all along. And when you line up the timeline, you see a pattern. Every platform, every era, Brett finds a way to keep oversharing, keep spiraling, and keep dragging new people into his mess. This isn't about one bad clip or one controversy. It's about a guy who turned the internet into his stage for over 10 years, exposing every side of himself in ways most people wouldn't dream of.
The QB in my name comes from Brett Favre, the quarterback from the Green Bay Packers that I was named after because I was born like less than 4 hours before his birthday. He signed a jersey for me when I was a baby to the little QB. So that's where
Brett actually seemed like he had his life together. He had a girlfriend, they were making content as a team, and according to our digging, some of their vlogs were doing pretty decent numbers. The two of them seemed happy enough. They'd film together, do a couple stuff that people actually wanted to watch. For a minute there, it looked like Brett might actually make it as a normal content creator. But then something happened. One day, the girlfriend just disappeared from the videos, completely. Like she never existed. Now, we tried to dig into what exactly went down with this breakup, but Brett's made it pretty hard to figure out. But here's what we could piece together. After she was gone, Brett's content started getting weird. And we mean really weird. This wasn't the religious stuff he does now, by the way. That came way later. Back then, it was just off. Like you could watch his videos and tell something wasn't right, but you couldn't put your finger on what exactly.
Did you know that the Civil War never really ended in America? Because the 40 acres and a mule that was promised to the freed slaves, well, that was broken. After Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson actually repealed that.
The breakup hit Brett hard financially, too. Turns out when you're making content with someone and they disappear, suddenly you can't afford your own place anymore. So what does a grown man do when he can't pay rent? He moves back in with mom and dad.
Fun fact, Ozzy Osbourne sung the first true Christian rock song, After Forever, in 1971. It was written by Geezer Butler. There's a podcast by Catholic Talk Radio.
Now, most people would be embarrassed about this. Most people would try to get back on their feet quietly, maybe not broadcast their living situation to the internet. But Brett? Brett decided to redecorate.
Matthew 7, Judge not, lest ye be judged, for the measure with which you judge will be measured out and judged against you.
And when we say redecorate, we mean he covered his childhood bedroom with upside-down crosses. Not just a few here and there. We're talking wall-to-wall upside-down crosses. The whole room looked like some kind of anti-religious shrine.
I have St. Peter's cross, St. Thomas's spear, St. Andrew's cross, the tears Mary cried at the foot of the cross at first sun as she beheld him dead. This represents St. Rose, the Star of David, St. Matthias's axe.
But it didn't stop at the room. Brett started putting these symbols on himself too, drawing them on his forehead, on his arms, anywhere he could fit them.
Late night live down by the river if you want to come hang out. God bless you all. The Bible verse for today is Genesis chapter 1, verse 9.
And then he'd film videos like this was totally normal behavior. He even took his time to explain the meaning of the crosses on his body.
That's a great question. This is St. Peter's cross, represents the authority of the Pope and also St. Peter's martyrdom. He did not feel worthy to be crucified the same way as Jesus, so he asked to be crucified upside down. This is sacred tradition of the Catholic Church, but in the 1960s it was co-opted as a so-called satanic symbol, but Romans 12:21 tells us to overcome evil with good.
Brett was following it step by step. The transformation was happening slowly, but you could see it if you knew what to look for. As the months went by, Brett didn't just stay weird. He got more aggressive, more unhinged, and way more open about thoughts that most people would keep locked up in their heads forever.
I just got a banana on here while having a casual conversation. I appled it, but super weird. Thank the Lord that I recorded the deer sighting that we had, or I would have lost that because I can't save it now unless the appeal goes through. Pray for me.
His behavior was worsening in ways that made you uncomfortable just watching. We're talking about a guy who went from making normal couple vlogs to, well, whatever this was becoming.
I am absolutely so excited. The song that motivated me by God's grace to read the Bible is After Forever by Black Sabbath. And I just found a documentary claiming that that song is actually the first Christian rock song in history. I gotta see this. Come check it out. I'll be live.
And the scary part, he seemed to have zero awareness that anything was wrong. The aggression was getting real. Not just talking about being rude in comments or getting into stupid arguments. Brett was saying stuff that crossed lines most people wouldn't even get close to. And the disturbing thoughts? He was sharing those too, like he thought everyone else was thinking the same things. It was like watching someone's mental health deteriorate in real time, except they were live streaming the whole thing and asking people to subscribe. The upside down crosses were just the visual representation of whatever was happening in his head.
What's up, y'all? Roll call. We are going to be doing a little short live stream. Ask me any questions you might have about the Bible. I opened up to Proverbs 29, and my pinky was right on 11. Such a great verse. The fool gives vent to all his anger, but by biding his time...
What made it even more unsettling was how consistent it all was. This wasn't someone having a bad day or going through a rough patch. Little QBs was a pattern that kept getting more intense, more concerning, and more public with each video he posted. And that's when he did the thing that brought him to our attention. The thing that made us realize this wasn't just another weird internet person. This was something else entirely.
I'm sorry if that question I asked last scared you a bit like a hazmat in a gas mask. If you ask Zach and my brother, he likes when I rap fast. And let's backtrack back to this. Who would you live and die for on that list? But the problem is there's another list that exists and no one really wants to think about this. Forget sanity, forget salary, forget vanity by morality.
Up until now, you could maybe laugh a little, maybe shake your head. But once you hear some of the things he says during his live streams, you realize he's crossed into a whole other territory. And the worst part? He's not trolling, he's not being edgy, this guy is completely serious.
If I met somebody that was, like for instance, someone lied and he said they were 18, didn't know how much they actually were, right, then I would continue talking to them for a few years. And let's say we lived in Alabama, and then they couldn't maintain their perpetual virginity, maybe then I would.
That was Brett explaining why he thinks it's fine to keep talking to someone younger if they lied about their age. He even throws in Alabama as an example, like, oh yeah, the laws down there make it okay. And then he goes further, saying most men feel the same way, they're just too afraid to admit it.
Good morning, everyone! I fell asleep with my makeup, so I made the best of it, came down for a nature walk. Today's Bible verse is Wisdom chapter 13, verses 1 through 10. God bless you.
The way he delivers this is so casual, like he's dropping some kind of truth bomb, when really it's one of the most incriminating things you'll ever hear someone say on a live stream.
God bless you all. Today I'm hanging out down by the river. It is such a beautiful spot. And the verse for today is John 14:6. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Amen.
Normal people don't sit around making up scenarios about teenagers and legality loopholes. Normal people don't defend this stuff in front of an audience. But Brett? He lays it all out like it's common sense. And the crazy thing is, he doesn't even seem to notice how disturbing he sounds. Then he doubles down with this gem.
Just talking about biology here. And biology dictates that a young woman aged around 14 to 15 to 19 is nearly identical to or identical to an adult woman. We're purely talking hypotheticals. So so I don't know what the big deal is.
Yeah, that's him saying that teenage girls are biologically identical to adult women. One funny and yet not funny thing about little QB is how he hides behind words like biology and hypotheticals. And this video you just cringed at is a big part of why people started calling him the TikTok creep. But trust him to not stop there. Little QB always finds a way to drag religion into it. He claims he's Catholic, but then he twists it into his own warped version where apparently younger girls are better because they have fewer sins, fewer partners, and can be molded into the kind of woman he wants. Listen to how he phrases it.
But if the guy's trying to get in her right, then obviously he's able to manipulate her in a way that's like unfair.
Yeah, that's not right. That's
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't really see. I don't really see any like issue or any like overtly like predatory behavior if the person's like wanting to like foster their development in a healthy platonic way or whatever that looks like. You know what I mean? Age appropriate, whatever it might be.
He literally says he prefers someone in their formative years so he can mold them. That's definitely not a slip of the tongue or a misunderstanding. That's him telling you exactly what he's after. So let's break that down. He's admitting that he wants someone who doesn't know any better, someone who can't recognize his behavior for what it is. He wants a partner who won't challenge him, who won't call him out, who will go along with whatever he says because they're too inexperienced to realize how wrong it all is. Just great.
All right, guys, shout out to everybody. D'Angelo, I know we say things up here you might not have heard before, but just listen close. Guys, give me a follow if you haven't yet. Give my guests a follow on the way out. I always put them up on the big screen, guys.
Oh, shit.
Remember that Alabama line from the earlier clip? That's the key. When Brett says legal, he doesn't mean legal in the way most people understand it. He means whatever state has the lowest possible number. He bends morality around legality, so if the law says yes, then in his mind, it's automatically fine. And when you line it all up, the Alabama excuse, the biology nonsense, the religion spin, the obsession with naivety, you get a very clear picture of who this guy we're dealing with really is. And we don't know about you, but that picture is chilling.
What are you gonna say? Me calling her 70 times was inappropriate too? Now you got my dad getting on my case because I'm gonna wake my mom up, huh? Right? You really? Oh yeah.
Now, if you thought little QB's disturbing statements were bad, this next part might even be worse for you. Because once you start looking at how he interacts with people in his own community, things get even darker. See, little QB doesn't just live stream to an audience. He surrounds himself with what he calls a mod team.
What I'm trying to say
Drag her out of here. Drag her out of here. She can't control her temper.
And that is...
Drag her out of here. Drag her out of here. My mods are slow right now.
And if you look closely, you'll notice a pattern. Almost every single one of them is female. He keeps in personal contact with all of them. Crazier thing is, he met every single one through his YouTube chats. But why does Brett, with his much smaller audience, need a full team of mods to control his chat? Simple. He doesn't. The mod title isn't about managing the chat, but about Brett picking people he likes and pulling them closer to him. And the receipts back this up. Not long ago, leaked DMs between Brett and one of his mods started circulating on TikTok. And let's tell you, they were bad. This is the same Brett who gets on livestream and preaches about God, about morality, about being better than everyone else. One commented, "But I prayed and asked God to prompt you to forgive me for upsetting you," and he says, "Ask and he shall receive. And I know I am in a state of grace right now, so my discernment of spirits is working. I'm pretty sure I have a spiritual gift where I can locate demons by the grace of the Holy Spirit. So yeah, I love you and we will talk soon. Don't worry about me, I feel better now that I got to type to you. Just don't block me, baby girl, the demons are taunting you to do that. Because if I can't message you, my next thought is to break my chastity. So instead I made a new account to reach out and tell you. You can run, but you can't hide." But behind the scenes, he was sending unsolicited pictures to members of his mod team. And keep in mind, some of those mods, including the one he sent those images to, were underage.
Oh.
Bro, you gotta play the Julio diss track, bro.
That's one of my most popular songs. I actually got a 15-year-old kid to react to the comments at the park. He read the comments out loud. Because I was like, yo, it kind of popped off.
When those messages leaked, TikTok lit up. People posted, reacted, dragged him across the app.
Hey you guys, are you ready for a awesome live tonight? I'm super excited about this topic and I look forward to seeing all of you there.
And how did Brett respond? Not with an apology or even with accountability. He flew into one of the most unhinged rages we've ever seen. He claimed the girl was committing felonies, that he wasn't doing anything wrong, that the real problem was people doxing him. He even tried to laugh it off, calling it a hilarious joke. Meanwhile, he was caught red-handed sending pictures nobody asked for. And then his anger spiraled further.
What? 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 Me? Me?
He started hurling insults, threatening violence, screaming at people who dared to call him out. At one point, he literally called one of his mods a whore and promised to show her the set he wanted to do, implying he wanted to direct all his rage toward her. And the meltdown didn't stop there. His rants went on until even his parents had to step in. You can hear him snapping midstream, realizing his dad is on his case because he's about to wake up his mom with all the yelling. The whole scene is chaotic, disturbing, and honestly embarrassing.
You don't come into my space. Shut up. Don't talk. Seriously, don't get into this. You don't know what you're dealing with. You see, now you got my dad getting on my case because I'm gonna wake my mom up, huh? Right?
Well, that was Brett melting down in real time, trying to twist the story into some kind of bizarre defense.
When you
What?
started talking to them,
Why would you want to talk to a 14-year-old, Brett?
would you like me to replay it?
This isn't something that's like real. I think somebody was asking me like a fictitious hypothetical example or something.
There was nobody else on the video, Brett.
So just to put the pieces together, Brett uses his platform to pull in women, often younger women, under the guise of giving them mod status. He pushes personal contact. He sends unsolicited pictures. And when he's exposed, instead of reflecting on what he's done, he lashes out with rage and threats. Now that's a pattern that tells you exactly what his intentions were from the start.
Like I said, this would, if he lived in my town, I would just go over there and kick his ass. And if he'd fucking, right, that might be voluntary manslaughter.
This is the moment that cemented Little QB's reputation. Out of everything he's done, this meltdown became his most infamous. People already knew Brett was unhinged, but when this clip spread, it confirmed that his issues ran way deeper than anyone thought.
Send in a guest request if you want to join. Send in a guest request if you want me to hear your voice. Yo, come on. Let's rejoice. Make some noise. We're gonna chill out and we gonna get with the boys.
Afterward, he went on his TikTok lives and tried to explain it away. He claimed it wasn't what people thought, insisting that he was only using dark humor as some kind of trauma response. According to him, the whole thing had been twisted. He argued that the woman involved had baited him, encouraged him, and even tempted him, and that he was the one being manipulated. In his mind, she was the married instigator, while he was simply reacting.
That you think that I did was actually just me using dark humor as a trauma response to receiving unsolicited photos, but they framed it as if the photos that I sent were unsolicited. But wait a second, no. I have witnesses showing that the woman in question here literally was telling me, oh, check Snap, Brett. Oh, check Snap. She knows I struggle with lust. She's also a married woman. Oh, check Snap, Brett. Then I go into chat. She's like, oh, I'm looking at my eyes only folder. So with that being said, she's teasing me into try to engage in adultery with her.
But the leaked messages tell a different story. When you actually read them, the tone flips completely. Brett was the one steering the conversation, pushing things in an explicit direction, and refusing to back off even after she made it clear she wasn't interested. She said she was sick. She said she didn't want this. And instead of respecting that, Brett doubled down, fantasizing in detail about what he wanted to do to her while she was in that vulnerable state.
That's his, oh, no, I misspelled it, so it's with an A.
Where are Goofy Goobers? Goofy Goober.
Aiden Hackett, Hackett. He works for Florida and the government, and he admitted, and I have the clip, I'd have to go, I saved it, but he admitted to selling my phone number.
That's why people reacted so strongly to this. His defense fell apart when compared with the receipts. The meltdown showed Brett at his rawest, manipulative, unfiltered, and willing to say anything to dodge accountability. To the outside world, it was a disturbing unraveling. To Brett, it was completely justified. The backlash from his meltdown was massive, but it didn't stop Little QB.
The ideal wife, according to God. When one finds a worthy wife, her value is far beyond pearls. Her husband, entrusting his heart to her, has an unfailing prize. She brings him good and not evil all the days of her life. She rises while it is still night, and distributes food to her household.
If anything, it exposed a pattern that kept repeating itself. Not long after the dust settled, news broke that he was messaging yet another minor. Most people assume the girl came from his TikTok audience, since Brett has a history of following and DMing almost anyone who gives him attention. This is hardly surprising because his lives are often filled with kids. He's had people as young as 13 up on his panel, talking with him like it's normal. That alone should raise red flags, but Brett never saw a problem with it. In his world, boundaries don't exist if it means getting more attention. The proof goes even deeper. In one of his videos, he openly admitted to messaging someone who had already told him they were under 18. Instead of backing away, he went as far as referring to her as his girlfriend. He tried to play it off as harmless, saying he wouldn't reveal who it was to respect her privacy, but the damage was already done. He had crossed the line, and he didn't even seem to realize it.
When I asked her out, like, blocked me. So, yeah. But I'm actually considering her my girlfriend as of now. But I can't say who because I want to respect her privacy and everything, so I'm just not going to say who.
And this isn't just about messages. Brett has exposed himself on camera more than once, fully aware that his audience is filled with minors. His moderators, who are mostly underage girls, have also been subjected to this behavior. It's not an isolated slip. It's a repeated cycle of crossing boundaries, excusing it, and then doing it again.
That's wild. The first comment I got it said, "Fever dreams be like." That's what I've been telling you. Was like the title of it. The working title of that animation I just said, what, like 40 minutes ago was Fever Dream, right? That's wild.
This pattern makes it clear the meltdown wasn't a one-off incident. It was a window into how Brett operates. He preys on younger audiences, hides behind flimsy excuses, and keeps escalating despite the backlash.
That was cool. A snowfall, and now here we go. We're gonna keep going here. We got another one. I want to just try out all these cool new like winter gifts. Let's see, what do I got? I couldn't find the snow globe the first time. There you go. And let's...
So after all the drama and controversy, someone finally decided to call Brett out publicly. A TikToker who goes by Priestley Sage 666 set up a live panel to discuss everything that had been going down. They invited Brett to join and defend himself.
How many grandmas do you have? How many grandmas you got?
I have two.
One
of them died before I was born.
Died so far. You said the
Oh my god, what is wrong with you? She died on Tuesday. Her burial is literally in 2 days. I got my suit fitted.
Right off the bat, Brett comes in playing the victim card. His grandma supposedly just died. Everyone needs to stop talking about him, the whole thing. But here's where it gets interesting. People start questioning his story immediately.
I'm hanging out in the rubble. How about you?
The way Brett responds when people challenge him tells you everything you need to know about how he handles pressure. Instead of staying calm or providing proof, he completely loses it. We're talking full meltdown mode.
How many grandmas do you got? How many grandmas you got?
I have two. One of them died before I was born.
Died so far. You said the
Oh my god, what is wrong with you? She died on Tuesday. Her burial is literally in 2 days. I got my suit fitted today. What is wrong with you people?
Just died
What is wrong with you people?
though.
She didn't. She just died 2 days ago. Oh,
oh my
you
seem very
mother. Take this live down. Take this live down. I swear to God. You take this live down. Take this live down. I swear to God, you motherfuckers will pay. You'll pay. 18. I talked to her all my life for 3 months under that false idea that she was 18. I stopped talking to her. I literally thought she was going through a mental health crisis, so that's why I made other accounts to try to reach out. Then when she said she was serious, I never contacted her again. I've never been arrested. That's a fake news story. You all go to hell. I hope you all rot in hell. I hope you all rot in hell.
This is where you really see Brett's true colors. When he's backed into a corner and can't manipulate the situation, he turns nasty really fast. The whole thing devolved into threats and curses when he realized people weren't buying his explanations. This is classic behavior for someone who's used to controlling the narrative through their own content, but falls apart when they can't control the conversation.
I never doxed anyone on my live. No, I didn't. I never did that. Who? I posted my Facebook account on my live. That's not doxing someone. That's holding someone accountable. You're a liar. She literally impersonated one of my moderators, changed keywords, was unblocking people when I was blocking people. You know what? I'll call her right now. Thank you for reminding me. Seriously, thank you.
This panel became a turning point because it showed everyone exactly who they were dealing with. All the weird religious content, all the strange behavior. This confrontation stripped away the facade and revealed someone who couldn't defend their actions when pressed by others. The aftermath of this confrontation would prove to be just as revealing as the event itself, because Brett's response to being called out publicly would show us just how deep this rabbit hole really goes.
I specifically asked him. He would probably date someone 16 and marry them when they were 18. And he said yes.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
When Brett realized this would not stay on his TikTok page, he panicked. He stopped apologizing. He started attacking. He called victims nonstop. He messaged them at all hours. He pushed his smallest audience to hunt them down online. He doxed people and threatened violence. He framed himself as the victim the whole time. He lied to anyone who would listen. His live streams turned into hunting sessions. He read names out loud. He posted links and profiles. He encouraged followers to hold people accountable while sending them after targets. He kept repeating the same line that the fault belonged to others, never him. When clips of the behavior spread, he doubled down. He framed his rants as a trauma response. He mocked victims for reacting. He turned genuine fear into fodder for his show. These were kids, some of them underage. They stumbled into his orbit and found themselves targeted. He used insults and threats to silence them. He tried to make them the problem. As days passed, his streams grew wilder. The manic energy increased. Each session blurred the line between broadcast and attack. People stopped seeing a streamer. They saw a man weaponizing a platform against ordinary viewers. This is what full panic mode looks like. It is relentless and cruel. At this point, it's clear that Brett's behavior is an ongoing danger. The way he talks, the way he acts, and the way he treats people all point to someone who has no sense of boundaries and no intention of changing. In Brett's mind, his victims don't even have the right to exist online unless they're answering to him. He said before that they shouldn't have their phones on, that they don't deserve social media, and that the harassment won't end until they give him what he wants. Legally, this is the kind of behavior that leads to restraining orders, but instead of stepping back, he's still on TikTok, and it raises a disturbing question. Why is he still allowed on the app at all? When you zoom out, the picture is bleak. Brett is not just a risk to the individuals he targets, but also to the countless kids who stumble across his streams. Every time he goes live, there's a chance another young person gets pulled into his orbit, and while Brett keeps spinning stories and painting himself as the victim, the facts tell a different story. And at the very bottom, in the abyss, hides Decane.
If I get into a situation, I ain't gonna do the fighting. I ain't gonna be the one. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna get locked up. I'm the breadwinner. I got too much to lose.
People faking parts of their life online isn't exactly breaking news, and especially on TikTok, where putting on a mask is practically the brand, but very few manage to build their entire identity around something they're not and then get exposed and humiliated on live streams for the whole world to watch in real time.
Meet Josiah Cain de la Fuente, better known as D-Kane, the self-proclaimed gangster boss of San Antonio, who somehow turned cringe into a full-time career. This guy didn't just claim to be in any gang, he claimed to be part of MS-13, one of the world's most violent and ruthless gangs. He even tattooed random ink all over his body, including the number 13 right on his forehead, just to look the part.
You like Matthew Kane?
But when real people from that life confronted him, D-Kane folded instantly. All that hard talk vanished the second he was checked by an actual gang member, and he literally called himself a good boy on camera.
And when his chain got snatched at the mall, same thing. He just stood there watching it happen, doing absolutely nothing, while the boss image he built crumbled in front of everyone.
And that's not even the worst part. Behind all the fake tattoos and cheap bravado are actual allegations: grooming underage girls, physically abusing girlfriends, assaulting his own grandparents, bragging about stolen clout, and somehow still acting like he runs the streets when he can't even keep his own drama straight.
But this is just the beginning. D-Kane's rabbit hole goes way deeper and darker.
And then it said 20. I was like, you're 20. Oh, I was like, oh, I'm 16. He's like, okay, that doesn't matter. He's a midget that's psycho. He beats not only on females, he beats on his grandparents, actually, too. His grandma. Oh, look at my charges. 2 of those charges are from his grandma and his grandpa for stabbing them.
In spite of having a massive following, there's honestly not much out there about D-Kane's childhood, besides the fact that he was born in the United States in March 2004.
But don't let that fool you. The mystery isn't the interesting part here. It's the content he started pumping out in 2023 that truly deserves our attention.
When D-Kane jumped onto TikTok, his videos were pretty much the definition of cringe. We're talking classic, peak-level cringe. Just check out this masterpiece.
Step in the club, I see your bitch, I'm finna take her.
My tip creaming right now, my tip sticky. Tip real sticky and moist. I'm playing with it a little bit.
Honestly, I'm left wondering, what's the actual purpose here other than inducing secondhand embarrassment?
Initially, there wasn't anything super controversial about him. He was just your everyday TikToker trying a bit too hard, until the internet detectives realized something fishy. It turns out D-Kane wasn't even original in his cringe. He was directly copying another TikToker named Ricky.
And when I say copying, I mean he was literally replicating every single detail, down to the facial expressions. The whole thing was painfully obvious.
Same exact, what is it, the letters right here? What do you have right there on your cheek?
This is Korean.
Oh, and his is Chinese. Yours is different. Okay.
You act like people don't get tattoos on the sideburns right here.
Okay, my fault.
I didn't know you created that. That's cute.
Let me see, what does it say in your knuckles? What does it say, West? Ricky has that. Isn't it crazy how Ricky has the same exact west side, like west right there?
Chat, this is why he thinks I'm not being honest, because his head is so inflated. He thinks that he's so up here that when I be honest, you think I'm lying because you're so up here.
Naturally, this sparked some beef between the two. They even went as far as daring each other to a fight.
Why don't you teach me? Who's they? I don't care about they.
Dang.
Come on.
So come on.
I'll put 5 bands on it. Let's do a boxing.
I don't care about the money.
You don't care about the money?
I don't care about money.
I'll fly you out to me.
He's on house arrest.
Because I'm your daddy.
I'm on house arrest. You gotta come to me.
You gotta fight inside his house.
I'm gonna have to beat you up in your own.
But honestly, watching D-Kane trying to play it cool here, with all that excessive lip touching and nervous eye movement, you just know deep down he was low-key terrified. It's almost kind of sad. Almost.
But let's be real. All this drama amounted to nothing because at the end of the day, no one was actually interested in D-Kane. If anything, he became a laughingstock for how he looks. Just take a look at how TikTok roasted him mercilessly.
I'm feeling sparkly tonight. How are you feeling tonight?
Sparkly?
Yo, glittery. Glitter. What you know about that glitter?
I don't know nothing about none of that.
Oh, I know you don't. You don't be feeling sparkly.
Around here is my chains. I don't know about none of that over there.
Have a second phone, LeBron.
So do I, LeBron. Your phone not cute like me, LeBron. I got glitter in my phone. Glitter. Sparkles. What you know about feeling pretty? What you know about feeling, yuck.
Soon after, he somehow managed to land a collaboration with another notable TikToker named Lalo. And here's where things get interesting, because Lalo's entire shtick seems to be poking endless fun at D-Kane. Literally every stream is just Lalo hysterically laughing at whatever cringeworthy thing D-Kane decides to do next. Yet, bizarrely enough, Lalo is not the villain in this story. In fact, he's probably the closest thing D-Kane has to an actual friend, offering him advice and genuinely trying to steer him away from his questionable antics.
I'm gonna suggest one good thing to you, not in a bad way. But we already seen how you got pressed, right? You're not from the set, even though you're from El Salvador, doesn't mean you're from the lands from out there. You ain't from the lands. So far you ought to really go get that 13 removed. You know how bad you're making real members look? Bro, you're not a member. Go take that 13 off your face. You're not stepping, you're not really clicked up with nobody. Bro, go take that off, and I'm telling you, that's the right thing to do. You are not no member, bro. If you ever go to jail, bro, they're gonna put you in gang unit. The moment you go to, right? The moment you go to gang unit, they're gonna be like, hey, what's up with that 13 on your face, bro? They're gonna smash you out, bro. I don't want that for you. I know you might go to PC. I don't know. You might be some little scary kid. I don't know. Me, I go GP. You know what it is. But bro, the moment you hit a yard and you got that 13 on your face, bro, a lot of people got beef with a lot of people, and for you, it's over with.
This oddball dynamic actually gave D-Kane's account a pretty big boost. He gained thousands of followers in just 4 days. But did this newfound fame inspire him to create better content? Of course not. Instead, D-Kane doubled down and started making mukbang videos. Picture it, just him sitting awkwardly in front of food, making everyone watching deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah, Lalo is not cool with me. I can't have you. Lalo would not want to go live with them.
And just when you think you've seen it all, here's another mukbang that's guaranteed to churn your stomach even more. I mean, seriously, brace yourself.
I need all the chicken.
Funnily enough, his obnoxious chewing got so infamous that someone actually asked him about it in an interview.
What about like on TikTok Live, whenever you be like, they be talking about, because I already know they were commenting and they were like, hey, why do you chew like that, bro? Like, you don't chew like with your mouth closed. They're like, bro, you need to show your manners. Like, you chew like that, like in real life too?
Nah, not in real life, nah. That's more. Is that cat? It's just for the live, like it's just for the live, like I used to when I was younger, but nah, I don't know.
But this is nothing compared to the absolute chaos that unfolds next in the D-Kane saga, because trust me, things escalate very quickly.
Throughout his videos and streams, D-Kane tries so desperately to convince everyone that he's a gang member. Honestly, this whole tough guy facade probably stems from his insecurity about his physique. Just a wild guess on my end, but come on, it's pretty obvious. Now, whether or not that's exactly the case, here's what is definitely true. This dude is absolutely drowning in absurd claims about his personal life.
First off, D-Kane straight up lied about his origin. He proudly claimed he was born in El Salvador and is a Salvadoran gangster.
Damn. All right, bro, we gonna roll into these questions right here. Where are you from? Where are you from, bro?
I'm from Salvador, but I grew up in San Antonio, so Texas, basically.
Oh, okay. Because they were talking about, like, in the comments, they're like, he's Mexican. You ain't Mexican? Like, at all?
No, yeah.
So, like, you, like, kind of mixed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you're Salvadoran, though. That's what you identify.
Yeah. But guess what? His own girlfriend threw him under the bus, spilling the beans that he's actually Mexican, born in Mexico. And she didn't just pull that out of thin air, she got the receipts directly from his own grandfather. Talk about being exposed by your closest circle.
This is gonna break everybody. Y'all, he isn't Salvadorian, by the way. That's a lie. He's Hispanic.
What is he?
He's from Guatemala? He's not Salvadorian.
What?
That third
What is he?
It's fake. He's Hispanic. He's Mexican.
Damn, people thought from Guatemala too.
His own grandpa snitched him out to me. I was like, yeah, he's Salvadorian. Like, where he comes, like that's where he comes from. And he looks at me. He goes, no, he's not. Yeah.
But the best part isn't even the lie itself. It's why he lied. Turns out D-Kane claimed to be from El Salvador, specifically Guatemala, which doesn't even make sense, by the way, because he wanted to further hype up his gangster persona.
Here are a few more hilarious fails from our wannabe gangster.
First, the dude can't even speak Spanish. Like, if you were actually from El Salvador or Guatemala, you'd probably manage at least a couple of coherent sentences, right? But nah.
You know what I was gonna tell you, bro? How are you from El Salvador and you don't speak Spanish?
You don't know my backstory, kid.
You don't know my backstory.
Bro, Chris knows the back pretty well, but he was
don't act like we're in a movie right now and you know my origin story.
You knew my origins. Oh hell no. Hey, so you don't speak Spanish?
Then things get even more humiliating when real gang members hop onto a stream with D-Kane, calling his bluff in real time. Our tough guy not only failed miserably to back up his claims, but looked genuinely terrified throughout the entire thing.
I don't know, man. That's D-Kane right there, though. I'm with D-Kane, dog. You D-Kane? I'm with D-Kane. What you like about D-Kane? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, what benefit of the doubt? I gotta give him a chance, man. You gotta give him a chance? No? You see that? My boy Lefty said, put you the long way. I give you a chance, man.
No, for sure.
You with me?
I mean, if we rocking with each other, we rocking with each other.
Where the hoes at? You got hoes?
Nah.
Where the bitch at? You got no bitches? Where you at, Texas?
Yeah.
Where you at, 13? You sureño?
You know what I'm saying? 1-3.
Are you sureño or not?
It's that 1-3 life.
Where you from?
Why you asking where I'm from?
Hey, where you from? What gang? Where at? What city?
I'm from Salvador.
You're from El Salvador?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. What gang are you from?
We're not doing this on TikTok.
Man, dog, Ben,
we're not doing this on TikTok.
I'm from King Salvador 13, Bowen Park. Where are you from?
I'm a good boy.
You're gay. That's just. Hang up on him? He said you ain't banging your shit, so he kind of feels like, damn. You ain't. He said you ain't banging your shit, so it's like.
Hey, I'm trying to get to know you, dog. The first thing I'm gonna do is like, where you from? Where the fuck are you from? Are you down the street or where? I'm not gonna kill you right now. Come on, dog.
I could be down the street. Where you at?
What you, dog? You viral. You viral. Keep doing your thing. Run it up. Get your money. I'm for all people that are outside getting their money. Get your money, dog. That's it. But where the fuck you from? El Salvador. That narrows it down. Come on.
That's actually my people right there, though. Trillo and Guzman, I vouch for them.
What's Tom Kylie?
He pressing you about where you from, D-Kane? Come on.
This live stream poked so much mockery on D-Kane that Lalo and a bunch of his other collabs made it a point of laughter for weeks.
Oh, and about that family history. His grandmother speaks flawless English, which makes absolutely no sense if we're to believe she lived her entire life in El Salvador. Another glaring plot hole in D-Kane's ridiculous backstory.
Oh, she's sleeping.
She's like, why are you bothering me?
Hey, what are you doing?
Laying down, sleeping.
Oh, you were sleeping?
What happened?
Oh, no, I'm just on live. I just wanted to see what you was doing.
Oh, you at the house?
Yeah, but I'll let you go back to sleep. But, all right, I love you.
Okay,
The most absurd part? This guy boldly claims he's a member of MS-13, one of the most notoriously violent gangs out there. In case you don't know, MS-13 is an international violent gang which is infamous for killing people, drug trafficking, and many other deeply disturbing things. Because members of this gang have been the main reason for the suffering of the El Salvador people, the government actually built the largest mega prison in the entire world, which is designed only for the imprisonment of MS-13 members. So in El Salvador, being an MS-13 is not something you would openly brag about, but D-Kane wasn't going to back off even with all these facts put in front of him. If anything, he doubled down.
He went as far as tattooing himself with some cringeworthy ink, including this one right here.
Murder right here, that's a murder block, Marbach on the west, where I'm from. I got a spider web on this side. That's just for to fill that piece in. I needed something to fill in right there. So I got a spider web right there.
Oh, you got this one too?
Oh yeah, I got this shit over my eyebrow.
But wait, it gets worse. He even replicated tattoos that actual MS-13 gangsters have. At this point, it's not even funny anymore. It's downright disturbing how deeply he's bought into his own delusions.
And then you got the 13 too.
Yeah, I got the 13. I got, I don't know, a lot of people always point out down and be like, you need to remove down. I got a big ass 13 on the back of my neck too.
Oh, you got a big ass one?
So if you looking, you know, you see me walking from the front, you're gonna see the 13. You see me walking from the back, you're gonna see the 13. Like it's.
But all of this talk was just talk until reality slapped him square in the face. One day at the mall, a group of guys actually stole his chain. And what did our tough guy gangster do? Absolutely nothing.
No, he took my chain.
Hey, bro. I don't know much about gangsters personally, but I'm pretty confident that's not how real ones handle things.
Later, when he finally caught up with the guys, things got even messier. Turns out they confronted him about allegedly hooking up with a 15-year-old girl. Yep, another massive embarrassment in a long line of humiliations.
You like not be Oh, they're making babies cry now. That's crazy.
Why you 15-year-old girl? Nigga, you want to take like my 15-year-old girl, bro? You want to 15-year-old girl, bro? You want to 15-year-old girl, bro? This nigga like 20-something years old, bro. You gonna give me my girl?
But of course, this is D-Kane, so embarrassment means nothing to him. When confronted for being a fake gangster, his excuses were straight up pathetic. He claimed he didn't go after the guy who stole his chain because get this, the guy wasn't affiliated with any gang, and he felt sentimental towards him. Seriously, man.
Lalo said, if you were on that type of timing, you would have did something to him. You representing 13, you would have did something to him. Now watch this. Why would I, a real active member, why would I do something?
Hold on. Let's stop you there. A real active member? What are you active for, the cheerleader team? You ain't been in the screens. You're not really for the screens. Bro, he's not for the screens, Jay. He's not for the screens.
Are you gonna let me finish?
All right, go ahead, finish.
Anyways, why would I, a real active member, press this kid that's not even in any type of affiliation, or he was just a random kid trying to get clout? So what type of points?
Okay, so let me stop you. Okay, hey, he said he was just a random kid trying to get clout. Okay, so you're basically saying if any kid wanted to out there, they could just come take your chain because they know now you're not gonna do anything about it. Is that what you're saying?
And just when you thought he couldn't dig his hole any deeper, D. Kane contradicted himself spectacularly by saying he only stood by because his security wasn't there.
Oh yeah, right, the security, because every hardcore gangster needs a mall security team. This pathetic attempt at saving face ended up being the biggest joke of all.
That's not my...
Is that your bodyguard?
Not security, Sliver.
Is that your bodyguard you're talking about?
Are you gonna show the picture that you were showing?
Oh, look your bro's bodyguard.
I'm cheesed right now, Liber. But okay.
Oh, you're a little confuzzled.
Stop trying to talk like me.
Hey, bro takes his bodyguard everywhere with him. Look, he looks on point.
Honestly, at this rate, D. Kane might as well drop the tough guy act and just fully commit to being the internet's favorite punching bag, because that role fits him way better. And trust me, nobody enjoyed roasting him for it more than Lalo.
After the whole mall fiasco, Lalo and a bunch of other TikTokers basically turned D. Kane's gangster moment into a running joke. Every stream, they'd poke fun at how D. Kane just stood there like a lost puppy while his chain got snatched.
And what made it even more brutal was that D. Kane just sat there on those streams, trying to look unbothered, but looking genuinely pathetic instead. He'd barely say a word, and when he did open his mouth, whatever came out was so confusing, it only made him look worse.
At one point, Lalo even took it up a notch, mockingly claiming to be D. Kane's father on stream.
Hey, but I'ma always love you and I love you, son. Huh? When you finna come visit your dad in Idaho, you know, try not to stay too far from me, little bro. You know I love you, son. You know I love your mother. I love everybody. Hey, son, just check up on me a little more. You know your dad's getting old. Nah, I love you though. I see you doing your thing on the internet. I hear word around town, everybody talking about you. Do your thing, son. Make me rich like you said you was gonna do one day. I'm just playing, son. Hey, but I love you. Take care of yourself. It's your father. Bye. Nah, you know that hurt you in the heart, because you're never gonna hear that for real.
It was honestly hilarious to watch, but also painfully embarrassing if you're D. Kane. While he was busy trying to hold on to this tough guy image, everyone else was cashing in on the free entertainment of seeing him get verbally stomped on over and over again.
D. Kane somehow even managed to drag the Island Boys into his circus, specifically Soulflyger, who's basically one of their spin-off clowns. Now, the Island Boys aren't exactly any better than D. Kane. If anything, they're probably worse when it comes to flexing fake gangster nonsense with absolutely nothing to show for it in real life.
Yo, chain don't even make noise. Why you copying me? Yo, chain don't even make noise.
I only have one arm.
Exactly. You only have one chain. It can't even clang together.
You see how big it is, though, right?
Yeah. You hear mine, though, right?
Come on.
I don't hear yours.
Alex, ask him about Chris. Who's Chris? Who's Chris?
Some dude that was outside the club.
Proving who's really about that life, these two geniuses started comparing their tattoos, literally arguing over whose dollar store ink made them more street. Watching them bicker over who's tougher based on scribbles on their skin was peak internet comedy.
And you have all them tattoos, and you're for what? If you was to go to jail, you would have a harsh time.
If I was to go to jail, they send me straight to gang unit.
Right.
If you go to
and
jail,
that's even worse. And that's even worse.
And if you go to jail, they look at your tattoos. They inspect your tattoos, and they're like, "Oh, he's not affiliated with us. Send him over there."
Oh, really?
Really?
Yes.
Wait a minute. I do you even have a stomach tattoo?
What?
No, I'm asking you a question. You have a chest tat.
And what does it say?
Wait a minute. Hold on. What does that say? Dude, you're false. Bro, you're invalid. If I had my homies check you, it would be bad. Really bad. What? It's the truth. Why do you have that? You're not even cut.
From the looks of it, Soulfly's real problem wasn't even about D. Kane personally. He just couldn't handle someone else stealing the spotlight as TikTok's resident fake tough guy. So instead of staying quiet, he went full meltdown mode, trying to out-cringe D. Kane at his own game.
He stood up and said, "What's up?" Like he's squaring up with the home.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my mama, that's crazy. This man is not confident.
I ain't gonna hold you. That was a good one. Like if you were to actually be in front of me and you stood up and said, "What's up?" I ain't gonna hold you. Like that was good.
Bro, just stand up, bro. Where?
Say please.
All right, please go. He still won't do it.
Y'all see how I make him do what I say too? Like,
bro, he still won't do it, y'all. Bro, if a man, bro,
y'all clip that.
If a guy would have said, "Yo, your girl,"
make sure y'all clip that.
I would have proved it by now.
Fly tells D. Kane.
Yo, guys, am I right or wrong? If a guy would have came up to me,
make sure you tag me in it. Make sure you tag me.
Your girl taller than you, I would have like, man, no, she's not. No, she's not. You know what I'm saying?
Aside from being exposed as a fake gangster, D. Kane hadn't been caught doing anything outright criminal at this point, but that didn't last long. Things took a darker turn when evidence started surfacing about his inappropriate interactions with underage girls, the most notable being his ex-girlfriend's interview with a well-known TikToker named Poncho.
As we learned later, D. Kane started dating his baby mama when she was 16. 16! And it's not like he didn't know. She told him her age right from the start. Did D. Kane care? Not even a bit. He basically told her, "Doesn't matter, just don't tell anyone." Seriously, what a creep.
I literally asked him how old he was, and he was like, "Go look at my famous birthday." So I did, and then it said 20. I was like, "You're 20." I was like, "Oh, I'm 16." He was like, "Okay, that doesn't matter. As long as we don't tell anybody, you're gonna be an adult anyway." So I think that's what he said.
So in other words, he pre-ordered you.
Sure.
But if you think that's as low as it gets, buckle up, because it actually gets so much worse. One of the real reasons they broke up wasn't just the illegal age gap. It's because D. Kane was beating her, straight up abusing the mother of his own kid. But the abuse didn't stop with her. D. Kane also has 2 charges for beating up his own grandparents. His grandparents. Who even thinks of doing that? It's like his moral compass never existed.
If you don't mind me asking, let's get serious here. If you don't mind me asking, what ended up happening?
How do I put it? He's psycho. He's a midget that's psycho. He beats not only on females, he beats on his grandparents actually too. His grandma.
The abuelitos?
Yeah, those charges, he says, "Oh, look at my charges." 2 of those charges are from his grandma and his grandpa for stabbing them. Okay?
And when people called him out about it live, D. Kane just sat there, stone-faced, didn't deny a thing, no excuse, no fake apology, just nothing, which honestly makes it even clearer he really did it.
So that's some situations I do have on my page if you guys want to check that out. But aside from that, if you want to deny that, that's fine. What's the whole situation with your grandparents?
What about my grandparents?
That you hit them with some little bit of a cuchillo.
That's cap. My charges are public record.
Yeah, but you can easily manipulate them. Are you sure your ex was lying that you didn't hit him with...
You can't manipulate charges. They're on the county record.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
You're not gonna sit here and lie to the people. That's the one thing you're not gonna do.
You'd think that alone would be enough for his baby mama to ditch him forever. But there's an even nastier reason she finally bailed. Turns out D. Kane was cheating on her the entire time with other girls who were even younger. She was 16, and she says the other girls were way younger. So do the math. We're talking possibly 14, maybe 13. It's stomach churning.
My last breaking point was I had to go downstairs after begging him to stop talking to girls. 2 little girls younger than me, to stop texting them and asking them for feet pictures. No, I haven't got to that point yet. Hold on. Fellas, I woke up, went downstairs, and he's sleeping on the couch, and he's on the phone with a girl asleep while I'm upstairs sleeping after an argument. So yeah.
You were saying that so basically he cheated on you with other quinceañeras?
Yeah.
Other younger girls?
Mm-hmm.
Younger than you, basically, allegedly?
Like a year or two.
To make matters worse, it turns out one of the girls he cheated with was his baby mama's own stepsister.
And when she finally left him, D. Kane did what all fake tough guys do when they get exposed. He jumped on live and bawled his eyes out like we'd all feel sorry for him. Spoiler, nobody did.
I just got into a little argument with my baby mama, and she ended up deciding to leave.
And here's where the creep factor goes nuclear. D. Kane has a foot fetish, which, fine, whatever, plenty of people do, but he made minors send him foot pics.
There's actually screenshots that I have when I was with him. I was laying next to him, and girls were arguing with me, and a freshman girl, that's a freshman,
yeah,
that literally just became a freshman, and his 23-year-old ass was asking her for feet pictures. Yeah.
His ex even said he used to suck her feet almost every day. Having a fetish is one thing, dragging underage girls into it, that's not a kink. That's predatory, plain and simple.
Why does bro have millions and millions and millions and millions? Not the same girl, different girls. From like years ago too. Honest hitting of girls' bottoms, chichis, feet. Yes, and on FaceTime with him and doing the dirt on FaceTime.
So I also heard that allegedly he's into patas, like he's into fungus, like with the feet.
What do you mean?
Like he has like what they call modern day foot fetish.
Oh.
Can you attest for that?
That's bad. Yes, that's really bad for him.
Yeah.
We've talked about it actually a lot. Yeah, it was an everyday thing. He likes to suck. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, he was going crazy con la lengua.
So why would I everywhere? Even on the toes.
Oh! Hey,
Bro gets off just looking at my toes. Like,
bro needs some
lame. He's really a lame. Like, I'm telling y'all, he's not all that.
Yeah, thank you. Bro needs some serious help then, huh?
And then all that money.
So here's how that disaster unfolded. After Pancho interviewed D. Kane's baby mama, the whole thing blew up overnight. Everyone started pressing D. Kane to respond, practically begging him to step up and defend himself. Initially, he tried dodging it completely, but eventually, the pressure became too intense, and he reluctantly agreed to join Pancho's stream.
Yeah, so it was like a few weeks. But
okay,
basically, hold on. I'm speaking. Mr. Confuzzle speaking. Anyways, like I was saying, basically, like I said, it was about a few weeks. But are you laughing?
Okay. Nah, proceed, bro.
Why are you
because I'm
laughing?
trying to get serious. This is a serious matter, like for real.
But why are you laughing?
No one's laughing, bro.
Despite being buried under all these accusations, D. Kane did exactly what you'd expect. He denied everything. According to him, he only dated his ex-girlfriend for a few weeks, and the second he found out her real age, he immediately dumped her. He even went as far as claiming he never had a kid with her at all.
Okay, let me ask you this. You said you were talking to her for how long exactly? And be honest with me here.
Yeah, it was about like a few weeks.
Okay, because she sent me her identification. You know when you get an ID in high school? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And in the ID, it shows 2024, 2025, and it matches that she's a youngin.
Yeah, which is why I stopped talking to her. And she's lying about like being pregnant, this and that. She's not, by the way. So I don't have she's not pregnant, so yeah.
The funny part is he's not even good at lying. Evidence disproving his claims is literally everywhere online. There's no shortage of proof that he's straight up lying through his teeth.
If I'm taller than you, you don't get to disrespect me. Tell him to stand up.
Not taller than me.
Maybe wear some heels and then we'll talk. No, and if you say that you're not taller than me, we can meet up because you're like 20 minutes away from me. So you let me know.
I don't need to meet up with you. I got a baby mama. I don't need to meet up with you, Libra.
Good for you.
Do I need to add Ruby in?
You're still shorter.
But things are even messier. From the get-go of this interview with Poncho, D. Kane was defensive as hell, dodging questions, contradicting himself, and trying desperately to confuse Poncho by changing his story every 5 seconds. At one point, he even slipped up by randomly claiming she was actually 18.
Because when we didn't even talk for that long, and she was like, I got a job, this and that, I can't talk much. So we didn't really talk much.
So then what about the whole pregnancy then?
Huh?
The whole pregnancy then? Y'all didn't talk that long, but she was...
You didn't let me finish.
Okay, sorry about that. Continue. Sorry about that.
But yeah, and then she showed me this ID. I was like, all right, for sure. And basically, she was 18. But yeah, anyways, back to what I was saying. I stopped talking to her. I'm trying to pull up the screenshots. Hold on.
After sitting through D. Kane's half-baked excuses, Pancho wasn't having it. He came right back at him in that same interview and dropped all the receipts, every shred of evidence backing up exactly what D. Kane was being accused of. And from that moment on, things went from awkward to explosive.
Instead of clearing anything up, D. Kane just crumbled even more. He got super defensive, way worse than before, cutting Poncho off, trying to talk over him, repeating the same lines like a broken record.
Next person. Let's continue right here. Next person, right? You calling this girl right here a wifey, right? She's 51 backwards. Oh, hold on. We'll go to Exhibit C.
Wait, go back to it. Go back to it. Go back to it.
Right here.
Go back to it.
Exhibit C.
Go back to it.
The white toe's doing it for me.
Yeah, where does she say her age in that? Where does she say her age?
61 backwards.
Where does she say her age? Where does she say her age?
Why are you asking a girl for
where does she say her age?
Listen, little bro. I'm answering.
And go back to the other screenshot too. Go back to the other one. Go back to the other one.
Why are you asking this girl for?
Go back to the other one.
You don't even know her age.
Go back to the other one.
Hold on, Exhibit D.
Go back to the other one.
That's your contact.
Go back to the other two.
All right, I'm 17. You said you're 17, bro.
What does this prove?
You lied to a girl saying you're 71 backwards, little bro.
When did I lie? Where's the date in this? When did I lie?
That was a year ago, little bro. It matches your number.
That was a year ago? Where does it say the date?
I have the dates.
So, where's it at?
It's posted on my videos. Check out my recent videos, little bro.
It's not, because you would put it right here.
It's on my recent video. I can't post the whole screen recording of it.
Here.
It goes to your Instagram. It goes to your number. Everything. You know what I'm saying?
Now pull up the other two that you just showed though.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you. You can't win with people like you because you're just gonna keep arguing back and forth.
And this only made him look more guilty. The more Pancho hit him with real proof, the more D. Kane panicked. It was like watching someone dig their own grave on live stream.
Every time Poncho dropped another fact, D. Kane's only move was to double down on the same tired denials or change his story again.
But if you think D. Kane's chaos stops at just his ex, think again. Because in that same interview, Pancho hit him with another rumor that D. Kane was abusing his current girlfriend, Viv. Of course, D. Kane pulled the same old routine. I've never laid a finger on her. And to make himself look squeaky clean, he even had Viv jump on stream to back him up. She sat there defending him, telling everyone it was all good, nothing to see here.
So Birdie told me you got body slammed at an Airbnb. No, let me finish. Birdie told me you got body slammed at an Airbnb, and you guys kicked everybody out. Is that true or false?
Wait, hold on. Wait. We kicked everybody out?
Yeah, you body slammed her. You hit her with the Batista bomb, and then you kicked everybody out. Is that true or false?
How did we kick everybody out if it wasn't our B&B?
Okay,
you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about. Because
how did we kick people out of not even our own B&B? We didn't own it.
I'm just telling you what a birdie told me.
And I'm telling you, it's cap.
And I'm telling you, he didn't body slam me. He didn't. Everybody thought he did, but he didn't because I fell. He did not body slam me. I wouldn't be with someone who's gonna hurt.
And I picked her.
So let me stop you. Let me stop you there. This is how I know you're lying. Everybody thought that we fell. Who's everybody? And when did this even come out? Because this is the first time.
Who's everybody? I'm saying you asked the question. She's telling you no. I'm telling you no.
Yeah, because my friends have been asking me.
You're not gonna try. I know what you're trying to do. You're gonna try to drag it and.
No. Let me tell you something. You just said everybody thought that I fell. So how does everybody know about the situation when this is something that
I
was?
said everybody thought the people that were there texted me after the situation. They're like, "Did he do that?" I said, "No, I fell." So I said that.
Okay.
I don't need a further explanation. You didn't body slam.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go with that. Yeah, give her a little smooch. We're good. Give her a little smooch, another one, just to fix everything. Okay, cool. Yeah, because you guys do argue every day, but that's fine if you don't want to.
No, we don't.
Okay, if you're gonna sit here and cap, but I'm gonna leave because
you don't know anything about it.
Okay, that's fine.
This is about wait. This is about his baby mama, so leave me out of this. All right? Cool.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Fake ass baby mama, or whatever you want to call her.
The clout chaser.
And for a second, people actually believed it, until Viv flipped the script. A few weeks later, Viv herself went live with Poncho and aired out what was really happening behind D. Kane's oh-so-perfect relationship. And it was way darker than anyone expected.
So here's what really went down. It was Viv's birthday and she caught D. Kane texting other girls behind her back. She asked him to hand over his phone. He refused, so she got fed up and decided she was done. She tried to leave the house right then and there.
But the next day, D. Kane tried to smooth things over with a classic move. He bought her a ring and shoved it on her finger in front of her whole family, to look like the sweet, devoted boyfriend.
And for a moment, things actually looked calm, but not for long.
Turns out D. Kane couldn't stay loyal for 5 seconds. He kept hitting the clubs alone, doing who knows what, and Viv finally called him out. Naturally, D. Kane being D. Kane, it turned into a screaming match. Viv decided she'd had enough and packed up to leave, and that's when things got ugly.
Not only did D. Kane demand she return every single thing he'd ever gifted her, but he also tried to force her to give back the ring he'd so dramatically slipped on her finger in front of her family. Viv refused. She was furious, and rightfully so. That made D. Kane snap even more, to the point where he physically blocked her from leaving the house.
So yes, I look embarrassing and I have to sit on a windowsill because he's not letting me leave and his grandparents aren't here. You tell them how you just laid your hands on me right there.
I did. Show me the bruises.
My fucking back is on.
But if you had bruises, wouldn't you want to show them? If you had bruises, wouldn't you want to show them to the camera? Because your legs look fine. Your legs look fine.
You didn't grab my legs, bro. You grabbed me by my arms.
Oh, so if you had bruises, wouldn't you want to show them to the camera?
I would, but I'm not taking off my jacket because I have a bra on. I have a bra on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Instead of recording me, you could call the cops and we could get this set.
I'm not going to. I don't need the cops.
Somebody call the cops!
Alright, yeah, don't be yelling like that.
Somebody call the cops! Somebody call the cops! Somebody call the cops!
Hey, alright.
Dude, bro!
An hour went by with Viv trying to get out and D. Kane refusing to move. It got so bad that the cops had to show up just to get her out of there safely and back to her family's house.
And just when you think this walking red flag couldn't get any creepier, there's this 13-year-old TikToker named Esley. So Esley somehow ends up doing collabs with D. Kane on stream, and naturally it raised a lot of eyebrows.
No, I'm confuzzled.
Why do you move your head every time you talk like?
Because, I'm a little perplexed about the facility.
I'm confused. I'm cheesed.
I am cheesed, my love.
Why do you think I'm thin little bro?
I can't. Just go like, just yeah.
Yo, bro. Is she good?
For real, you ate that up. Oh, yeah. No, oh my god.
People immediately clocked how weird the vibe was. This kid was laughing at everything D. Kane said, acting all giggly, and the whole dynamic felt off. The way they interacted just didn't sit right with anyone who's been paying attention to D. Kane's history with underage girls. And honestly, it's not hard to see why people got mad.
Now, to be fair, as far as we know, nothing actually happened between D. Kane and Esley. There's no evidence of anything illegal, but just the fact that a grown man with this shady track record is cozying up on streams with a 13-year-old was enough to make the internet lose it. Some folks took it way too far and started hating on Esley herself, which let's be real, is overkill. She's a literal kid. If anyone deserves the backlash, it's D. Kane for even putting himself in that position in the first place. But the damage was done. This collab just threw gasoline on an already raging fire and made even more people see D. Kane for what he really is. A grown man who just can't stay away from underage girls.
D. Kane somehow managed to land himself in yet another controversy. And this time, it's so reckless it's almost unbelievable. For context, D. Kane's always tried to push this delusional image that he's the boss of San Antonio, like he runs the whole city or something. In reality, he's just a clown with a phone and zero self-awareness. But things turned from embarrassing to straight up criminal when he decided to team up with another TikTok train wreck named Ashley Trevino.
I'm feeling sparkly tonight. How are you feeling tonight?
Sparkly?
Yo, glittery. Glitter. What you know about that glitter?
I don't know nothing about none of that.
Ashley isn't exactly a mystery to the internet. She's notorious for her chaos, her claim to fame, dating 30 inmates in under 5 years, which earned her the not-so-glamorous nickname, the Inmate Hopper. So naturally, putting Ashley and D. Kane in the same room was basically asking for trouble, and they delivered.
Together with a bunch of their equally messy friends, they started parading around claiming they ran San Antonio. But talking big wasn't enough. They had to go further and prove how boss-like they were by causing an actual public disturbance. One of their brilliant moves, showing up at a restaurant in a mall, acting out, disrupting everyone, and flaunting a firearm, completely illegally. On top of that, they were caught with snow, you know exactly what that means, and other illegal stuff they had no business carrying around in broad daylight.
Ashley Trevino admits to D. Kane taking the blame for her charges the night that he was arrested. Let's take a look at this clip.
And that's why they never arrested me, because he said it was his bag.
That bag had snow and all the in it.
Hell no. The guy took the blame for my bag. Yep.
The guy that she was referencing to is D. Kane, and if he is convicted of all charges, he could face up to life in prison. In a recent phone call that D. Kane made from jail, he was pleading the community for help and if anyone can pay his $40,000 bond. He even asked for a bond reduction where he got denied, and they even raised his bond amount close to $1 million. Now, some fans are saying that D. Kane could be released and acquitted of some charges after Ashley Trevino admitted on live that some of the stuff belonged to her. But let us know your thoughts down below. This for the Foods, keep you up to date with all the latest rap and news.
And guess who got caught holding the bag? D. Kane. Of course he did. That bag, the one packed with the firearm and snow, ended up being the reason he got hauled off to jail, along with a few of his clueless crew. Well, everyone except Ashley, of course. Turns out the bag was actually hers, but instead of facing the consequences, she pulled a shady deal. She promised to bail D. Kane out if he agreed to take the fall for her. And like the genius he is, he did it.
But Ashley didn't stop there. When people came for her online, she doubled down and went live to blame her other friends for not catching the case for her too. She even cut them off publicly, acting like they betrayed her by not risking 10 plus years in prison to protect her mess. Talk about loyalty, right?
I did ask like Bree and Violet. I was like, if y'all take the blame for my bag, will y'all please, I'll bail y'all out. They were like, no, I got custody battles going on. No, I got custody battles going on. I said, well, I have an open CPS case on me. And I was like, if I go to jail, like I can literally lose my kids.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I have a custody battle going on, but look at them now. And that's how I knew they were not true friends. And ever since that day is whenever I said I'm cutting ties with them.
Yeah.
Because I asked them to do me one favor and they didn't do it.
Meanwhile, D. Kane sat in jail for months, and because he already had other cases hanging over his head, his bond shot up to nearly $1 million, which meant he needed to cough up at least 10% in cash. For a self-proclaimed boss, he suddenly didn't have the cash to play the part.
But wait, it gets even more pathetic. Later on, Ashley herself spilled more dirt, bragging that D. Kane actually did have his own bag full of illegal stuff, separate from hers. And get this, it was his then girlfriend who tried to take the blame for his bag too, but that desperate stunt flopped and D. Kane ended up rotting in a cell anyway.
But D. Kane had their own bag and they had their own pew-pew in their bag. And his girlfriend took the blame for that bag. And then when she was going to get arrested, she turned around and told D. Kane, just tell him it's yours. I can't go to jail. And I said, look, we'll get you out, just go. And D-Kane was like, he didn't say nothing. He goes, just go and I'll take you out. And so that's when she went. And then the cop comes back and she's like, who's Josiah? And we were like, I don't know. And she goes, don't act dumb.
And when he finally got out, did he lay low? Of course not. He jumped right back into controversy, this time dragging Texas Buzz, another TikToker, into his circus. What started as a regular sit-down turned into another cringe flex. Mid-interview, D-Kane decided he needed Texas Buzz's chain.
I told him it was Empire Jewelers, and he was like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna need that. And I was like, I straight up, like, I didn't even know what I heard, because I would never think he was going to hit me with that, because he was praying, like, we were friendly the whole time. He was playing friendly, like, we were cool, we ate, we chilled, we talked. So that's the last thing I thought. That's the last thing I thought he was going to hit me with. So I was like, what? Like, I said, what? Like, totally, like, I really didn't even hear what you said. What? Like, what? And that's when I see he's already walking up to me, and I'm like, bro, like, we're not even done with the interview for him to actually be getting up. Like, oh, shit, is he serious? And like, I'm chilling, slouching in the thing with the microphone, like on my end, on the back of the camera. And that's when I just hear all his homies surrounding me, bro. All his homies surrounded me, basically held my hands behind my back. D-Kane just takes it off, bro. Straight up takes it off my neck, doesn't break it off, doesn't snatch it off, doesn't nothing. They were just holding my hands back, and they cut my camera off, but they left everything, brother.
But he didn't stop there. He immediately ran to Instagram Live to gloat, bragging to everyone about how he just snatched someone's chain like it was nothing, claiming that's what real gangsters do. And there it was again, the same recycled tough guy act that's landed him broke behind bars and the butt of the internet's jokes over and over again.
Hey man, y'all know what's going on. Sato, Texas Buzz chain, you know what I'm saying though? Shit was looking too nice, you know what I'm saying though? Had to do what it do. What the fuck poppin'? Texas Buzz, nigga, Texas Buzz, nigga.
And if all that chaos wasn't enough, there's another layer of drama that really shows what kind of circus D-Kane's life is. See, all those collabs with Lalo, they were never just harmless jokes. Behind all the mockery and the fake tough guy banter, D-Kane was busy plotting his own petty revenge, and he did it in the messiest way possible.
While Lalo was still dating his girlfriend, a TikToker named Cash Out, he'd often pull D-Kane into their live streams, probably never imagining that was the worst idea he could have had, because the second Lalo stepped away and left D-Kane and Cash Out alone on stream, they'd flip the vibe, getting flirty, throwing each other looks.
I mean, I said, would you, so...
Going to?
It's a yes or no question.
Going to?
So yes.
100 times.
You want to have 100 kids with me?
As many as you want.
Lalo caught on quick and called Cash out for it, but she straight up denied it to his face, swore D-Kane was just some random nothing going on. Meanwhile, the next day she'd turn right around and tell D-Kane something completely different.
What's up with you? Like, you emo now, like, or what? Like, I see you're into little Edgars now, like you and D-Kane got something going on.
No, I'm just for you.
And the worst part? D-Kane already had a girlfriend at the time, Stella, who was suspicious about this little, friendship too. D-Kane just doubled down on the lie, telling Stella and everyone watching that Cash Out was like a sister to him, right?
Sister, right?
Oh, your sister. I'm just saying, like...
Stella, don't do that.
Girl, you know I'm a crash out for my man.
I'm a crash out without the man.
I'm a crash out with the man and without the man and between the man and for the man.
I'm not scared of you.
Of course, that sister story didn't last long. D-Kane and Cash Out ended up announcing they were together for real, like they hadn't just humiliated Lalo publicly. Lalo was furious, but the whole thing backfired anyway because karma came knocking fast. Before the dust even settled, Lalo went right back at D-Kane and told him Cash Out had been creeping on him too, trying to get sexual with Lalo while she was already with D-Kane.
What?
While you were drunk? Should I unblock you? Should I unblock you? Oh, so you want me to post this so your little boyfriend can see?
I'm about to plug up on the live.
Yeah, you better plug up, yeah.
So D-Kane's big revenge for all the roasting, he played himself, ended up with a girl who was ready to trade him out just as fast. Just more proof that in D-Kane's world, no matter how tough he talks, he always ends up the punchline.
In the end, all the tattoos and fake threats mean nothing when the facts speak for themselves. D-Kane built his entire image on lies, claiming a gang life he never lived, pretending to run streets he's never controlled. But behind the stories are real things that can't be covered up: grooming underage girls, beating the mother of his child, assaulting his own grandparents, dragging minors into his chaos, and still pretending he's untouchable.
He wanted fear and respect. What he got instead was proof that he's nothing but another fraud whose own actions buried him. The lies might fade, but the record stays. And no matter what excuse he tries next, this is who D-Kane really is, and there's no running from it now.
Mario Lord 14
described him as one of the most dangerous men on the face of the earth.
And the dramatic fall that followed.
Now being famous is a double-edged sword, especially in the unpredictable world of the internet. And Mario Lord 14, aka Christian Rar, witnessed a similar fate.
My kryptonite, bro. Like, they're so hot. They're so fucking hot, man. And it's a plus because I'm Mexican. So, yes, Latinas are top tier. I want a Latina chick so badly, man. I am not joking. I need one. I need one. I'm not kidding. I need a Latina. They are so beautiful. Like, oh man, I'm busting up. Oh. Like, I will literally get on my knees and beg to have one. That's how down bad I am for a Latina. I am not.
To speedrunning Where's My Water, and now apologizing for his past mistakes.
And the story of this creepy creator began from a tiny town in Illinois, where he somehow managed to go viral on TikTok. Mario Lord's journey, a wild ride full of meme nonsense, cringe-worthy controversies.
Bro, I think I shot my...
And straight-up chaotic moments.
Oh my... Trying to be cool, damn it. Look, I'm so... God, I'm so cool, I play on ice, guys. I'm actually... What started? Oh my god. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, don't do what I'm doing, because I'm just being a dumbass. Yeah, I was trying to risk my teeth, because I'm bored. What the fuck am I doing? Don't ask what those noises are. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. Okay. Okay, I'm done. I scared the crap.
Christian Rar, aka Chris, got his start in the digital world like most people, by jumping on a platform. His rise to Mario Lord 14 was fueled by lame content and an obsession with meme culture. Born in 2003 in Illinois, Mario Lord grew up in a small town. An average teen has 9 to 10 hours of screen time, just like a lot of other teens who spent way too much time on the internet. Social media became his escape since he could feel heard there, and he used it to get attention by posting cringe-worthy, embarrassing videos.
I am heartbroken. I realized I didn't know Optimal Juice. He was a legend in the server. He always said he uses...
His content was just a mishmash of bad jokes and weird antics, all in an attempt to stand out in the most pathetic way possible.
I am pinche Mexican. Tu chingao. Vete a la mierda, pinche madre. Tu chingao. A la verga, pinche puta.
Mario Lord wasn't exactly a stranger to pop culture, especially when it came to cartoons and video games. He'd waste hours making up random characters from his favorite shows, just goofing off in his spare time. What started as him nerding out by himself soon became the core of his TikTok persona, even though, at first, no one cared but him.
God. Holy f***, they're back. This is peak. And yes, I bought her. Shut up. I'm so close to being able to get her too, son of a... Look at all this trash, bro. This is a thing? I didn't know they made this, by the way. Who in the is this? Of course, DC's still back. Jesus Christ. Who's gonna want this? Hey, look, it's the real goat over here. Yes, Messi's the real goat. I know ball. The lamb. Holy, these are back. I haven't seen these in a hot minute. Brother. How ironic. It's hot as outside. What the f? Why is Cybertrucks in this game? I want to die. And of course, things that no one else wants. Only good thing was what's her name? Sabrina girl person. Whatever her name is. Only good thing. I should do more videos like on the shop, like whenever it gets changed. I should. Also, you're welcome, Isaac. I used your code. Because we're no longer using another guy because he betrayed me.
Yeah, we just graduated 8th grade.
Yeah. Focus, there you go.
So, and hopefully me and Christian, we can start filming soon. I'm gonna get and hopefully in the next few weeks or months, I can get a camera, and then me and Christian, we can start filming together. And let us know in the comments what challenges you want us to do. Don't make it like really disgusting challenges.
Yeah.
Make it like do like a Cheetos challenge or something like that.
Yeah, like the Takis and Hot Cheetos challenge or something, or I don't know the burritos.
Back in 2016, Mario Lord made his first YouTube video with a close friend. It was a pretty basic graduation video to mark finishing 8th grade. At the time, it was just a small milestone, a way to celebrate the end of a chapter. Little did he know, though, that this video was the start of his bizarre online journey. Mario Lord didn't realize it then, but his constant need to get attention would soon push him toward a much bigger audience. The video was lighthearted and pretty harmless, with Mario Lord sharing goofy stories about growing up. He even talked about his weird talent of making cat noises, a quirky skill that would somehow become part of his online charm.
Shut up. I don't know what cat I am.
As Mario Lord's content got a little less cringy, his ego started to grow. By 2020, he hopped on TikTok, just as it was blowing up. His videos were a weird mix of song reviews, acting challenges, and random sketches, but it wasn't until he fully jumped into the world of memes and internet chaos that Mario Lord 14 really took shape. And that's when he started getting attention, though not for the right reasons.
TikTok, with its constant trends and chaos, was perfect for Mario Lord's mess of content. His first viral video, a sloppy song review, wasn't anything special, but there was something oddly magnetic about it, his raw, unfiltered energy.
Mario Lord didn't care about being polished or perfect. He wasn't trying to look like all the other influencers who carefully craft their image. His TikTok felt real, even if it was cringy and awkward. What made him stand out was that he didn't try to fake it. What you saw was what you got.
It didn't take long for Mario Lord to pick up followers, mostly because people couldn't look away from his train wreck of content. Whether he was singing off-key or stumbling through awkward skits, people kept watching. But it wasn't just his charming personality, no, it was the chaos. And Mario Lord kept pushing further into the bizarre, from embarrassing fan fiction to humor that made zero sense. But somehow, his followers ate it up.
Oh! shower. Yeah. That's my reaction to that.
If there's one thing that really defined Mario Lord's early TikTok, it was his creepy obsession with fanfiction. And not just any fanfiction, his world was full of bizarre, cringy characters and stories, all ripped off from his favorite TV shows and games. One of his most ridiculous creations was Zago, this evil character with some over-the-top nonsense backstory that was as confusing as it was dumb.
I'm like, Marigi, no! It's like, Marigi, no! And then he got hit by the Keyblade because he did a strike weight attack, and then he fell to the floor. And he's like, "What? Impossible! I thought you were knocked out." And then Marigi's like, "No, one hurt my friend," and then he passed out again. He's like, and he was in shock, and I was like, and I was shaking Marigi. I'm like, Marigi, wake up! And then I felt his pulse. Nothing. I thought he was dead. He's like, "So your little friend tried to save you, huh? Guess he can't handle a straight weight attack." And like,
Mario Lord didn't just write fanfiction. He lived it. He made up characters like Spectre, some wannabe anti-hero who supposedly played a big role in his messed up self-created world. Every character was just a cringy version of Mario Lord himself. Zago, the so-called evil force. Vice, the edgy part of his personality. And Marigi, a weird knockoff of Mario. They were all just exaggerated versions of Mario Lord's own pathetic inner struggles.
okay, fine, I swear on Vice's life. Do you want to be punched in the face? Okay, fine, I swear on Mario's life I will protect you. Yeah, I'll take it. At least you guys actually mentioned me and aren't mean to me all the damn time. I mean, because my life since no one likes me because of all the going on. You're gonna make those comments appear if you say that, dude. They should know that I'm reformed already. I don't get it, man. Because they don't believe me. Mario, you're gonna make it worse by talking about it. Just stop. But yeah, you need to make more videos with us. So do that right now. Make more videos with us right now. Or I will fight. Okay, calm down, little girl. I will. They're back, guys. Might be random skits for now because, you know. But, yeah. The gang is back.
But what made these characters stand out wasn't their backstories. They were just pure nonsense. Zago, for example, was supposedly born in the depths of Mario Lord's messed up brain, and his stories were full of dark, twisted nonsense that crossed the line between delusion and reality. Mario Lord acted like these characters were masterpieces, posting long, rambling videos where he tried to explain their personalities in excruciating detail, like anyone cared.
Trust me, Mortal. I have a lot of lore. I guess Mario wants to start a series where he explains his characters. Might as well start with the best, huh? So, who is Zalago? I was born from the text of Zalago. You know the text. The messed up text. That's the text that I was born from. I was born in the depths of it. I only knew darkness. But now, I can't understand the light. I don't fuck with it, or whatever you guys say. I still like darkness. So, how did this beautiful specimen come into existence? No, I'm not talking about Mario. I mean, Vice was right, he is attractive. But I'm not gay. But where did I come from? I was a parasite. Kind of like how, what's his name? Cell from show called Dragon Ball, I was like that tiny thing. That's how I used to be. I don't think Vice ever told you this, but he used to be a person before he was actually transferred into Mario. The first battle I had with him, it was something you would have dreamed to see. It was an anime battle, if you would. I could feel his aura. And they fought me, the Z. That's my nickname, by the way. They got wiped, and I thought I had them. But then cue Mario doing a hero speech, and then out of nowhere, that little kid, Marigi, says the most coldest line. I was shocked. I thought he was a little special. He spawned Keyblades. He charged towards us, and then all of a sudden, I was inside a cage.
You need to let me be what I'm meant to be. I'm not the one who dies. I'm the one who does the killing.
I'm a Luigi Lord. Hey, all you Mario Lord 14 fans. I'm his cooler brother, Luigi Lord. I'm his way cooler brother. I am the most amazing person. I can do bottle flips without even looking, bruh. I am literally the best version of Luigi ever. Yeah, right. At least I have a better name than you son of a... Really, Mario? You have to diss me like this? Why you do this? It's cause you're Luigi. That's why. You making fun of me? Son of a... I made him cry. Cause you're mean. I'm not mad. Mario 14 thinks I'm a little... Huh. But he doesn't know. And I'm way more dangerous than even Vice in some ways. I could open his skin and crawl inside of him. I'm always with him. But he doesn't know that my love is way more than just crawling inside your skin. I can be inside his mind and pretty much mind fuck him from the inside out. It feels good when I do it too. And he doesn't know, because I'm always doing it. And he's my senpai. He'll never get away from me. Better watch out, Mario.
As Mario Lord's popularity grew, so did his talent for getting into trouble. One of his first big online fights was with Nova, a YouTuber who's known for pretending to be some internet culture expert. The beef started when Mario Lord decided to call out Nova for his past screw-ups in a TikTok video. What followed was a back and forth of insults and roasts, both creators throwing shade at each other like they had anything better to do. Nova called out Mario Lord for being clueless, while Mario Lord just made fun of Nova for acting like he was too good for everyone.
This whole rivalry was a joke, really. Mario Lord leaned into his role as the underdog meme lord, while Nova's followers acted like his critiques were some deep intellectual commentary. For Mario Lord, the drama was like rocket fuel for his ego. Every time Nova fired back, Mario Lord's follower count went up, showing that for some people, drama is basically their career. But the more Mario Lord fought with Nova, the more he dug himself into a hole of tension and self-doubt, like he wasn't already deep enough.
Brother, look at the build, bro. The power of the Shingon will massacre Nova in 2 seconds. No difference. Same with Toxic Red. Toxic Red fears looking at this. He looks at this and he wants this build. This is the most mythical build you can get. And he doesn't even speak Spanish. I speak more Spanish than that pinche American. Like, just look at the power of the build. The build is scaring the whole zone. It's scaring goddamn everybody. You look at this build, you cry because it's so powerful. Come on, I'm winning that battle 100%. Nova, or should I say Gable Gage? You really think you can scare me, huh? Your little fighting video of you petting the bag, saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna beat Mario Lord's ass. Pathetic. From the power you showed there, you are just a Cyberman to me. I am Broy compared to you. Try me, fellow locale. I was gonna request Toxic Red's help, but I don't even need him, because my aura just keeps building till it's overflowing with power. You've seen the build, Nova. I know you have. The power of the Shingon is way too much for you. You are shivering just looking at this build. Try me. The battle will be legendary. Good luck!
In late 2024, things took a serious nosedive. Leaked footage and creepy messages about Mario Lord started making the rounds, showing him in some seriously messed up situations, many of them involving his dog. What used to be brushed off as just more internet trolling now looked like a real disturbing problem.
Me and Jack recording videos. Second Jack video, how about that? How about that? You'll see this people's kissing. Yeah, look at this. He's fluffy again. That's the TV chapter. Nothing Jason. But this is me and Jason. More Jason videos. Forever. I don't know. More Jason videos? Look, he even wants to make more Jason videos. He's so fab. Oh my god. Watch. See his face. No, let the people see your face when they're doing it. Just try to guess what he was saying. And put in the comments.
The internet freaked out. Allegations of messed up behavior started spreading, and Mario Lord's pathetic attempts to explain himself just made things worse. His excuses were so weak, nobody bought them. By then, the damage was done. The internet had seen enough. And for most people, that was all they needed to write him off for good.
I'm scared. Doesn't look like I was fucking here. I had shit to do.
In early 2025, a YouTube creator called Pooh Boy dropped a bombshell video about Mario Lord. The video exposed some seriously messed up conversations and behavior between Mario Lord and a minor. The screenshots, which looked like they were from private Instagram chats, made it clear that Mario Lord's actions online were way worse than anyone thought.
I am not racist. At all. I just say the N-word because I want to. I'll calm down with the N-word a little bit, okay? Second thing. They're making it seem like, oh, this is what he did. He's trying to freaking be to me. I didn't do shit. Literally, all I've been doing yesterday was being on Discord. I know there's some stuff on my YouTube channel that could get me canceled, but those were jokes. Even the joke I made about my friend, which someone found on my Snapchat, where I say I would grape someone.
Something else important to talk about would be Mario's father and the allegations against him, because right after Mario was starting to see some success on his TikTok page, he would post this video, proclaiming that his father had been arrested for some sicko behavior and explaining his current situation.
I only knew darkness, but now I can't understand the light. I don't fuck with it, or whatever you guys say.
Mario Lord shot back with more denial, claiming the screenshots were fake and accusing everyone of trying to destroy his career. But his lame excuses did nothing to stop the growing backlash. By this point, even his die-hard fans were starting to question if they'd been backing the wrong guy.
Let me be so for real for a second. If I did do this, I would have said something about it. Like, seriously, I would have said something about it if I did do this. So, because y'all know how I overshare. I would have said, yeah, I would have done this. You know, I would have probably like, yeah, probably if I was drunk, I probably would have said, yeah, I did this. Like, so.
In a desperate attempt to save whatever was left of his reputation, Mario Lord dropped an apology video. His tone was all defensive, and his words were as vague as ever. He kinda admitted to his mistakes, but no one bought the sincerity. The video got roasted in the comments, with some fans still defending him, claiming it was all a smear campaign. But most people saw right through it, calling it another weak attempt to save face.
Yeah, great intro. People are gonna think, oh, he's trying to get sympathy points because it looks sad. I'm not trying to do that. I want to apologize just for all the frickin' allegations and stuff. You know, the dog allegations and all the fake stuff that people are making up about me. I'm just gonna apologize for it because I know it looks bad. Obviously, the screenshot, I don't have to like say anything because it's clearly Photoshop because, you know, if you guys know what Instagram DM looks like, it would have the name up there. But if it does, like, you know, scare you, I'll apologize. If it gave you, like, a bad impression about me, you know? Trust me, I am not like that screenshot at all. It's just a fake screenshot that someone made to get rid of my platform. If it gave you a bad impression about me, made you scared to DM me, just know that isn't real, and I'm sorry if it scared you. And the dog thing, guys, I know it looks bad. To me, back in the day, I thought it wasn't that bad because I was just pinning his stomach. But to people that don't really know, it looks like I'm doing something wrong. I'm not Shane Dawson or a zoo.
Even with the apology, Mario Lord's TikTok got permanently banned, and his followers dropped like flies. His YouTube videos were buried under a mountain of dislikes and hate. The Mario Lord 14 era, which once seemed like it had some potential, came to a nasty, abrupt end.
Yeah. They really thought they could take me down, huh? You thought wrong. I'm like a phoenix. I will rise from the ashes of any that comes my way. Just know that you picked the wrong fight. I hope you get what's coming to you, because no one takes down the Shingao King that easily.
Mario Lord 14's story is a perfect warning for today's internet. It shows just how fragile fame really is. In a world where people will do anything for attention, Mario Lord's rise came with a huge price on his reputation. What started as dumb meme jokes turned into a mess of online feuds, personal drama, and mistakes that can never be undone.
The internet is a beast. It can make you famous, but it'll tear you apart just as quickly. Mario Lord Rar learned that the hard way. His story might not be done, but for now, it's a solid reminder that fame doesn't last. In the world of online culture, your screw-ups can spread just as fast as your wins.